From the Ganges to the peaks of Himalaya, we're here to rekindle India's education. In the land of Vedas and ancient law, we gather to shape the future we adore. From the Ganges to the peaks of Himalaya, we're here to rekindle India's educational fire. ThinkEdu, think anew, Indianizing education, our mission true. From roots deep in culture, wisdom will pull to teach the world the way of Bharatiya school. With the wisdom of Chanakya and the spirit of Tagore, we'll craft a learning path like never before. In every classroom, let's sow seeds of pride for the heritage that's ours, for the knowledge we provide. ThinkEdu, think anew, Indianizing education, our mission true. From roots deep in culture, wisdom will pull to teach the world the way of Bharatiya school. Ayurveda in science, Natya Shastra in arts, we'll blend the old with new, playing our parts. In every mind we'll ignite a spark to enlighten and power from light to dark. Let's embrace our languages, our diverse thought. In unity we'll teach with respect we've sought. From the village to the city, let's extend our reach to educate every child, to teach, to beseech. ThinkEdu, think anew, Indianizing education, our mission true. From roots deep in culture, wisdom will pull to teach the world the way of Bharatiya school. As we stand on this ground with hearts full of zeal, we'll build an education system uniquely real. ThinkEdu, conclave with pride and might, we'll light up the future with Bharat's light. Bharatiya school. As we stand on this ground with hearts full of zeal, we'll build an education system uniquely real. ThinkEdu, conclave with pride and might, we'll light up the future with Bharat's light.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
One of the most sought-after universities in India, Hindustan, provides a safe space for learning and growing, not just as professionals, but as good human beings. Come to Hindustan and live your dream.
KCG College of Technology, an architectural marvel with state-of-the-art facilities, encourages students to find innovative solutions to demanding issues and forge an even better future together. Study at KCG Tech and be the future promise.
शारदे करुणानिधे सकलानवाम्ब सदा जना चारणादिमगीत वैभव पूरिता किल दीर्घते शारदे करुणानिधे सकलानवाम्ब सदा जना चारणादिमगीत वैभव पूरिता किल दीर्घते शारदे करुणानिधे.
Have it checked? No? Nice.
Check, check, check. Okay. Thank you.
One more first.
whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express. Truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
one of the most sought-after universities in India, Hindustan provides a safe space for learning and growing, not just as professionals, but as good human beings. Come to Hindustan and live your dream.
KCG College of Technology, an architectural marvel with state-of-the-art facilities, encourages students to find innovative solutions to demanding issues and forge an even better future together. Study at KCG Tech and be the future promise.
He showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the new Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Started in the year 1984 in a sleepy rural village of Tanjavur, Shastra today is testimony to what transformation can bring to change the
bold ideas, transformative discussions, unparalleled thought leadership in the education sphere. As we step into the 13th edition, it's with a lot of pride that we say that ThinkEdu Conclave itself has grown into a place where ideas come together, conversations spark change, and most importantly, we get to shape what the future of education in India looks like. Since its inception in 2013, with a very progressive theme, Schooling India for Tomorrow, the platform itself has consistently kept pace with themes like building skills for India's future, ideas for a new India, and with each passing edition, we also celebrated how education fuels the progress, placing it at the heart of our transformation. Building on this momentum, this year, we turn our focus to the rise of the new Indosphere. India meets Bharat. The Indosphere itself signifies the resurgence of Indian thought, culture, influence on the global stage. Think about it. India is truly having a moment on the global stage. Indian philosophy, yoga, our rich traditions in art, literature, culture, even our cuisine have inspired people all across the globe. And while the term itself goes far beyond a mere cultural or geographic concept, our theme this year is all set to ignite a renaissance, where India's ancient wisdom, which was far ahead of its time in science, philosophy, culture, all of it converges with modern innovation. That very sweet spot where India's timeless knowledge meets contemporary progress. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to usher in a new era that bridges the gap between Bharat and India. We begin our on-stage proceedings by invoking the higher powers with a traditional Saraswati Vandana, an ode to the goddess of learning and wisdom.
शारदे करुणानिधे सकलानवाम्ब सदा जनान् चारणादिमगीतवैभवपूरिताखिल दीक्तते शारदे करुणानिधे सकलानवाम्ब सदा जनान् चारणादिमगीतवैभवपूरिताखिलदीक्तते शारदे करुणानिधे धर्मभूषण भूषिते वररत्नमौलिविराजिते शर्मदायिनि कर्ममोचनि निर्मलं कुरु मानसं शारदे करुणानिधे हस्तसंधृत पुस्तकाक्षपटी सुधाघटमुद्रिके कस्तवास्ति वर्णने चतुरो नर कचरोत्तमा शारदे करुणानिधे सकलानवाम्ब सदा जनान् चारणादिमगीतवैभवपूरिताखिलदीक्तते शारदे करुणानिधे शारदे करुणानिधे शारदे करुणानिधे.
Special thanks to the students of MOP Vaishnav College for starting us off on a truly melodious note. Following that, we proceed with the traditional lighting of the lamp, setting an auspicious tone of events. If I may please call upon Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director, The New Indian Express, to join us with the lamp lighting. It is also my pleasure to invite Ms. Lakshmi Menon, CEO, The New Indian Express, to join us on stage for the lamp lighting as well. It's also my esteemed privilege to invite Mr. Vaidyanathan, Editor, Dinamani, to join us on stage as we set in motion our lamp lighting proceedings. If I may also invite Shri Justice V. Ramasubramanian, Chairperson, NHRC, to join us with the lamp lighting, and Professor S. Vaidya Subramaniam, Vice Chancellor, Shastra University. The traditional lamp lighting itself, ladies and gentlemen, signifies not just an auspicious start to the event, but also the dispelling of any sort of ignorance and a fantastic illumination ahead. A beautiful start to ThinkEdu Conclave 2025. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all our dignitaries who've joined us. If I may please request Mr. Prabhu Chawla to set the stage and deliver the formal welcome note as we begin. The 13th edition, ladies and gentlemen, of the ThinkEdu Conclave 2025 makes it absolutely special, and we begin on a lovely note. If I may please invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla to do the honors. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody, and vanakkam. I'm back again here for the 13th year to welcome you all for the 13th edition of Think Education. We are proud to say that we are the only newspaper in the country which has been able to sustain with this kind of quality conclave for the past 13 years, and we have survived with success support from everybody else. We have survived because we are pure. We have survived because we are innovative. We have survived because we think of India first, Bharat first than anything else. For us, education is not commerce alone. It is value-building exercise as well. In the world of market, where valuations are becoming more important, we are all promoting values of Bharat. That's why we have survived, and we will continue to thrive as well with the support of all of you. And we stick to our principles that Bharat comes first, rest comes later. We started with the first theme, that India needs an Indian education system. That was the theme of our first conclave, that how to do Bhartiyakaran of Indian education. We have succeeded to some extent. We are heading towards that. Most of the speakers who have been coming for the last, we have about 500 speakers so far. But our idea is that unless India is rooted into its own education system, learn from the past, we have a great history of 5,000 years. Whatever we were taught in 5,000 years ago, people are learning now. So therefore, I can say the 13th edition of ThinkEdu, there's something different here. Because now you are being guided by telephones, your smartphones, textbooks are disappearing, libraries are vanishing, and you're always using, even to calculate 2 into 2 into 5 sometime, you are using calculators, which you were using in America 10 years ago. I went to America 25 years ago. Even then, girls were using calculators how to make 2 into 2. I gave them $10. They couldn't calculate how to give me money back. I hope that doesn't happen to India, where people still their own mind. They will not use the calculators as much as foreign countries are using. When we started first in 2013, we had 64 speakers. We had 12 sessions, and theme was Schooling India for Tomorrow. 12 years ago, we were talking about Schooling India for Tomorrow, which has started now after 2014 in real sense. And in next year, we had 43 speakers, 15 sessions, almost 200 hours of discussion. Schooling for India Tomorrow again was the theme, because we were not complete about it. 215, we had 43 speakers, 17 sessions, building skill for India's future. We didn't know at that time Mr. Modi will come back and he'll say, skill India. We were in 2013 talking about scaling India at that time. That India needs skills because we don't find skilling people here. We will still follow the Macaulay system of education where the skill was not important, only using the brain was more important, notebook was important. 2016, we have 63 speakers. Sessions were 11 because we have more people there. Should the Indian education system be Indianized? Again, we came back to this. Because still we are going out, professor coming from abroad were more important than the professor in India who had better minds, who had learned better, they had better things, but we are still paid premium on professors from India. Were not given to that what they would deserve. In 2017, we have 39 speakers, theme pushing the frontiers of education. Invest more in education. Because people are not investing in education. Privatization of education happened. More universities come. Now we've got about 900 universities. I know, if I'm right, there are about 900 universities now. There was a time there were 100 universities in India. 900 universities got, in a 1.4 billion people, 900 universities, I don't think they are enough. But there are many shops there. They are universities, but they're known as shops. They are commercial shops. So I hope UGC chairman will take care of that because commercialization of universities will mean that you get the degree, pay them 2 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees a month, and get a degree end of the degree, and you become a professor, you become a PhD. But yes, you learn by trial and error. Therefore, some university will be wiped out, some will sustain. So which come Harvard, Wharton, everybody talking about that. We have not been able to produce Harvard and Wharton yet. But our universities are producing much better scholars than the others are producing. Because the people who are leading the world tech industries are mostly students from India. The students from India are leading the world technical revolution, what is happening there. So basically, we have everything here to produce the best brains in the world. In 2018, we had a better theme. We had 47 speakers. Theme was research, innovation, skills, and entrepreneurship in education. Entrepreneurship in education, because we had wanted to produce private people to have little more education, better institution, invest there. IIT and IIM were famous, but we are the best university even now if you look at the world. In 2019, we have ideas for new India. What can we do? Many ideas were deliberated here, discussed and given to us. And we moved forward from there to next year, India at 75. In 2020, or was India at 75, Vision 222. 2021, because of the COVID, so we had online discussion there. We had lessons for the new world. Because we must lead India, India must lead in every field. Only then it's possible that we become the Viksit Bharat or Vishwaguru, whatever the new slogan is. In 2022, remaking India, asserting Bharat. That we assert our identity of an educational hub of the world. UGC started inviting foreign universities here. I don't know what's there. But we are asserting ourselves that Bharat had its own identity of educational system. We must recover our past and become more important. Then, in 2023, we had the new India rising for the world. That we will produce leaders again, once again, because we are going on adding, like Mr. Trump, he says, I want the qualified people, brainy people, and most of them are coming from India. If you withdraw the Indians who are leading the companies there, I think America will go bankrupt soon. Our Indian people are driving their industry. All the Indians put together are controlling almost $70 trillion of business. And US income is GDP $30 trillion only. If you withdraw all the Andhra people, Telugu biddas and Karnataka biddas from there, I think America will go bankrupt soon. But they are not leading India. So Indians have the capacity of leading the world. Therefore, we think we assert ourselves, rising for the world. And last year, 2024, theme was Mahakumbh. Mahakumbh, not the one is happening now, but we anticipated the Mahakumbh of education, Mahakumbh of mind. Our theme, like seriously, Mahakumbh of mind means mining the mind in a positive manner. That has been the concept always, that we are going to mine deep into the minds of people, scholars, politicians, administrators. They came here, they deliberated, they fought with each other. So therefore, we were trying to have that kind of, then we have the convergent edition here where we brought everything. This time, the rise of the new Indosphere. You have to explain what it means. But when we are sitting here, all the young boys and girls are sitting here, they are more worried about what happens to AI. I'm very old, 79. I believe in my own intelligence. I don't want to believe in artificial intelligence. All of you might think because you need some artificial intelligence to add something, supplement your own intelligence. So what happened to India with the artificial intelligence? You don't have, for example, we were discussing many things, I'll tell you a little later. Our education system will change or not? Because our Prime Minister, our leadership, our industry, copying from the West, are pushing artificial intelligence so much that all of you will become tech slaves. You will not your own mind. That is my feeling. I may be wrong. So your own innovative, your own thing that you will be depending on something else and not using your own mind. There won't be Ramanujams here again producing mathematics or whatever. What happened? This artificial intelligence will use what? I may be wrong. Professors are sitting here. Artificial intelligence, my experience of the last 1 week, I've been trying and trying and trying much more. Artificial intelligence is based on what is written by human beings in the past. Whatever you write, you give a direction, you give a position, you give an indication, they will read 25 pages from the web and summarize what is, they give you a copy. I'll give you something important. I wrote an article yesterday about the Chief Minister visiting various countries and coming back. We have signed MOUs worth 2 lakh crore rupees, 3 lakh crore rupees. And 1 year I totaled it up, they had signed about 70 lakh rupees worth of investment to come in India from abroad. Even 7,000 has not come. I went to artificial intelligence. I told them to give me a critical essay of visit of Indian Chief Minister to various countries, what has been the outcome of this, how much has come. First line was, we don't have the critical analysis because how much has come because data is not available. Second was, it's a very good step because they are connecting with the world. Ultimately, in future, it will be good. As a critical mind, I am looking for what happened in 10 years, how much investment was committed, how much has come. Why they couldn't give me the answer? Because it's not available in the newspaper, it's not available in the column, it is not available anywhere. So how will they collect information and give it to you? But after that, we thought, okay, we'll progress it. We have a session on artificial intelligence here also, but I used it a little positively. Why I'm saying, unless you give the right direction, you will not be able to get the right answer from artificial intelligence. So we wanted a theme song for our Think Education, because it has to be something that why I've been doing this. So I gave some indication, some direction to artificial intelligence. They gave me one option, gave the second option, because we want to have a theme like every corporate sector has a mission statement. Every university has a mission statement. We have a mission statement in our own newspaper. We thought, let's develop some song. We couldn't get the Indian voice, but I gave them 1, 2, 3, 4 options. Ultimately said, let us start with some kind of a, what is our theme? Why are we here? I gave you some explanation, but for you, we have created a song through artificial intelligence, but input is ours. It is not theirs. Let us have a thing, what thing we have produced. Please Let's play the artificial sound.
In the land of Vedas and ancient law, we gather to shape the future we adore. From the Ganges to the peaks of Himalaya, we're here to rekindle India's educational fire. ThinkEdu, think anew, Indianizing education, our mission true. From roots deep in culture, wisdom will pull to teach the world the way of Bharatiya school. With the wisdom of Chanakya and the spirit of Tagore, we'll craft a learning path like never before. In every classroom, let's sow seeds of pride for the heritage that's ours, for the knowledge we provide. ThinkEdu, think anew, Indianizing education, our mission true. From roots deep in culture, wisdom will pull to teach the world the way of Bharatiya school. Ayurveda in science, Natya Shastra in arts, we'll blend the old with new, playing our parts. In every mind we'll ignite a spark to enlighten and power from light to dark. Let's embrace our languages, our diverse thought. In unity we'll teach with respect we've sought. From the village to the city, let's extend our reach to educate every child, to teach, to beseech. ThinkEdu, think anew, Indianizing education, our mission true. From roots deep in culture, wisdom will pull to teach the world the way of Bharatiya school. As we stand on this ground with hearts full of zeal, we'll build an education system uniquely real. ThinkEdu, conclave with pride and might, we'll light up the future with Bharat's light. Bharatiya school. As we stand on this ground with hearts full of zeal, we'll build an education system uniquely real. ThinkEdu, conclave with pride and might, we'll light up the future with Bharat's light.
That is what we mean. Bharat first. We have tried to bring modernity, we have to use everything together. I hope the Vice UGC chairman sitting here, he liked the idea what we produce. This is not the misuse of artificial intelligence, this is the best use of the artificial intelligence. We use it in our own mind, not the borrowed mind. Thank you very much, all of you here.
Thank you, sir. In a world where collaborations are truly ruling the roost, it kind of raises a question. human imagination and artificial intelligence. Is this the collaboration that we're looking forward to, and is this what the journey ahead is going to be like? In fact, we have a lot of conversations that will kind of take a deep dive into this very topic. But before all of that, ladies and gentlemen, we begin our very first session for the day. This goes straight into the heart of what it means to live in India, where rights and duties, these aren't just legal concepts, they are actually deep-rooted in our culture, our constitution. So we're about to examine how these two seemingly opposing forces of individual freedom and collective responsibility coexist and even contribute to the dynamic nature of Indian society. The session is titled Balancing the Scales, Rights, Duties, and the Indian Soul. It is my privilege to introduce our speaker, Shri Justice V. Ramasubramanian, former judge of the Supreme Court of India, who now serves as a chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission. With a distinguished career spanning over 2 decades, he's authored numerous landmark judgments. Of course, we all know him for his deep understanding of justice and human rights, and he continues to play that crucial role in shaping India's legal landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a round of applause as I welcome our speaker to join us on stage. Welcome, sir. Chairing this session, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Vaidyanathan, editor, Dinamani. Welcome, sir. We're off to a fantastic start as we take a deep dive into balancing the scales, rights, duties, and the Indian soul. Over to our session chair. Good morning, sir.
It's a great pleasure to have the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission and former Supreme Court Justice, Shri V. Ramasubramanian, in our mess for this 13th edition of the ThinkEdu conclave. There are certain people who are called the lawyer of the lawyers, but Justice Ramasubramanian is fondly referred to by the judges in the bar, in the bench, judges in the bench as judge of the judges. Most of the judges, if they have some complicated issues or complicated decisions to be taken, their first instinct is to call up Justice Ramasubramanian and consult him on that. In fact, many of the landmark judgments that have come up in the last 3-4 years have, in fact, the background of Justice Ramasubramanian's wisdom. Now, in this conclave, he has been associated not only with, he was introduced as a justice. More than that, he is a trilingual scholar who is good in Sanskrit and very good in English. More than that, exceptionally good in Tamil. And his lectures and his participation in Tamil literary events are something which people look forward to come, to visit, to hear. And Dinamani and the New Indian Express group, we have a special association with him. He gave Tamil language 25 new words. See, every language needs to get itself richer with the changing world. You get new things coming up and you need new words. Otherwise, the language will become stale. And he ran a series in Dinamani called Solvetai, in which Solvetai means hunting for words. And in that, 25 words have been given to Tamil language by him. And all the scholars in Tamil, they all tell me, whenever I go there, whenever I meet them, they pester me. Why don't you ask him to continue that? We need more new words. So such is his vast and wide repertoire and his knowledge that we have him in our midst. And now over to him. It is for him to take the
Thank you, Mr. Vaidyanathan. When I was invited to inaugurate this 13th edition of ThinkEdu Conclave, I was a little worried because 13 is supposed to be an unlucky number. Therefore, to inaugurate the 13th edition and to ensure that it is successful and you don't have to take the blame if something goes wrong, I had to offer special prayers before I came here. But as Mr. Vaidyanathan pointed out, I have been associated with Dinamani for a very long time. Apart from writing center page articles in Dinamani, as he mentioned, I ran a column called Solvetai, Hunting for Words, on the same lines as Barbara Wallroff ran a column called Word Court and Word Fugitives for the Atlantic Times. There is a small correction. Mr. Vaidyanathan mentioned that we created 25. Actually, I ran the column for 52 weeks, 1 full year. And it was so successful that my successor was none else than the former Vice Chancellor of Tamil University. He had to continue what I had left. And apart from these 52 weeks of Solvetai, I also wrote a series of articles on what lies beyond the realm of science, Ariviyalukku Appal. So those 27 articles became such a great hit that one of the Swamijis of a mutt used to call me and used to tell me that whenever this column appeared every week, he used to give a lecture to his disciples on the same day evening. So I was assured of an occupation post-retirement from whatever he said. I thought I will start one ashram after my retirement, but probably time is there for this to materialize. The topic that has been assigned to me for discussion is balancing the scales, rights, duties, and the Indian soul. But I have a small problem with one portion of this topic. And that portion is the words Indian soul. Whatever I know, there can never be an Indian soul and a foreign soul. Because what Bhagavad Gita teaches me is verse 2, Shloka 24, Bhagavad Gita says, Achodhyayam, Adahyayam, Akledyo Shosya Yevacha, Nityaha, Sarvagataha, Sthanur, Achaloyam Sanatanaha. Swami Vivekananda translated this verse to mean, this soul, the sword cannot cut, nor the spear pierce, the fire cannot burn, nor water melt. It is indestructible, omnipresent is this soul, therefore weep not for it, is what Bhagavad Gita says. If the soul is omnipresent, then that soul is common for India and for people everywhere in the world. Maybe what the organizers wanted to mean was balancing the scales, rights, duties, and probably the word should have been Indian spirit and not the Indian soul. If you look at the history of societies, I think all societies, once upon a time, were only duty-conscious societies rather than rights-conscious societies. Take, for instance, the Indian society. The Vedas spoke mostly about dharma and karma, duty and action, and not about adhikara or right. We have had dharma shastras and dharma sutras, even artha shastra, but not adhikara sutra and adhikara shastra. Probably the first ever convocation address is to be found in the Sikshavalli portion of the Taittiriya Upanishad. After completing education, the student takes leave, the disciple takes leave of his guru, the teacher, and he asks for the final word. What is the end of education? The teacher sets the tone. He says, now that you have completed education, please remember Satyam Vada, Dharmam Chara, Swadhyaya Anma Pramadaha, Acharyaya Priyam Dharmakritya Prajatantum Mavyavachetsi, Satyanna Pramaditavyam, Dharmanna Pramaditavyam, Kushalanna Pramaditavyam, Bhutyaina Pramaditavyam, Swadhyaya Pravachanabhyamna Pramaditavyam. Look at the meaning of the words. The teacher says, speak the truth, practice dharma, do not neglect the study of the Vedas. Having brought to the teacher the gift desired by him, Guru Dakshina, enter the householder's life. This is what the teacher says. And see that the line of progeny is not cut off. Probably that is what Tamil Nadu and Andhra are now advocating. Do not swear from truth. Do not swear from dharma. The next two lines are extremely important because we have conceptually a misunderstanding of what the Vedas say. Next two lines, the teacher says, do not neglect personal welfare, do not neglect prosperity. Do not neglect personal welfare, do not neglect prosperity, is what the teacher says. Therefore, what was taught to a student when he completed education was to be conscious of his duties. Even the great Tamil culture, which we now hail to have had the Stone Age started 5,300 years ago, it enlisted only duties and not rights. The Purananuru, Sangam literature, had a woman poet by name Ponmudi. That Ponmudi, she lists out certain duties. She says, Yindru Purantarudal Yentalai Kadane, Sandro Nakudal Tandaikku Kadane, Velvadithu Koduttal Kollarkku Kadane, Kaliru Erindu Payardal Kalaikku Kadane. So a woman poet of the Sangam age, she lists out duties. Even Moses gave only 10 commandments and not 10 rights. Therefore, historically, societies appear to have been duty conscious much more than rights conscious. But what happened was, over a period of time, probably in the 20th century, the course of history took a different turn. If you look at what happened before the 19th century, the first modern constitution connecting rights and duties of individuals was the French Constitution of the year 1795. The declaration of the rights and duties of man and citizen in this constitution included 9 articles listing out duties of individuals, containing most importantly the duty to respect laws, mentioned 4 times in 9 articles. The list also establishes horizontal duties such as, look at this, the the Declaration of 1795 lists out duties in 9 articles which include duty to be a good son, good father, good brother, good friend, and good husband. That is why we don't want to get married now. One of the duties straight away we can abolish. The next came the Spanish Constitution of the year 1812. It was called the Cadiz Constitution, which was only short-lived. But this was the first constitution in the Hispanic world to feature duties alongside rights. This constitution balanced newly established individual rights and traditional deference to society and the state and the nation of Spaniards. In the Americas also, duties re-emerged, most prominently in the Mexican Constitution of 1917. Some of these are individual vertical duties of the Mexican citizen to receive military training, but the Constitution also included horizontal duties such as, for example, the duty to educate one's own children. The Mexican Constitution of the year 1917 was the forerunner of all the following Latin American constitutions of the 20th century. The Mexican Constitution highlights the right to education in its long and detailed 3rd article. In the 1929, the American Institute of International Law, a group of legal scholars and diplomats with members from the United States and Latin America, published what is called the Declaration of the International Rights of Man. The first 3 articles of this declaration specified the duties of states to protect their citizens' rights to life, liberty, property, religious freedom, and language. The American Law Institute declared that they believed rights were pious aspirations unless accompanied by clear statements of states' duties. This American Declaration of Rights and Duties of Man, approved at the 9th International Conference of American States at Bogota, it's called Bogota Declaration, Colombia in 1948, contained in Chapter 1 a catalog of civil and political rights as well as economic, social, and cultural rights. As a corollary, the 2nd chapter of this American Declaration, Bogota Declaration, contained a list of corresponding duties. The preamble to this American Declaration stated that the fulfillment of duty by each individual is a prerequisite to the rights of all, and that the rights and duties are interrelated in every social and political activity of man. The declaration said, while rights exalt individual liberty, duties express the dignity of that liberty. This is what that Bogota Declaration said in 1948. In fact, the period between 1946 to 48 is historically important for 3 reasons. Number 1, it was during this period, 1946 to 48, that this American Bogota Declaration came, and it was during this period that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was prepared by the United Nations Commission, and third, the Constitution of India was also under preparation. It was at that same time. Therefore, 1946 to 48, 3 historical events happened. One was the Bogota Declaration, another was that Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the third was the preparation of our Constitution. When the original draft was presented to the United Nations, the member states, it contained a list of drafts. The drafting committee of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights enlisted certain duties to be incorporated. But unfortunately, there were objections by member states. Therefore, the final draft of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights contains only one article making a mention about duties, and it is Article 29. And this Article 29 says, everyone has duties to the community in which alone the free and full development of his personality is possible. The draft had to undergo this change from its original position because of opposition from the global south. In fact, Mr. Malik of Lebanon was the first person to lodge his objections, and then it was followed by China and Philippines. Subsequently, the chairperson of the drafting committee agreed that we cannot turn a document which talks about human rights into a document of human duties. And that is the reason why the final draft approved, which is now available in its final form, mentions about duty only in one article, namely Article 29. This failure to include duties in the UDHR has had a cascading effect in all the subsequent treaties on rights, such as International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. These covenants also carefully avoid any reference to duties. When the Constitution of India was adopted, what happened was there were no provisions regarding fundamental duties. Part 3 contained a list of fundamental rights. Part 4 contained the directive principles of state policy. But after 25 years of the adoption of the Constitution, in the year 1976, as all of you know, the 42nd Amendment to the Constitution came, wherein Article 51 capital A was inserted as Part 4 capital A, listing out the fundamental duties. The original 42nd Amendment contained only 10 duties as fundamental duties. By 2002, the 86th Amendment included a 11th duty, namely the right to put children into education, that actually got transformed into a fundamental right later on. Therefore, the debate, rights versus duties, is an ongoing debate. As I pointed out at the beginning of my speech, traditionally all societies focused on duties, but in the course of history, we took a small detour. We carefully avoided speaking about duties, and now this debate has again regained momentum. In fact, increasing the awareness of the public about their duties to fellow human beings has become the focus of the talk worldwide. People have carefully started avoiding mentioning of the word duty, and the word responsibility has been replaced instead of the word duty. Therefore, how we balance our rights vis-a-vis our duties, because without our respecting the rights of others, without imbibing upon ourselves the duty to respect the rights of others, I think our own rights will be put in jeopardy. With these few words, I take pleasure in inaugurating this two-day conclave. Thank you very much.
Sir, having taken over as the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, now what exactly are the challenges that you face?
In fact, in my first interaction with the media after I took over as the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, I said that there are two challenges. One is that the accreditation of the National Human Rights Commission with the Global Alliance for National Human Rights Institutions, GANRI, has been deferred for the past 2 years.
Is there any particular reason for it?
No, the reason was that the very setup of the National Human Rights Commission, according to them, is not in tune with the Paris Principles of 1993. But there is a fundamental, these are issues which we have to address, but there is, I think personally, there is a fundamental flaw in their argument. The argument of the Global Alliance is that the establishment of the NHRC is not in tune with the Paris Principles. But I think if you have to assess an institution and give accreditation, you must assess its performance and not its DNA. If you assess the performance of the NHRC and say that it is not up to the standard, we don't give you accreditation, I agree. But if you say that there is a congenital deformity in the way you are born, then I think NHRC, it's not an accreditation of NHRC, but it is an accreditation of the government and not the NHRC. Anyway, we are now trying to address those issues. That is the first challenge. Second challenge is, India is a hugely diverse country. We have people practicing more than 8 major religions of the world. We are divided by 1,640 castes and communities. We speak more than 22 official languages and about 700 languages and dialects, different ethnicities. We don't agree with each other. And I wonder how we all promoted a joint family system when we don't agree with anything on. We don't even agree on the menu on the table, but we have lived together. Therefore, in such a country, the challenges to the enforcement of human rights come not merely from the state actors, but also from the non-state actors. When for instance, you write a book. Somebody doesn't like the book. You produce a film. Some people don't like a film. You have your freedom of expression. They have their freedom of expression to come and protest. They don't allow the screening of the film. They don't allow the release of the book. When the interests of two ideologically opposite groups clash, then the challenge is not exactly by the state actors, but the challenge is by the non-state actors. Necessarily, the state has to intervene. When the state intervenes, how much they go and where do they stop is the question where we measure, how it ultimately turns out to be. These are, according to me, some of the challenges.
But is general perception is NHRC is a toothless tiger, so you don't have judicial power with it. So is it an impediment to enforce the human right?
There are 3 issues actually. In fact, the judgment of the Madras High Court, a full bench judgment of the Madras High Court said that there are ways and methods by which NHRC can be saved from the allegation of being a toothless tiger. There are 3 things. National Human Rights Commission has got the powers of inquiry, powers of investigation, and powers to make recommendations. Insofar as power to make recommendations is concerned, the Act calls the final order passed by the Commission as a recommendation. But insofar as the power to investigate and power to conduct an inquiry is concerned, the Act says that the NHRC will have all the National Human Rights Commission or the State Human Rights Commissions will have the powers of a civil court. Therefore, we have the power to summon and enforce the attendance of witnesses. We have power to, record evidence. If somebody does not turn up, we can follow the same steps as a civil court can follow to enforce attendance. Therefore, it is not a toothless tiger in areas relating to investigation and inquiry. The allegation that is toothless tiger corresponds to the final orders passed where it is only a recommendation. But the full bench of the Madras High Court in 2021 read the word recommendation to mean an order. Therefore, by judicial precedent, some kind of denture has been given to NHRC. Now we have probably the artificial tooth instead of artificial intelligence, as Mr. Prabhu Chala mentioned.
Thank you, sir. No, thank you very much for inaugurating and enlightening us on National Human Rights Commission as well. Thank you very much.
At this juncture, if I may please request Mr. Prabhu Chawla to join us on stage and extend our felicitations to our speaker. Welcome, sir. A very special thanks to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a loud round of applause as he walked us through the lanes of history, the very first convocation address, and of course, the building blocks of rights and duties, the principles as we know it. Thank you so much for that, sir. A very special thanks. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've started off on a fantastic exploration. From the history aspect of it, we now step into the present as we aim to shape the future. At ThinkEdu, I think it goes without saying that when it comes to education, we believe it goes way beyond textbooks. It's about our understanding of the world around us, and what better way to grasp the pulse of our nation than by delving into the very heart of our democracy, Parliament. This upcoming session is titled India's Parliamentary Proceedings, Some Reflection, and it offers us an insightful look into the functioning of our Parliament, its evolution, and most importantly, the critical role that it plays in shaping national policy. Our speaker this session, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Shashi Tharoor, a fourth-time Member of Parliament for Thiruvananthapuram, also the Chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs. As we all know, he's also a best-selling author of 26 books, both fiction and non-fiction. And with this upcoming session, Dr. Tharoor will guide us through the confluence of education and governance. We're also going to see some reflection on how parliamentary proceedings actually take shape, not only laws and policies, but also the role of education and how it plays into how we build a progressive democracy, empowering ourselves as informed citizens. Chairing this session, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist. Welcome, ma'am. Our stage is all set. Over to our session chair.
So we have a full house. Thank you so much for being with us.
Pleasure, Kaveri. Good morning.
Yes, and Dr. Tharoor, I wonder how many days of the year are you traveling?
Probably far more than is good for me. I mean, I've lost count, but certainly over 100 flights a year. And
100 flights a year?
And not to mention countless hours on the road, especially in Kerala,
Right.
where we don't have enough flight connectivity. So I'm on the move a lot.
Right.
More than is entirely good for me.
What does that tell you about India?
Oh, I think
People you meet and, you know, such a diverse...
That's what keeps me going.
Yeah.
Is I find myself energized by the audiences. The questions are usually solicit questions that I don't really believe in monologues.
Yeah.
And I found that the audiences, what's on their mind, their interests vary, but are usually of extremely interesting quality. And I find this perhaps in some ways more rewarding than sitting in Parliament and watching it being disrupted.
Which was actually my next question, because this is your fourth term. It's a new building. Is it a new environment as well, psychologically, socially, culturally? Do you get to gossip as much as you did in the old Parliament? What's it like, actually?
Look, I mean, there are really two questions on that. I mean, is the new building different from the old one?
Yeah.
Yes, it's certainly lacking the kind of character the old building had, which was redolent of history. The whole atmosphere went back, you know, the first built in the 1920s to house the British Legislative Chamber and the British Raj, and then you look at all the oak paneling and the old portraits and the lower ceilings, which give you a greater sense of intimacy.
Right.
Yes, it was cramped, it was uncomfortable, you couldn't get up to go to the toilet without having to trip over half a dozen colleagues.
But there was a certain charm in it, right?
But there was a certain charm, and of course there was the central hall where people met and gossiped, as you put, so on. Now, people are people, individuals don't change, so the gossiping may continue, but in less convenient circumstances. And I can tell you that the new building is rather like a soulless new convention hall.
Yeah.
And we have seen convention halls like this all over the country since Vigyan Bhavan came in and set the standard in Delhi. And I would say this is not an improvement on that. Perhaps with time it will acquire some character by use, by development of new traditions. But at this stage, there is a certain soullessness to it. I'm very conscious of what Justice Ramasubramanian said about soul, and he and I
and the spirit.
agree on the universality of the Atman, but I think that we can use the word soul in English metaphorically to speak about spirit plus something else, spirit plus a sense of indefinable character and identity that we speak of when we speak of the soul of India, the soul of Parliament, and this is still a soulless building. So on that issue, I would say that it's, the newness is a disadvantage. In terms of convenience, it is certainly in some ways very convenient. For one thing, it's easy to get up and go and come back and so on. Remember, you have more leg room, you have more sitting room, the space is much bigger. It is less convenient in that there is no central hall anymore. There is a cafeteria, which is a good walk, including through some public spaces to get to it. There are kind of lounges on both houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, where you can sit around, but very few people are seen talking to each other there. They're usually immersed because there's Wi-Fi there, and you're not allowed to use Wi-Fi in your chambers, and therefore you rush off to these lounges and check your messages or whatever. It's not yet the same sort of atmosphere. And finally, I think the real problem at the moment with Parliament is that over the years, and I'm not being partisan and blaming just the BJP, I would say over the last 20 years or so, we have seen a steady decline in what Parliament used to be or even should be. And it's now become increasingly a disappointing place to sit and work. It is characterized by very few high-quality debates. It is marked by excessively frequent disruptions. It no longer gives you the kind of sense which I must admit was already beginning to go down the tubes when I first came into Parliament 16 years ago, but which has been accelerating its decline since. It fails to give you the sense of the temple of democracy, the principal chamber of accountability of the government to the people, all of those things. Increasingly, what should be happening in Parliament is attempted to happen in the television studios, but the quality of that is another matter altogether, and you've been there, so I won't go there. So the net result is our democracy is suffering because of this decline in quality.
But there are still some high-quality speeches that we see. Maybe nothing of the stature of, say, when Vajpayee quit, after the 13-day government, or say when Omar said, I'm a Muslim, I'm an Indian. I mean, that 2008 speech, I think, is still very memorable. But there still are people who make an impact. Who would you say are your top 2-3 parliamentarians of today?
No, that would be invidious. I don't think it's right for me to pick specific colleagues. Everyone has had good moments. Some have not had a chance to have a good moment because of what's going on. And I will not name individuals. I will agree with you. There are people with great debating skill and ability who are there, but who often don't have an opportunity to showcase those skills enough. And yes, there are the occasional speeches with a certain virality on YouTube. And I've had a few myself that have gone fairly popular on YouTube and are still going around. But the truth is that for the most part, if you look back, say to my childhood, you had a number of people who acquired importance out of all proportion to the strength of their parties in Parliament only because of the way in which they used the floor of Parliament to challenge the likes of Jawaharlal Nehru and Indira
of course,
Gandhi.
Feroz
And so on.
Gandhi, Pilu Modi.
You mentioned Vajpayee, there's exactly Pilu Modi, there's Aminu Masani.
I think Pilu Modi coming
Ramnath,
wearing that placard saying, I'm a CIA agent is still something quite iconic.
That was memorable, but not particularly, you know. He was cleverer than that, and he said some very funny things. Early on, there was Ramnath Lohia, there was Ram Manohar Lohia, I beg your pardon. There was Nath Pai, George Fernandes in his own way, Madhu Limaye. There were a number of people who really made their political reputations because of their effective use of Parliament. And for that matter, Feroz Gandhi challenging his own prime minister. Now, you can't imagine that happening today, where the whip system has made it impossible for parliamentarians to express their conscience when they disagree with their own parties. So you've got to a point, I mean,
Has that happened to you?
So, Kaveri, when I was a private citizen, I mean, after I left the UN and before I came into politics, Somnath Chatterjee invited about 15, 16 of us, so-called round table of eminent citizens, included people like Mr. Narayana Murthy, Shyam Benegal, me, a few others.
A few public intellectuals that we have.
From various walks of life. Yes, some public intellectuals, some scholars, even some retired or about to retire politicians, like, if I remember right, Vasant Sathe was there, but then he was no longer in active politics. And he asked us the question, as citizens, can you advise me how we can improve Parliament? I remember we had 2 days of discussions, and one of the things that we all unanimously said, not almost, we all unanimously said was, you have to take action to crack the whip on disruptions, because why should anyone be allowed to disrupt Parliament? To which his answer was that in our democracy, disruptions are often the only resort for an opposition to make its presence heard, and if I were to follow the rule book and expel them from Parliament, it would be undemocratic. And therefore, that option is not available. And then we had the same thing later when Meera Kumar was Speaker, and again, there was very serious amounts of disruption going on. And she had the same view, that she had the right in theory to expel, but she didn't feel it would be right to do that because Parliament had to be allowed to
Someone should tell Dhankar and Om Birla that.
It's very different now. So it's somewhat different now. Let me explain the difference. Part of the factor was that in those days, of course, the opposition was more numerous. So if you kept expelling people, you would essentially end up depriving yourself of almost half the House. And you would not have been able then to truly convince the public that you were acting democratically, but also for the ruling parties of the UPA. I think there was a presumption that in the interest of democracy, it was better to give in to the opposition in the interest of making the system work. That was, I think, the old school DNA. The DNA that said, for example, that your parliamentary affairs minister would spend more time in the opposition benches talking to parliamentary leaders of the opposition parties than on his own side of the House. That was the way in which the Congress and I must
people
say,
like Pramod Mahajan, I think.
Absolutely, Pramod Mahajan, when he was Vajpayee's parliamentary affairs minister, Kamal Nath and Ghulam Nabi Azad and the UPA, they would spend more time on the other side and they'd be talking and schmoozing, if you like, with the opposition leaders, but getting things done. And even while these BJP disruptions are going on, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was inviting the same leaders to breakfast to discuss what issues were troubling them and so on. What has changed in the last 10 years, you can say it's a difference of degree rather than a difference of kind, is that now, first of all, especially in the first 2 terms, the BJP had an overwhelming majority. And they really felt that even if the entire opposition either walked out or was expelled, they would still have such a large number of people in the House, 2/3 almost, that it wouldn't matter and no one would consider them undemocratic. Maybe that's what they thought, but certainly their speakers had much less compunction about expulsions and much less willingness to adjourn. They would just let the bills be passed without debate amid the din, rather than, so they were not so worried about appearing undemocratic. The second problem in the course of the last 10 years is the parliamentary affairs ministers, until this 3rd term, never bothered to come and talk to the opposition. I mean, they would literally be issuing instructions, as it were, from the government benches. And so the result you saw was that there was a complete breakdown of communications and trust between government and opposition. We hoped that with the somewhat more close results of the 2024 elections, that there'd be more cooperation. I must say that there's been certainly a little more dialogue than there used to be, and a little more effort on their part to see what the opposition wants. But there's still been an awful lot of disruption, and there's still been a much less productive approach to the work of the nation. I have been dismayed to see in my 3 terms and the beginning of my 4th that increasingly the government just sees Parliament as a notice board to issue its pronouncements and as a rubber stamp of its own side, reinforced by the anti-defection law and the whip system, which means that even if there are MPs on their side who don't agree with some provisions or who are willing to see the merit in some proposed amendments, they'll still be steamrollered through. And the result of that, I think, has begun to undermine Parliament. You see, what was interesting was that in the old days, and I'm somebody who for my PhD, I read up hundreds of pages of parliamentary debates in the 60s.
What was your PhD on?
It was in Indian foreign policy making, so I was reading principally foreign policy debates. But when you're going through them, it's inevitable you get distracted by other debates as well. There's so much of rich material there. And I must say that it was very impressive to see both the quality of the argument, the intensity, and there was never the sense that there seems to be now, well, in any case, you're going to lose the vote, so how does it matter? I remember one particular memorable line of Vajpayee at a time when there were very few Jansangh members in Parliament.
When it was 2?
Well, no, not when it was 2, a little earlier, because my PhD was written before they were reduced to 2. It was the Jansangh days, they had a hand for maybe 40, 50, thereabouts, or 30, 40. But anyway, so he said to Indira Gandhi once, Madam, we have the arguments, you have the votes. And that was, so, but he said, I will still place my arguments on the record. I want the nation to hear what I have to say. And this is part of the logic of what this is all about. But part of the situation today, I think, is that there's much less opportunity. Many in the opposition seem to prefer disruption to debate, feeling that debate is futile because in any case, the government will get its way. The government has never taken the trouble in its entire, this 2 terms and 1 year of the BJP, they never once admitted an opposition adjournment motion, an opposition amendment to a bill, an opposition logical argument. I mean, it seems silly, but I can tell you when, for example, I remember when Ghulam Nabi Azad was health minister and a suggestion was made on a particular bill by a doctor. I can't remember which party, but the doctor said that there's something in this bill which could have been improved if you had done this, this, and this, because this is not correct. The bill had been introduced. He took it back, discussed with his officials, amended the bill, and brought it back a few days later. Now, this has never happened in the BJP. And I can remember a very trivial example, but in the first few months of the BJP government back in 2014, they were still passing some bills which had been prepared and all the legwork had been done in the last days of the UPA. One of them was a bill which required companies, factories, establishments of a certain number of people or more to inform their workers of their legal rights in writing. So when that bill came forward, obviously in the previous government, I was only confined to my ministry, so I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know about this bill. But when the BJP put that bill forward, I spoke up and offered an amendment saying, look, this is an excellent idea, but remember that in our country, there's still large numbers of illiterate factory workers and so on. In addition to providing them their rights in writing, can't we also have a provision that they should be informed orally of what these rights are? And literally, I could see a majority of the BJP MPs nodding their heads in agreement while I said this. But when the bill came to a vote, the whip was immediately exercised, and the entire lot of them voted for that bill, which I think could have been improved by adding the question of oral rights if you were serious about conveying rights to workers. Now, this is a simple example and a trivial one because it doesn't change anything much that's fundamental, but it raises the question of, do opposition views matter? And increasingly the impression given to the opposition by the government is they don't matter. Now, all of this is bad for the country, bad for democracy. And the other thing, very sadly, we've seen is a breakdown of trust, not just a breakdown of communication between the two sides. There is a sense in which, honestly, in every democracy, government and opposition must start off with the basic presumption that each has the best interests of the nation at heart, but that they disagree about how to achieve it and what ideology to pursue in achieving it. That's what democracy is. Otherwise, you should just overthrow the system, attempt a revolution. It wouldn't be democracy. In democracy, everyone is agreed that ultimately the welfare of India and Indians is what matters. We disagree on how to get there. That's somehow gone. Now we have had a government which has introduced terms like anti-national into the discourse. If you disagree with them, you're anti-national, you're unpatriotic, you're treasonous in your conduct. And for the other side, there is increasingly this perception that they see themselves as the doubted, the doughty Pandavas, the embodiments of virtue, against the evil machinations of the government, who are sort of this metaphorical and largely numerous, but adharmic Kauravas. Now, this kind of moral black and white on both sides means that you no longer just see yourself as adversaries, you see yourself as enemies.
Enemies.
And that can't be good for democracy either.
I wonder, when you meet privately across party lines, do the BJP MPs express this kind of view to you as well? Are they happy with what is going on?
Look, first of all, we meet much less together informally than we used to. I can tell you, during UPA time, it was entirely common, for example, for socializing during parliaments to involve people of all parties.
Regardless of what you said on the floor of the House, you were still
you were constantly in each other's homes and each other's events and so on. Very much less of it. Now, yes, people will still attend, say, weddings or occasions like that across party lines. But just sort of, going over for a dinner kind of thing, much less. In fact, I remember in my innocence early on, I invited a couple of BJP MPs. One or two first accepted and didn't come. And then I said, what happened? And then they felt very awkward. They said, look, we've been told not to come.
Really?
And then subsequently, I remember I made one more stab at it with somebody whom I had had very friendly interactions with, who was an MP on the other side and later became a minister of state. And she said, look, it's better for you not to invite me, and it's better for me not to accept, quote, unquote. And
we'll spend the day guessing who it is.
So there's very much less of that sort of communication. And I must say that I think something is lost in that process. I never used to refuse an invitation from a BJP MP when I was a Congress MP or a Congress minister. Today, there are no invitations that I'm aware of by BJP ministers to Congress people. And I remember one or two ministers who keep saying, you must come home, we must get together. And so I'd say, yes, yes, yes. Never actually, the
typical Delhi polite.
Never actually follows. Yeah. So I'm not complaining. I don't really need the extra food, God knows, or the extra drink. But I think what I really value is, as you said, this informal conversation. So you have to ask them yourself, Kaveri, what they think. But I will say that there has also been a problem on both sides going back perhaps a generation now, 20, 25 years, where the philosophy has been on the question of parliamentary disruptions, where you stand depends on where you sit. So the very same BJP MPs who, while in opposition, used to spin elaborate theories about disruption was good parliamentary politics.
Yes.
Arun Jaitley wrote articles about Sushma Swaraj, Venkaiah Naidu. I can quote even L.K. Advani. They all said disruption is a legitimate parliamentary tactic, and it strengthens democracy. All this sort of stuff. When the government is acting with misguided ways, why shouldn't we do this? The very same people came to power in 2014 and started bashing disruption as anti-national and so on. So, I mean, you can't take that. I don't know how many of us here have been to missionary schools, but you learn the golden rule, right? Do unto others how you would have them do unto you. Well, in Parliament now, the golden rule is do unto others what they have done unto you. So now they're very busy. They're very busy saying every time that even within the opposition, some of us will raise our voice saying this disruption is not a good idea. They'll say, but look what they did to us. And that becomes ultimately an impossible argument to refute.
Does the atmosphere of Lok Sabha change when the Prime Minister makes a rare appearance, which he does?
It's far too rare. That's another serious problem. And when Jawaharlal Nehru became Prime Minister, he made it a point to attend every single day.
I
every
believe he
single
had a
session.
microphone in his room to listen into
Absolutely.
the...
That you
Is
can
that
have. You can
so?
have TV sets in your
now,
offices
of course
now.
you can.
So you can
but
follow
I
the
mean,
debate.
at that time, I suppose it
that
was
was remarkable.
unusual.
And he came for every single day of every session. What is more, he obliged his cabinet to attend and he obliged the senior officials to attend. Today, the senior officials of the relevant ministries have to be there. Poor chaps, they have no choice. But I can tell you that ministers are only on a rotational duty basis, and the Prime Minister hardly ever comes. In fact, at one point, I accurately calculated and wrote a column about 7-8 years into his term that he has actually spent more time in parliaments abroad than in the Lok Sabha, of which he was an elected member. Because he was making these speeches to countries' parliaments, but he was not prepared to attend his own Lok Sabha.
But Parliament itself is sitting for far fewer days, right?
That's whose fault is that?
Yeah.
It's the government that decides the sittings. We have gone from, I mean, in the days, in Nehru's first term, it was over 150 days a year.
Now it's 55.
And it averaged throughout the 1950s about 135 to 155 days. In the 60s, it was slightly less, but not much less. And it carried on right up to the beginning of the century as roughly in that ballpark. Today, it's really gone down. And in fact, I remember when Modi ji was elected, somebody telling me, do you know that the Gujarat Assembly only met for 56 days last year? Watch out. And I said, come on, they can't do that to Parliament. And they seem to be in the process of doing exactly that to Parliament. And I'm not even sure the Gujarat Assembly is even managing 56 days anymore.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was asking you also about the mood. What is it like when he actually does?
Well, first of all, I mean, a number of things have changed. He walks in and the BJP benches all stand on their feet and start saying Modi, Modi, Modi. It's kind of almost, I'm sorry, I mean, it's 1930s Germany practically, this kind of atmosphere. We haven't seen this before. Yes, standing up was there. When Manmohan Singh walked in, the Congress benches would stand up, but there was no applause, there was no sloganeering, there was no shouting. We're just showing respect by standing up, which is an old culture and tradition. But this business of shouting slogans and waving hands and so on, and it goes on sometimes for 3, 4, 5 minutes, is a bit embarrassing. But thereafter, yes, their attention is focused on the presence of the Prime Minister, partially because it is so rare, and partially because when he speaks, he is a compelling speaker, but he doesn't often choose to speak. In fact, we have this very unusual situation only under Mr. Modi, when questions addressed to the Prime Minister himself is not only Prime Minister, but has ministries under him directly, are answered by the Minister of State in his office. So Jitendra Singh, the question says, will the Prime Minister tell Parliament, blah, 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 and Jitendra Singh, the Minister of State, will stand up and answer the question. Whereas in our time, very often, Dr. Manmohan Singh would himself answer the question.
History will judge him kinder, etc.
Well, he's already judging him more kindly, I think, than his peers did. Yeah. So these are, again, all things. Look at the most popular things in the British House of Commons on which we were supposed to be initially modelled was indeed Prime Minister's question time.
Yeah.
We don't have anything like that. Arguably, we never did, so it's not just BJP's fault, but we don't get... But this time the Prime Minister doesn't even answer normal question hour on the questions to the ministries that he's officially in charge of. Then why is he in charge of them? That's really troubling. The other things we don't have that other parliaments have that might perhaps, for example, I've even suggested in an article somewhere that what we could do, for example, is to borrow this idea that several Western parliaments have of saying that one day a week the opposition will determine the agenda. So the whole problem, the reason the opposition has an excuse to disrupt, it's not the only reason, but the principal reason, is they say we want to raise a particular issue of compelling importance. The Speaker won't permit it under the adjournment motion. The government won't allow us to discuss it, so we disrupt because we don't want the government's business to go ahead, but they don't let our business go ahead. That's the logic. Now, if the government and the Speaker could reasonably say, government does not feel this business is that urgent, however, on Wednesday it's your day, you raise it then, or Fridays, or whatever it may be. Now, that could be a good solution, and then there could be an agreed code of conduct on the basis of that since the opposition does have the democratic right to set the agenda on one day of the week, that they are also prohibited from disrupting the other 4 days, which is in their own interest, because look at what we get from Parliament. We can question ministers in question hour. We can raise our constituency issues in 0 hour. We can bring to the public matters of urgent public importance under what we call 377. Beg your pardon?
Lots of drama, lots of fire.
And you can debate, you can challenge, you can express your point of view. Even when you're going to be outvoted, you can lay for posterity a record that shows that you were right,
Yeah.
which is what Vajpayee's logic was. That sort of thing you could do, and that ultimately benefits the opposition MPs, because as it is, when you're not in government, you're not able to deliver as many benefits for your constituents except through persuasion, wheedling, cajoling of government ministers. But at least you can say, look, I raised your issue in Parliament. Here is the video, or here is the text of the speech I made, in which I said that. But when you hardly have any chance to speak because the Parliament is disrupted most of the time, you can't even go and tell your people, see, I raised your issue.
So are your microphones really switched off, and how do they do that? I wonder. Does Mr. Dhankar have a button that goes?
The switching off of the microphone is indeed a prerogative. I'm surprised, honestly. I mean, I've never sat in the speaker's chair, so I don't physically know how it works. But there is no doubt that it seems to me that
Mr. Birla and Mr. Dhankar are using
the opposition MPs
it.
and particularly opposition leaders, when they're either saying things the government doesn't want to hear, or when they're speaking out of turn, or when they're seeking the mic to raise an issue that the authorities don't want them to raise, their mic does go silent. That is true. It is. I've seen it far too often for the speaker to really credibly say that he doesn't control the mic. It does go off.
The level of animosity between the chair and the members, especially of the opposition, is also quite unusual, isn't it?
It has definitely become worse over the years. And I think it is deeply, deeply regrettable, because ultimately you want to see your presiding officer as a kind of judge, to use an appropriate word this morning, as somebody who sits there, has essentially shed his political prejudices and is there to rule. But unfortunately, it's also part of the government's approach that there is a widespread perception. I won't make it as an accusation because I don't want to show any disrespect to the speaker, but there is certainly a perception that the presiding officers of both houses receive instructions from the government, and what is more, are willing to receive them, which is not something that previous speakers would either have entertained or been required to entertain. I mean, how do you look at the stature of some of those speakers?
Yeah, I mean,
what do you tell us, Somnath Chatterjee? What do you tell?
Can you switch off the mic, please, when so-and-so speaks?
He was clearly, he was by far the senior, one of the senior most MPs, and both in sort of years of service and in terms of age. People looked at him with a great deal of deference, and no one would have presumed to give him directions. Even if a parliamentary affairs minister went to him and said, don't do this, he would have said, you give me your advice and I'll take my decision. That's the way he would have been.
How is your LOP? How is he performing, you think?
Well, what do you expect me to say? I think he's effective. Look, when he's there, when he has an opportunity to speak, he knows what he wants to convey, and he conveys that in his own way. There are all sorts of styles in Parliament. Not everybody speaks in the same way. Some of us have a sort of more forensic approach, as about marshalling a whole number of arguments and going bang, bang, bang. LOP's style is a little more discursive in that he will take one metaphor or one theme and expatiate on it for some length. But he does that very effectively, and many of his statements have entered our political lore in the last little period. I mean, you've seen, for example, I think one of the things that really stung, it was not even in a speech, it was in Rapati, in that he was making a speech early on in the Narendra Modi government, and he said something about your prime minister. And the BJP promptly stood up and he's your prime minister too. And then he said, yes, he is my prime minister, lekin wo kisan mazdoor ka pradhan mantri nahi hai. He is not the farmers.
That really stung.
And then that was the same thing which he said, this is a suit boot sarkar. And that phrase stuck. And you remember that there was this ostentatious suit and so on.
Yes, of course.
All of that was immediately auctioned, and the suit boot image was consciously dialed down because he made that stinging.
So Parliament matters at the end of the day.
I mean, to that degree, I mean, really, I'd like to think Parliament should matter for more than that, for all the other things I mentioned so far. But yes, it certainly matters in that way too.
Yeah.
I mean, if frankly, we saw in the last House the expulsion of Mahua Moitra, if she hadn't been such an effective parliamentarian, that wouldn't have
come back, yes. And she was voted back.
She wouldn't have been expelled in the first place. It wouldn't bother if she didn't matter in Parliament.
Yeah. Could we have a couple of quick questions? Yes, two. We can't let Dr. Tharoor go without questions. I know people really do like to ask him. Yes.
Good
Quickly,
morning,
please.
Dr. Tharoor. I'm Adil Beg. I teach economics. Already we spoke about how Parliament is functioning. We discussed the issues. You said the concerns. Everything is fine. But as a citizens of this nation, we can't be just seeing Parliament disrupting, and both the sides should take blame, both the treasury benches and opposition. So now we saw the issues. So what is the solution? What is the future? How we can change it? Like one solution you already said, one day for opposition. What are all the other changes that we can do to make it work?
So let me first preface that by saying I did write an article in the Hindu in the beginning of this year about this whole business of disruption, which...
You should have written it in the New Indian Express.
I do write for the New Indian Express. It's the same frequency, that is once a month, as I do in the Hindu, but I had already given them, their column appears on the second Friday of every month, so this year it was early enough that they got something else. But anyway, coming back to the issue, I will say that as far as this particular discussion is concerned, no suggestion that I come up with, and maybe that's what I should do, is write a column in the New Indian Express with suggestions for the future. But if I do that,
we have a column for you.
But no suggestion I come up with would be of any value unless the government buys onto it. See, our system, even constitutionally, I don't know if Justice Ramasubramanian will agree, but our constitution is already much more tilted towards the executive than most parliamentary constitutions are. But on top of that, we also have had over the last 80 years, or 77 years, whatever it is, now 78 years, an increasingly centralizing application of our systems of governance. And in the legislature, the government calls the shots. So if I were to suggest, for example, 1 day a week for the opposition, if I were to suggest the Prime Minister, say, once a month subjecting himself to parliamentary questions for 2 hours, if I were to suggest, for example, that the opposition could reduce the number of adjournment motions it submits because it now has that 1 day a week. But if it submits an adjournment motion, that the Speaker will at least entertain a brief discussion on why that motion is important, instead of just dismissing it out of hand. There are procedural things like that, and I can give you 3 or 4 more if I sit down and think about it rather than just off the cuff, because what I would like to do is also borrow from the best practices of some of the other democratic parliaments. There are good systems involved. I will say that so far the committees have been working reasonably well, because the committees work away from the public glare. That is, that they're closed door, there are no cameras, no records. I mean, records are maintained for the parliament, but they're not issued in public. There are inevitably leaks from members to the media when an issue is particularly hot, but by and large, people don't use the committees to grandstand. So actual work gets done. If we can perhaps even create a provision for some in-camera discussions, that is closed-door discussions of some issues without the TV cameras, so that people will actually talk seriously rather than spend all their energies in posturing for the public. I don't know. There are various ideas. Let's see what can be done on the basis of what's done elsewhere. But all of this presumes a willingness on the part of the government to even admit this conversation. The government has shown no interest in seeking parliamentary reforms, because at the end of the day, they get their way. And so, if you are looking at the government saying, you know, the old line about man proposes, God disposes, whatever, here it's very much a case of, you know, the MPs propose and government disposes. So the government is going to decide whether any of this is feasible. So I can come up with ideas, and I probably will, now that you've put the thought in my head, but it's almost an academic discussion unless our government is actually prepared to say, yes, we want to make Parliament work better, and to make Parliament work better, we're willing to explore ways with you.
Another question? Karthike?
Perhaps we could have a lady in the audience as well.
Oh, okay,
We should have some
sure.
gender balance.
Who is there?
We don't have enough in Parliament, so...
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Tharoor.
There we are.
I'm Abhirami from MOP Vaishnav. And I have a question for you. It's actually about debates and the quality of proper parliamentary debate. So recently, something that made the headlines was about India's name change to Bharat, and it was also mentioned today. And we have seen a lot of scenarios where a country changes its name, and most recently, I think, Ceylon in '72. We have seen a lot of economic downfall after the name change. This is, according to me, this is a gold mine for parliamentary debate. Why don't why doesn't the Indian Parliament want to take up and make a proper decision instead of, kind of bringing it into an authoritarian regime?
Well, partly because, in fact, they never brought a bill. They could have brought a bill to the House, and that would have provoked a debate on the subject of the name. But they didn't, partially because the Constitution already calls the country India, that is Bharat. So using one or the other is equally acceptable. I happen to agree with you that this debate would be interesting, but actually rather pointless, because, in fact, Bharat is the name for the country in most Indian languages, and India is the name for the country in English, and that was a perfectly workable arrangement for a very long time. Why they want to tamper with it now? Now the president is issuing invitations to her reception saying the president of Bharat, which I find odd, to put it very mildly. But their objection to India is also completely preposterous. How did the name India come about? It came about because the people beyond the river Sindhu, the Indus, were the people who were given a name by foreigners, right? So the Persians couldn't pronounce the S. So instead of Sindhu, they would say Hindu. And so the people beyond the Sindhu were all Hindus. When the Greeks came, they also picked up this name Hindu. And so the name became India, in Latin, and in French, INDE, and so on for many European languages. And that's how it stuck. Now, what is particularly amusing is the same people who say that India is of foreign origin and therefore should not be used, forget that it is of the identical origin as the word Hindu, and they're going around saying, Garv se kaho ki hum Hindu hai. If you say Hindu, you can say India, because they both come from exactly the same origin, foreigners mispronouncing the river Sindhu. It's as simple as that. That's how Hindus are, and that's how India is. So if you can't say India, you shouldn't say Hindu. You can't go around saying, say with pride, we are Hindu, and at the same time say, don't be proud of saying you're Indian. I mean, come on. It makes absolutely no sense. But then people don't really look at all of this with any great degree of intelligence. It's somewhat emotional talk. However, yes, if there is a debate, I will volunteer to speak in it.
What's your word of the year so far?
So far?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was told that the word of the year for one of these dictionary, Oxford, or one of those, was brain rot.
Brain rot.
I think increasingly the danger of sitting in Parliament while it's being disrupted time after time is going to be brain rot.
What do you do when that's happening?
You see, I actually take my work very seriously. I prepare for every single parliamentary question that's filed. I prepare for every bill that's listed for discussion. I come with notes. I come prepared to intervene or to object or to ask questions or whatever. So, I seethe with frustration. Many of the other MPs just go off and have a coffee or whatever while waiting for the period of disruption to be over. I tend to be one of those, I'm afraid, who goes off to the lounge with his Wi-Fi on the phone and starts doing emails and messages. Already I'm drowning in far too many messages. Or tweets, indeed, or tweets as well.
My last question, very important. What's the canteen food like? Important, very important. And I believe you're very particular about your idlis.
No, I haven't eaten there often enough yet to pronounce authoritatively. But on the basis of a very limited sampling, I'd say it's not bad.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's gourmet. I certainly wouldn't say it's inedible. In fact, I was just in one of my college alumni group in an interesting debate about how bad Rashtrapati Bhavan food used to be until Pranab Mukherjee's regime brought in ITDC to take over the kitchen. And you actually remember how bad the food was, because that's how bad it was. In Parliament, it never got that bad, but it wasn't great. Today, it's slightly better. I don't think anyone would sort of, go there in preference to going to the Chola, but certainly you would go there if you wanted a cup of coffee or a snack or a dosha or a vada or whatever, without feeling that you were doing any violence to your insides.
Great. Thank you so much. It's been quite an insight into how Parliament functions, and
thank you.
Also the new Parliament building and what MPs do.
Thank you all very much. And yes, it's been interesting. And I must say that I don't mean to make people feel that they don't want to be in Parliament.
Yeah.
I just hope that a new generation will do better than some of us.
Right.
That you will still feel inspired. I may not want to go through this experience a fifth time after having seen so much of this negativity.
I hope you're not announcing your retirement from politics.
No, not from politics. From contesting a Lok Sabha election. I've already said that in my constituency 4 times. And touch wood, thanks to the voters for victories, has given me enough to rejoice in. I think if my party wants to use me and the people want me to do things in politics, I'm still interested and willing. But sitting in a disrupted parliament time after time can be somewhat dispiriting. So what I'm urging is the young people who want to come forward, should get involved in parliamentary politics, but should come with different standards and ideals and try and prevent and do everything they can to avoid the disruption we've seen in recent.
Wonderful. We have to think of post MP employment from Dr. Tharoor, regular column, more frequent column in the New Indian Express, perhaps, Shantanu. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And
thank you very much.
Applause would be welcome. It's very rare that we get to listen to what's happening in Parliament.
If I may please call upon Mr. Prabhu Chawla to join us on stage and extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Tharoor. It's been a fantastic session, ladies and gentlemen. We started out with a very vivid exploration of the physical structure of the Parliament. We ended on a lovely exploration of what the meals in there were. But throughout the course of this, we also had the fantastic opportunity to see what the official proceedings transpire like. And of course, alongside that, sprinkled with a generous dose of candor and clarity that only Dr. Tharoor can. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we extend our heartfelt thanks to our speaker. With that, our next session, I have to say, we're kind of jumping right in, because in a nation like India, when we talk of education, all around the world, we know that we truly value education in all its glory. And therefore, the need arises for access to be absolutely universal. Our next session is titled A Campus for Everyone, Making Higher Education Inclusive. And this session will explore the complexities of inclusivity in education. It's not just about the physical access, as you can tell, but also about creating an environment where every student feels valued, respected, and empowered enough to reach their full potential. We'll dive into how to build campuses that truly celebrate diversity, while also taking the time to examine the systemic barriers, whether it's financial, social, and beyond, all of which prevent equitable access. It's my pleasure to invite onto the stage our speakers this session, starting with Professor Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev, Honorable Vice Chancellor of SNDT, Women's University, Mumbai. A renowned architect, as we all know, urban planner, and an educator. She has been a pioneer in architecture education for over 3 decades now, mentoring scholars while also driving innovation every single day. Her leadership, of course, has earned her accolades, including one of the most influential women in education in 2024. We're truly honored to have you here with us, ma'am. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Professor Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev to join us on stage. It's also my pleasure to invite our speaker, Professor Basudkar J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, an eminent biologist, and also someone who has significantly contributed to the genome dynamics and computational biology. With extensive teaching and administrative experience at premier institutions like TIFR, IISER, he's someone who continuously shapes India's educational landscape. So he's usually called the visionary leader, but he's also someone who actively champions research, innovation, and sustainable development in higher education. A round of applause for our speakers. Joining us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev and Professor Basudkar J. Rao. Welcome, sir. Welcome, ma'am. We have senior journalist, Ms. Kaveri Bamzai, driving the conversation forward.
So let's begin. Professor, I think the most important thing that we're waiting for Ujjwala, but I thought we'd begin nonetheless. How are things now at the University of Hyderabad? It's been the center of quite a bit of dissent and Are things more settled now?
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible at the end. Am I audible? Yes? Yeah. Yeah. University of Hyderabad is an institution of eminence.
Yes.
It's a study ship now. It's hitting its high points in academics and also is looking at charting its path in innovation as well, guided by national education policy. The past has been its past. We are moving on.
But how did you manage to overcome that period of a lot of disruption?
I really do not want to go into too many details of the past. However, few points that I want to really touch upon. University of Hyderabad represents very high level of diversity, especially students coming from first generation transitions.
Right, which is very important.
Which is very, very important. And our aim has been to ensure that we talk to them, we listen to them, and we understand their problems and see what we can do within the given framework. This ability to talk to them and pay attention to them has been a healing touch. And this is the way we move forward.
Right. And the Ambedkar Society is still as important and very much part of the university setup?
All the groups are still there, and we talk to all of them. And I think they now realize that academics is the way forward for all of them. And if there are any wrinkles to take care of, there are ways to take care of that. And they know it and we know it.
Right. Ma'am, we started before you came in. But I think for SNDT, how important is it to establish and maintain diversity in the kinds of students who come to you? And what do you do to ensure that there is equity within that framework?
Yeah. Thank you first. And sorry for being slightly late.
No, that's all
It's
right.
too cold out there, actually. And
This is Chennai.
Yeah, I know. And first of all, I should say I need to thank you all organizers that I am here. And I can confess that I was slightly nervous to be sitting here and talking after Mr. Shashi Tharoor and then saying something about it. I become suddenly conscious about my English as well. However, coming...
This is a platform that encourages diversity of thought, language, everything.
I understand. And I know being the Vice Chancellor of SNDT Women's University, that's the reason which makes me come here and be here and share the views. One of the oldest universities, largest women university, when at that point of time there was a need to have a separate platform, I would say, for women to come together and have education. And that was the vision of our founder, Maharshi Karveji, who did it at that point of time, almost 109 years ago from now, in 1916. And diversity among, sometimes I'll just put a small thing which, before your question, even now people come and say, what's the need now for you to have an exclusive women's university? And why don't you make it some percentage for men to be there, like 30% reservation for men could also be thought of. The reason why I personally felt it earlier, but when I look at the kind of students who are coming to us, there are many students, I would say, reasonably high number of students who are coming as first generation learners. And the many others who come to us are the ones who feel comfortable in the ambience where there are only women around them. Kind of a safety, they find it more important. Students at times, the young generation does feel like having an ambience of an co-education. However, parents and certain communities together, they want SNDT to be the place where the girls would go. And I have, over the years, also found it that yes, it's necessary at certain point of time. Certain issues, certain pointers can be very freely discussed when we are only women out there.
Right. Professor, how do you create a nurturing environment, especially for first-generation learners?
Education is mind-liberating process.
Yeah.
It is not just the content. Education begins when you touch the minds. Otherwise, it doesn't begin. So we believe that we are striving hard to create an ecosystem where the teacher and the taught engage with their minds. And when the minds engage, ideas come out. When ideas come out, disagreements, agreements both happen, but at the ideas level. At ideas level, we can have wars going on. Doesn't matter.
Right.
Because that's where the real, music of friction happens.
And if young people don't dissent, who will?
Absolutely. So
That's the time
whenever I
rebel.
talk to my students, I call them, you are all my young scholars. You are the future of the nation. Let us debate only on ideas.
Right.
Out of 100 ideas, if we can implement those 2 bright ideas, maybe we'll make Bharat.
Right.
We don't need too many ideas. We need bright 2 ideas that will work for our country.
Right.
We need to explore that space. And entire business is to explore that space and capture those ideas.
So what is it? Do you have an open door policy? How do you actually, what are the mechanics of this engagement?
Our mechanics so far has been using the model of academics.
Right.
That is, we are going through what is called Golden Jubilee year of the university. We are celebrating our 50 years of academic celebration. It's a festival. Instead of doing a big dhamaka, what we have done is every school, every center will have lots of academic conferences, invite very, very celebrated academicians on multiple themes. So these are all celebrations in various units, and we say these are not just monologues. We have conferences where the scholars come, and we will have discourses. We have flipped classrooms. It's a dialogue-centric atmosphere, right? So this actually has, I think, soothed the whole system, where everybody is looking forward towards the future of their own career, future of the university, future of the system. And NEP 2020 has really helped us a lot, because NEP 2020 facilitates this multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary thinking and dialogue.
You can choose whatever courses up to a certain point.
And it also promotes what is called experiential learning.
Right.
Learning that happens out of experience, not by reading alone.
Right.
So this, I think, has opened up a new way of thinking about what is education, what should I do with myself, what should I do for the system, how do I study curriculum, how do I interact with everybody, how do I get hands-on. This is a different world.
Is it easier to work with the students, or is it easier to work with the teachers?
Anytime with students.
Teachers
anytime,
are
anytime,
more
any
difficult.
number of times any number of hours I will spend with students. I will be very careful with the teachers.
Why is that?
Because I think teachers are the rate limiting steps in the system.
The other?
Rate limiting steps.
Okay.
That means they are the slowers everywhere. Because teachers in general in the country have gone into a lot of comfort zone living. Now is the time where we have to be learners all the time.
Exactly.
Every teacher has to be a student.
Is there reluctance?
Every student has to become a teacher. Right? This is the inversion now.
Right. What you call the
I
flipped
find
classroom.
teachers, there are good teachers, but there are not good enough number of teachers.
Right.
We need good enough number of teachers who are passionate, who are committed, who are there to spend long hours outside the classroom.
Right.
I don't find those teachers anymore.
Yeah.
I am here because of that one teacher.
Who was your mentor?
My teacher was in a high school where I used to discuss with him about many things beyond the curriculum. I still remember a statement he made. He said, finally, you have to do it what you want to do it. Appo Deepo Bhava. Gautam Buddha statement.
Right.
Last statement of Gautam Buddha. Whatever you want to do,
You have to.
you are the light, you are the lamp, you find the way. I think that is education. If you can give that spirit, if you can ignite that in every student, the rest will happen.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask you, you talked specifically about first generation learners. How much of the learning has to be done by them as well as their parents, as well as the teachers? It's a community that you have to sort of work with, isn't it?
Of course. With parents, yes, very much.
Yeah.
Rather, and we as a university would have to do it much more, because it's at times we need to convince the parents
Yes.
that your daughter needs to be in the universities.
Yeah.
Particularly
Or
about
needs
the
to
university.
study more, or needs to, do something
Especially the basics.
Yes.
Because the school education, we still can understand that the parents are ready to send their children. But by the time it comes to the higher education, their girls are about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And then that's the time that the parents want them to get married. And
Even now?
Even now, of course. And at times I would not blame even the girls. They are mentored and tuned and hammered to take up the decision accordingly. And that's the time when, and higher education most of the time is not even, it is self-supported. Like they have to pay fees. Our university becomes an exceptional where the support comes from the government, and the fees are exceptionally lower here for many of our courses. So we have to convince them, tell them that your education will make you, liberate you. Sanskritā Stri Parashakti is the motto of our university, which means one enlightened woman can bring about a sea change not only in the surrounding, but at almost everywhere that she moves around in her context. So if that is so, many times what we have also realized in the recently that these tribal areas from where our students come, they don't want to move far away from their places, and parents don't want to send them, so we reach them. Now recently the university has started, with the support of the government, a new campus in Chandrapur district, Balarsha,
Right.
which is a tribal area and thick jungle area, where we have now established a beautiful campus with all the possible courses which now I would say are possible because of the national education policy. So the forest pickers, these fruit pickers, those forest guards, all those ladies, they have now come to us. And now we have made a small courses, small courses, which are not more than 4 credits or so. And the MOUs have been done. And with these, now we are giving them minor degrees in coming years, of course. Now it's just the beginning. A beautiful model, a slightly different model of a national education policy has been now possible, where we are trying to invite these girls and the industries and making them come together. And these girls now becoming very confident. Another thing which we have also asked.
Are these courses specific to, say, forestry or?
Not only forestry, but what we did actually at that point of time was took a complete 3 to 4 meetings with the industries. There are lots of industries. There is a cement industry, power industry, mining, as well as there is a forest. So we have an MOU with almost all of them. And we ask them, what do you really need? We ask the industry and we ask the community. With forest, it was possible to reach out to the community and to women and go deeper inside the villages and give them small, short courses which made them aware about what SNDT Women's University is. That was our first reason to reach them. Then second point was to reach them to understand what do they need. So give them the confidence. It should have been the other way around, giving them the confidence first and then telling them about university. But finally, what we actually intend to do is to give them these small courses, then minor degrees, and then inviting them for the actual degrees if necessary. So
how long has this been in process? Have you had a class that has graduated?
Not yet, not yet. It's only 2 years from now. Now next session, we will be expanding a lot. Meru he mentioned about, and then again another important thing that has happened to SNDT Women's University is a status of Meru, with which funds come from the government, and that is 100 crores. University also has a land in Palghar area. Palghar is another area which is a tribal district. And at that point, through Meru, we are proposing STEM courses for them. There are very few students who travel all the way from Palghar to our church gate. Main office is in church gate. They travel every day, 3 hours of a travel at times, to and fro again, and 6 hours. At that point of time, when I discussed with them and talked to them, I realized they want something out there. So now this is also possible because of the policies of the government, I would say. So this is a kind of an inclusion.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I would like to just make one point that when we talk about including tribals, I've heard and learned and understood now after so many years that there are so many things which actually are the mainstream, which is education for us to learn from them.
Right.
So what do we term as mainstream is nothing, not bringing them, but going back to them also is equally important. So it will be necessary and important for my students in Mumbai to learn something from them as well.
And will you be doing that kind of exchange?
Of course. Yeah. Yes, this collaboration has already been envisaged, and we already had just now, last week, from 16th, 17th and 18th of January, there was a international conference where City University of New York was our knowledge partner, and they came. We from Mumbai went, and from Pune, from all our campuses, we went to Chandrapur and learned from them, and we talked and had a good interaction. It was quite successful.
Professor, you must be seeing so many young students, so much hunger for learning. What gives you that desire and that passion to keep doing what you do?
India is the model for the world. All the problems of the world manifest in India.
Right.
If we can solve those problems in India, India is the template for the world. Yeah. This I am completely convinced about. Education. India has very high number of aspirational youth.
Yeah.
They are roaring to go. We have not generated enough infrastructure to generate the best quality undergraduate education in the country yet. We are excellent. We are only excellent in patches. If you take all IITs, all NITs, all high-performing central universities put together, that constitutes maybe not more than 5 to 10%
of the total higher education. Yeah.
We need to take the remaining 90% with us.
Yeah.
That is the only way Bharat can become Vikasit. How do we take that 90% undergraduate and school education system to a high quality? This is the only question. Where is the template? How do we do it?
And it has to be ours, right?
It has to be done.
We cannot borrow it from
It has to be done within maybe a decade.
Yeah.
Because after that, the demographic dividend will start dwindling.
Exactly.
So this is a time window for us to generate at scale high quality education in high school and undergraduate. If we do that, the rest of the things will fall in line. We will have high skills. We will have high delivery points. We will have high innovations. We will have everything ready for the globe. 1 decade. And we have to take care of the remaining 90% of our undergraduates, youth who are roaring to go, who are in the hinterland. They do not have opportunities even now. We do not have we need a lot more world-class universities. We need to invest a lot more money in education and school infrastructure. Our school infrastructure is moth-eaten. There are too many gaps.
Right.
We have to take care of them, and this is the time clock ticking.
Yeah. But do you feel that we're at that inflection point? Do we have the ability to take that big leap?
Absolutely. I think we have the money. We just have to put it out. I have to take the money out of my wallet and do it in the society. Because if we don't do it...
Hyderabad is the center for very rich people.
Absolutely. Hyderabad...
Why don't they part with some money?
Hyderabad is the capital for the country in terms of innovation and academics and research
And
R&D. Money. Hyderabad is the ecosystem, and we are trying to do it. We have to learn to work together.
So do you go out on fundraising drives and do you tell your
I
business?
do want to. I don't get enough time. I want to get more time to go and talk to the rest of the people. I'm very busy inside my system doing
Tell them
things.
to part with some money and invest.
We have begun doing it.
Right.
We have now Alumni Endowment Fund, which is very actively working. Earlier we didn't. So many things are getting in place now. I think things
So
should
if I were to ask you, say 5 subjects of the future that you would ask someone to study, what would they be? The top 5
subjects.
Yeah.
Quantum computing, number 1. That's the future. Healthcare.
Right. At all levels.
At all levels.
From doctors to nursing care.
High quality, interactive, digital education.
Right.
Number 3. 4th, anything to do with SDGs.
Right.
4th, anything to do with Indian culture, nationalism, and our legacy. These are the 5 pillars. If we can bring these 5 pillars together, we have the resources.
Right.
And focus on it for a decade intensely and generate high quality manpower, we are done.
Ma'am, you? What would your top 5 be?
I knew, I started thinking when you asked him. I've been believing in the statement, education, as has been told in our own philosophy or in Indian literatures, Arthakari, Yuktakari and Muktakari. Arthakari is a finances, which huge packages, which has always been the Macaulay's way of, that's where we had led to. Yuktakari and Muktakari, the provision for these two, ability enhancement and understanding the things. Muktakari, andhere means whatever is a gyan out there. These two have been taken care by national education policy for sure. But while we are dealing with all the 3 things, first thing I agree with him when he says health sciences. In that case, we need to go much deeper into it. And our culture, Indian literature, ancient knowledge has a solution to it, technology to it, to know about your own self first. That I call as a second education. There has always been a knowledge in entire India, and it has been in the in a lineage where rishis and rishikas have been imparting it, and it's there. We assumed it has nothing to do with the professional knowledge system. We never tried to bring these 2 streams together. And that's the point where if this is officially a part of the mainstream education and mandatory for every student to know about our own, so it has nothing to do with the religion. It has something to do with knowing your own self, deeper insight, your own desires, your own ideas, your own psyche, your own thought processes,
Basically
your own
becoming
beliefs.
your own algorithm.
Exactly. And that there is a beautiful technique in our systems where you go take a technical ways of meditation, Om, and maybe other things, but that should become a part of our education in small doses initially, maybe like small credits, 2 credits, 4 credits, which has been done as an ancient knowledge system made mandatory. However, it has, I'm making a conscious and responsible statement. It cannot be imparted in the classroom in a form of delivering a lecture or a courses. It cannot be in the form of a content, course content. It has more to do with the pedagogy.
Right.
It has more to do with the experiential learning. And that is something probably missing. In our course of discussion, a small experiment I would like to share some later, maybe to cut short my answer right now.
No, in fact, we're running out of time. But one last question to both of you. If you were a student today and you were taking admission in University of Hyderabad or SNDT, what is the one subject or course that you would like to take, which you didn't have the option of earlier?
I will take two subjects. One, Vedanta.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, cosmology.
Cosmology.
Cosmology. I think these two subjects have a unifying theme.
Right.
A theme that you are much beyond your physical existence. Both these subjects give you the feeling that there is grandeur picture that you should be part of and that you should understand. So these two subjects, I think, are extremely important. If we can start teaching these two subjects to young children, I think their mind will follow a different world of excursion.
Yeah, that's true. Ma'am?
I'm an architect. So when I was becoming an architect, I was exposed, fortunately, to many of the art forms. But in pieces, and the sports, the music, the other aspects of your own personality needs to be groomed with the equal importance, and that was not the kind of a exposure that was given to us. So music would be something which in person as an individual, because I feel it connects you with everything, with your own self and the nature, with understanding the things. And then other things I feel should never be taught nowadays. In the coming days, probably AI will take the care of all other things, but whatever you need to practice and inculcate within yourself, and which is impossible without guru, should be taught. Rest of the things should be left out to AI. And another radical statement before you, please. All higher education institutions and universities should shrink down physically, and virtually maybe they grow in virtual spaces, and essentials should be identified and retained.
Then how will you prepare students for 90-hour weeks, ma'am? If they have to do that, and that too from office, not even at home. 90-hour weeks in office.
I know, but working and learning is a continuous process. That has to be understood. How you learn is more important than where you learn. And in spite of being an architect, in spite of being an urban planner, I would say that the ambience teaches you. Definitely. You learn from the ambience. You behave according to the ambience. But there's so much more to be learned from the peers and others, and there are other spaces. These spaces of the higher education need to be rethought, revisited, and redesigned now, so that it happens automatically and it doesn't look like a huge, again the colonial mansions and the buildings where people come and the formality percolates down into you. There should be a complete informal teaching. Ideology, this is what I was actually thinking about, that idealism and naturalism are the two aspects which we were thinking about as a part of our education, imparting education. So now is a time to think about naturalism, which percolates naturally down, and teaching and learning happens in small capsules, but happens naturally.
Yeah, that's the urban planner in you speaking. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Is there something that you'd like to add, sir?
Just want to leave with one thought.
Yeah.
If you just fast forward yourself 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, the world will be very different.
Yeah.
We will be surrounded with gizmos which are artificially driven. because of what is called artificial intelligent machine learning. It would be a very, very different, weird world. Bharat is the only country where artificial intelligence can be nicely modulated with natural intelligence. Prabhu Chawla ji was mentioning, India can provide a template for the world so that we can still produce Mahatma Gandhi's, Gautam Buddha's. Otherwise, if artificial intelligence takes over, there is no room for these people. We would not even discover them. We need to keep the room so that we discover Mahatma Gandhi's, Gautam Buddha's, Ramana Maharshi's, Ramakrishna Paramahimsa's, and Michael Faraday's.
And not Elon Musk.
Yes, not Elon Musk.
But
Definitely
he's the
not
role
Elon Musk.
model these
See,
days.
we need to keep that raw intelligence alive. That's the only savior. The rest is all fluff.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I think we heard some really radical ideas today, and it was very, very insightful. Makes you want to go back to university and take a course.
You know, nothing more exciting than going back to university now. If I were 40, 50 years young, there are so many things one can do now.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful time to live.
Absolutely.
Actually.
That's so optimistic. Thank you. Yes. You were saying something?
No, I did say that I do feel like with the ambience and the kind of learning happening around and the informations, that had it been so in those days, because it's been 40 years since I have left the university as a student, but of course I continue to be a student even after being a Vice Chancellor. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A little louder applause. I thought we had some really good ideas, and it's really been very fruitful. And thank you.
Thank you very much to our speakers. If I may please invite onto the stage Mr. Prabhu Chawla to extend our thanks and felicitate them. Welcome, sir. A fantastic discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Exploring, we started off with the role that a teacher plays, and of course, we ended up on the fantastic collaboration that can come about when we have natural intelligence combined with artificial intelligence, and the true power of the Indosphere coming through. If we may have a quick photo op with our speakers. As we set the stage for our upcoming session, we talk about education. The next topic focuses on one of the key aspects of that. In fact, in India, I feel like one of the primary methods of assessing knowledge has always been the exams, right? But before we step into a new era of education, we also need to kind of address the question of, are exams really the only or the best way to assess a student's potential? And that's exactly what we tackle in our next session. It's titled Testing Times, Rebuilding Exams in India. We also have a fantastic look at how traditional exam system has gone about for so long, how it has actually evolved, and if there is room for further evolution. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to be shifting away from memorizing to actually creating assessments that foster critical thinking, that also indulge in a little bit of creativity while at it. We're about to witness a conversation of innovative approaches where evaluation itself can better equip students on their journey forward. It is my pleasure to invite onto the stage our speaker for this session, Mr. M. Jagdish Kumar, Chairman of the UGC. A fantastic honor to have you here with us, sir. A distinguished academician and a researcher in electrical engineering. He's also someone who has served as the Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University and is a professor at IIT Delhi with over 250 publications and numerous awards, including the IETE Ramlal Wadhwa Gold Medal. His contributions have been truly valuable, and driving this conversation, it's my pleasure to invite our session chair, Professor S. Vaidya Subramaniam, Vice Chancellor, Shastra University. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a deep dive into the topic of examinations. Over to our session chair.
Thank you. It's happy to be part of ThinkEdu again, and happier to share the stage again with the chairman of UGC. Let me first begin with the assurance to the predominant members in the audience, the students, that I will reserve some time because this is a session that is concerning your future. But let me also begin by acknowledging the fact that we are almost going to complete 5 years of NEP 2020. And the chairman of UGC, 3 years at the helm of affairs in UGC, a person who's responsible for many reforms. So let me first begin the question by testing the institutions that are responsible for driving NEP 2020 forward. So if my short question is, in your assessment, what would be the score of 40,000 plus institutions on 3 parameters? 1, understanding what NEP 2020 is. 2, whether they have an implementation plan ready. And 3, how many of them have started implementing it?
Vaidya, it's always a pleasure talking to you. You see, in 2020, we launched the National Education Policy. And this is a transformative framework to bring a wide range of reforms in our education system, starting from school education to the higher education and skill education. And what is interesting in NEP is that it is rooted in providing equity and access, and more importantly, social justice to all the youngsters who want to have access to high quality education. And these are values which are enshrined in our constitution. There are several reforms that we are bringing out, and many of these reforms are keeping in our mind that our students come with different cognitive abilities, different aspirations, and also different financial backgrounds. So how do you ensure that all of them have greater access to high quality education? So that's the central idea of the National Education Policy.
Have the institutions understood it properly?
I think to a large extent, our institutions are aware. Recently, I was in a university which is located in a district with almost 60% tribal population. And I could see that the faculty in that university are working with the tribal community in that region. And using the local materials, they are developing technologies and establishing startup companies. So what needs to be done is that this has to be scaled up.
Correct.
More universities and more colleges
They
have to work with the local communities and understand what are their aspirations, what are their challenges, so that our students will also learn by interacting with them and come up with solutions which are locally relevant. But if you look at the entire student population as a pyramid, there are certain students who would like to go to the higher education, who would like to do research in emerging areas, but there are large number of students at the bottom of the pyramid who come from rural background, who come from socially and economically disadvantaged groups. For a large number of them, their main concern is because they are first generation degree holders or coming to the university, how to take care of my family, how to take care of my tomorrow. So they would like to either be self-employed or they want to grab the newer opportunities which are coming there. So what we need to do, all our educational institutions, what we need to do is strengthen the bottom of the pyramid so that while their career goals are taken care of, some of them will come to the top and involve themselves in emerging areas of scientific advancement and technological innovations and so on. So therefore, providing high quality education is not necessarily building institutions which will come in the top world ranks. There are many universities which are doing the capacity building of our people. So we must recognize those universities also, and we must build such universities also.
Because there is an element of situatedness of higher education institutions that cannot make into the ranking ecosphere at all.
Right.
So having said that, let's take the message that the institutions have just passed in terms of implementation of NEP 2020, and there is a long way to go. Now in India, as it was already explained, we are very diverse. A father wants a kid to be a doctor. Mother wants the kid to be an engineer. Then the kid left to himself or herself wants to be something else. So welcome to the world of NEET, JEE and CUET for one student. So the reason I'm just giving this as a backdrop is for you to understand the scale and size, which means every year close to 5 million, over 5 million assessments, and easily criticized. In fact, NDA 3.0, the first thing that was disrupting the parliament was NEET. But, for all of us to get enlightened, please, tell us the scale and size and the challenges that is confronting you and how you are overcoming it.
Vaidya, you have suddenly changed the gears. So you have moved to the test. So let us have a test. 2013 happens to be a very important year in higher education. There are 3 reasons for it. Now the test is for you.
Yeah.
Tell me one reason.
2013. For higher education.
For higher education. I'll help you. 2013 happens to be very important because of 3 reasons. One of them, ThinkEdu conclave was born.
Okay.
In 2013, and they have put together during these 13 years so many experts together to think about how to take our education forward. And there are 2 more important things that happened with respect to the tests. The AIEEE, which was used for admissions in NITs and engineering colleges, that was changed to JEE Mains.
Yeah.
And the JEE, which was used and conducted by IITs for their admissions, is changed to JEE Advanced. And then in 2013, there was one more thing also. NEET exam was established.
Yes.
So now, NEET, of course, after certain legal battles since 2016, NEET has become the national level exam for medical examinations. And then in 2022, we have introduced the Common University Entrance Test.
Yes.
But these entrance tests are for students who are just coming out of the school education to join for the first degree in their higher education.
Yes.
Now you also have entrance exams at the higher level. For example, CUET PG was introduced.
So there are other derivative entrance.
And then we have introduced GATE in 1983. And similarly, at higher level, at PhD level, you have entrance exams like UGC NET. So there are multitude of entrance examinations. And now, earlier, most of these exams were conducted by either CBSE or other institutions like IITs. In 2017, the Union Cabinet passed a decision to establish the National Testing Agency. And since 2018, NTA has been conducting majority of these examinations. Now, when NTA started, the number of students who were writing these exams was around 60 lakhs. But now today, NTA is handling about 1.2 crore students.
Exactly.
So it's a big task conducting an entrance exam. And today, because we have diverse kinds of school boards, nearly 65 school boards are there, and there are so many higher educational institutions where the admission to these institutions is highly competitive, it has become a necessity for us to have a national level entrance examination so that the public will have confidence in the transparency and in the objectivity of these admission processes. And that is why entrance exams have become a necessity. And in coming years, the scale at which we are going to conduct these examinations will further increase. So therefore, we need to look at several possibilities of how to make these examinations robust, error-free, and student-friendly.
So in fact, you're leading me into the third question.
Right.
Now that, you're going to see many students appearing for all the types of entrance exams that you have just mentioned, what is the need for many other entrance examinations by different other institutions? I have a feeling, and I have written about this in New Indian Express also, that the NTA, these exams that you have mentioned, these are national assets.
Right.
So many students take only for less than 1.5 lakh seats.
Correct.
So the remaining seats in other institutions, you can use these entrance examinations so that students can get admitted. So why the need for, many other entrance examinations because we've been looking at SAT, we've been looking at other competitive examinations. There again, it's only a SAT score and the institutions are left to take independent decisions to admit students based on a customized formula. Is that possible? Do you see that happening?
I think you have raised a very important point. Purely from the student perspective, if there are multiple entrance examinations, it puts enormous pressure on them. They have to write multiple entrance exams. And the purpose is same, admission in the university system and college system. So that's the reason why I think it's better we move towards one national level entrance examination, and technology is available now. And the students can choose the appropriate subjects. It could be for medical, it could be for engineering, it could be for general science and humanities and social sciences. It is a possibility. We have to move towards that direction slowly. And it is happening now. For example, CUET is now adopted by more than 280 universities.
Yes.
We have about 1180 universities in the country. And every year, more number of universities are joining. Let me tell you, having involved myself in conducting entrance exams as GATE organizing chairman and also in JEE, conducting a national level entrance exam, in fact, conducting even a university level entrance exam is a logistic nightmare. Now that we have a national body, national testing agency, we need to do everything possible to strengthen this organization so that it becomes a world's leading testing body in the country. And all the universities can actually use the tests conducted by NTA to make their admissions. And this is going to be extremely useful to the students.
So, if that's the case, you said some 280 plus universities.
Right.
Now, is it possible, leave the legal part and all of that, practicality, is it possible that we can mandate institutions to use these national assets? That way, you're helping students a lot. And one nation, one policy is often misunderstood. What I'm trying to say is one nation, one test as a policy, and leave it to the institutions or states to customize it based on their local requirements. That way, you satisfy a lot of other stakeholders. Is that possible?
You see, when we conduct these entrance tests, we call them standardized entrance tests. So that students study a given syllabus and they answer the given number of questions in a given time, right? Today, what is happening is that we set the question papers for each examination every year for every session. The ideal model would be to have a huge question bank and have an adaptive testing mechanism.
Correct.
In the current mechanism, what is happening is in the current system, the difficulty level is so high that many students may not be able to answer at all. So what are we testing actually? Are we testing their ignorance or are we testing what they actually learn?
Fair point.
So that is why we need to move slowly to adaptive testing, computer-based adaptive testing. And you know that we have two kinds of testing now, PPT, pen, paper and test, or CBT, computer-based test. Now, of course, there is a conscious effort to move from PPT to CBT. Because of the security it has, and because it is technology driven, you can also announce the results much faster. So we ultimately have to move to computer-based tests. But we can have computer-based adaptive tests. In adaptive tests, what happens is that there is a question bank, and the question paper is stitched on the spot for each student. So each student will have a different question paper. And as the questions start appearing, some medium level difficulty questions will appear. As the student starts answering, the system, the algorithm will detect how the student is responding.
There's an inbuilt ladder of difficulty.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if the student is not able to answer, it will reduce the difficulty level. If the student is able to answer quickly, it will increase the difficulty level.
Yes.
That is why we call it adaptive testing. And there is a statistical method known as item response theory. So this using item response theory, you can actually evaluate the difficulty level of the questions and how many questions the student students have answered correctly. And the item response theory statistical process can also estimate how the student is responding to different levels of difficulty levels.
Exactly.
So now in the process, what happens is every student will be able to answer majority of the questions, and every student will have a certain score. And using this method, you can actually reduce the anxiety levels in the minds of the students, but at the same time, you can serve the purpose of identifying the students who have the aptitude and the capability to study certain courses.
Exactly.
So that is going to be the future of our entrance test.
In fact, this type of a mechanism, while during my PhD thesis on management education, it was GMAC when it administered GMAT, inbuilt this ladder of difficulty, and it was very popular. And it was useful because that was an entrance examination for students who already had an undergraduate degree. Now, high school students, they're getting into their first degree. I am often reminded of a former bureaucrat who said, if I ask somebody their question, what is your name? The response is, please give me 4 choices. So these multiple choice based questions somehow ingrains at the schooling level just a trick to beat the system and somehow identify the right choice. So my question is, schooling and coaching today needs a good mix, good balance. Otherwise, schooling predominantly has lost its core, while coaching is year after year, gaining undue importance, while the supply of seats is limited. So how can we create a balance between schooling and coaching, given that testing is going to get adaptive as we move forward?
See, one of the reasons why students are forced to go to the coaching is because the difficulty level at which we pitch the entrance examinations. If they are too difficult, then obviously there is no match between what they are learning in the school level and what is being asked in the entrance test. So that system has to change. First. And 2, whenever we talk about, for example, in CUET, just 2 weeks ago, I had a meeting with school kids who have just taken CUET and then joined in their first year. And they said that if they focus on the 12th standard syllabus and study it carefully, they don't need any coaching at all. And we also made a conscious decision while designing the CUET that the difficulty level should match with what they study in the board examinations. But there is also another thing. Whenever we think about the entrance exam, we think about the entrance being conducted on that particular day, what are the glitches, what problems, and when the results are announced. But when you look at the entrance exam, there are 3-4 actors there. One is the test conducting agency. 2, you have the technology which is used. And 3, students themselves. And 4, the parents and society. All these people together will actually create either confidence or lack of confidence in our entrance examination system. And this is where I said that number 1, if I look at the test conducting agencies, we need to strengthen our national testing agency by technology enhancement and by putting appropriate professionals there who can successfully run. The reason why in IIT system, our exams are so successful, it is because each one of us as faculty members, we feel that sense of ownership about our examination. So therefore, the test conducting agency should involve people who feel that sense of ownership of the examination. And 2, technology is evolving. and we must adopt newer and newer technologies, whether it is the security of the question bank, whether it is the conducting of the examination, whether you identify the students correctly so that there is no impersonation. Yeah. So there are a lot of technological developments that are coming. Yeah. The third most important thing, Vaidya, I would like to tell for the audience also for their consideration, students. We need to train our students properly, because when they are writing these examinations, they undergo tremendous anxiety. Yeah. And this tremendous anxiety comes because of the fear of failure. Yeah. Because currently, you write the entrance exam once in a year, at best twice a year, but they don't have enough opportunities for them to reattempt and improve their performance. Yeah. So therefore, always at the back of the mind, the students have this fear of failure. Yeah. And maybe I may not reach the expectations of my family, my peers, and so on. So in order to overcome this fear of failure, we must build resilience in their minds. We must teach them methods of navigating through anxious moments. The starting point for that is to have a good study plan. Yeah. Students must be trained. It should happen at the school level. Yes. The schools must teach our students how to develop a good study plan, divide the syllabus into manageable parts, and have pragmatic goals. You see, success in academics doesn't happen only through your intellectual capabilities. Correct. It is by following disciplined study habits. Yep. And the most important thing, Vaidya, is that at the school level, we must tell our students about not just being a learner, but to be an active learner. Yeah. Active learning consists of two components. One component is self-quizzing, the other component is summarization. When I ask myself about what I have learned, it triggers in my mind to retrieve information from my long-term memory, and it helps me in retention of key concepts, key information. Yeah. And summarization is whatever I have learned, if I can summarize it in small parts, it helps me to remember key points and to prioritize the information that I have learned, and it helps me to reword in my own ideas what I have learned. Yeah. So some of these things that we must teach our students schooling level, in order to avoid the anxiety. And most importantly, Vaidya, I think all parents also require some...
Definitely, not an entrance exam, but at least some counseling.
They actually require coaching here.
Correct. They require coaching.
They must be coached not to pressurize the kid, not to go for only engineering or medicine. Let me tell you, today, there are large number of opportunities for the students to excel and choose their career path. True, very true. This is what we need to tell our students.
Very true, very true. In fact, I have more questions, but I can have it, sent to you offline. But since I made an assurance, I'll just take 2 questions from students. Please raise your hand and ask your question. Please make it very brief.
A very warm afternoon, sir. I'm Lakshmi Priya from DG Vaishnav School of Management. So my question is, as a student, I wish to love the process of what I learn, but regardless of any chosen field by any student, I wish to have a deep learning of the studies and the system, what education the system is giving us. So how can students reduce the anxiety and exam pressure? And
okay, got your question. Only one question, no and. So how can we reduce student pressure?
Just as I mentioned, develop a proper study plan, stick to that. And I also would like to tell you that you need to revise whatever you're learning periodically. And this revision has to be in a spaced manner. Psychologists call this spacing effect. When you space these revisions, and maybe every couple of days, if you space it, it helps you in remembering what you have learned. It helps you in understanding know what you have learned. You can also use another technique if you want to be successful in your examinations. Teach others. Whatever you have learned, if you teach others, they will raise unexpected questions. It will also help you, to reorganize your thoughts and present them in a way the other person understands. And most importantly, my dear student, you also have to adopt a healthy lifestyle. Do some exercise, take nutritious food, and sleep enough. We often think that doing good successfully in examinations is only by studying. No, that is not true. You need to take your life in more comprehensive way and give importance to every aspect of your life. Only then you will become successful.
Thank you. One last question? Yeah, please. Make it short.
Morning, sir. I think our education system is filled with a lot of paradoxes.
No statements, just question.
Yeah, okay. On one hand, we have a first-generation learner being screened in the examination venues. On another hand, we have coaching mafias influencing exam results. Can't we decentralize education system, and can't we change education from concurrent list to state list for better control and regulations?
Right. In fact, our education is highly decentralized. If you look at our university system, and as a regulator, we are trying to be a facilitator and provide only broader framework so that every university can experiment and innovate within those broader guidelines. So I believe that our current system is, I'm sure you agree, that is highly decentralized, and there is a lot of autonomy to our educational institutions.
Yeah, so we don't have time for more questions. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you again. Thank you very much.
Before we draw the session to a close, if I may please call upon Mr. Prabhu Chawla to extend our hearty congratulations and our very special thanks to our speaker. We started off, ladies and gentlemen, a fantastic session looking at how examinations have evolved. And of course, I think towards the end, we also went back to something that we've all grown up to our speaker. If I may also request our session chair to present a very special memento. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we step into a buzzword of sorts, artificial intelligence. It seems to be everywhere around us, and of course, the bigger question arises, is it truly living up to the hype, or are we just riding on a wave of an overpromised potential? While we explore this, our next session that's titled AI, Real, Hype, Hope, or the future of intelligence, we have an opportunity to take a deep dive into the current state of AI and the wave that is well ahead of us. We also take a look into how AI itself is reshaping industries, transforming education, even changing the way that we look at intelligence. Most importantly, we look ahead. Is AI really the future, or are we already unfolding this journey as we speak? It is my pleasure to invite onto the stage for this very special session, Mr. Shekhar, co-founder, coach, and managing partner at Upeka, which is an early-stage AI software fund and accelerator. In short, he's someone with a stellar track record in the global tech industry, also having driven 2 successful startup exits and large teams all across the world. He is someone who scales multi-million-dollar businesses while also having a proven track record of driving innovation and growth. And of course, the icing on the cake, he's someone who's passionate about nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs. And with that, it is my pleasure to welcome onto the stage Mr. Shekhar with a loud round of applause from all of us in the audience. Welcome, sir.
You playing the audio? Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we playing the audio? I just want you guys to hear this music clip. Yeah, music clip. No, are you playing that music clip? I'll try.
Machines are learning, they think and grow.
Volume.
From codes and patterns, they start to know. AI is the hype, the world's new stage. A spark of brilliance, a digital age. AI, the hope, the future's key. Unlocking doors for humanity. A world so smart, yet questions arise. Will it lead or compromise?
So guys, as we are getting this ready, this particular music clip, it's a rock rhythm. And I just wanted to let you guys know that this music clip was done by the Indian Express team last night in less than 5 minutes. And the people who did this are Mr. Chawla. As you saw, Mr. Chawla, so I don't need to introduce him. Lakshmi Menon, CEO, and was it Ravi Shankar? So what this tells us, and I let you guys look at the impact, right? But this is an excellent example of human and AI collaboration, okay? And now we'll get into the presentation. This is a different format, so it was not it's a presentation format. Is working?
Prison too. So it was. I was going to say historic, but it was really just a very weird day in our country's history today.
Come
Day
there.
that was unimaginable 4 years ago, and it's still pretty hard to wrap your head around. The guy. Never mind. He's This morning I woke up. Our son got into our bed like early in the morning and peed in the bed, and so we got out of bed, and the dog had pooped in the hallway right out front.
No, this presentation. Why is it all on the secondary display? No, can you come here? Quick. No, it's sitting on the ChatGPT menu. I want to go back to the. I want to go back to this presentation mode. No, see, this is a secondary display. It's all set. No. I'm not able to get my slide deck on that. What's the technical problem here? Okay, I'll just talk to it then. See, no, let's. Yeah, so it's working now. See, still that's a problem. This should go away, no? Still there's a problem. Now we'll get started here. Yeah, I'll just. What happened to the? No, is it that presentation should come over there? Yeah, I know. Huh? Can start? Okay, so let me. Huh? But yeah, this is. It's not working. No, I'm saying this is not. I'm not able to see it here. Huh? Okay, but I'll get started. I wanted to see there's a lot of students here. I know there are many students, policymakers, and this is a topic that everybody is talking of today, right? The goal here, my objective is not to actually showcase what I know about AI, but it is some things that you guys should all know about AI so that we can do the right things, right, for the betterment of humanity. So this topic about hype, hope, and the future of intelligence is something that I want to get started with by asking the first word that comes to you when we talk about AI, right? If I ask the audience, I see a lot of students there, what is that first word that comes to you when you talk about AI? Do you feel it is innovation? Do you feel it's cool? Do you feel it is scary? What is it that is coming to your mind when you talk about AI? Quick, anybody wants to say what comes to your mind when you talk about AI? The first thing that you think about AI, what is it that comes to your mind? Okay, what else? Anything else that comes to your mind? No, I'm not able to get that presentation at all. Yeah, but I can't move that now. Just 1 second. It's working now. No, I think this is not working. We're not able to get that slide deck there. So can we do this after that? Is that okay? Yeah, but how do I move that? Yeah, okay. I'll just quickly move with this, right? So the perspective I am bringing is, finally, thank you, it's now working. So the perspective I'm bringing is from my experience and learning, working with a lot of startup founders, and also investing in 50 plus AI software startups today, right? It's all Indian founders that we work with, and investing in 50 plus AI startups, whatever the learning is. We also do something called a US immersion program, where we take our startups to the valleys, San Francisco, which is the AI capital today, right? And they get to meet with the AI tech leaders, and they get to meet with AI engineers at Meta, Facebook, OpenAI, and all that. One of the good things that we notice is that the diffusion of this technology, right, between US and India is actually very high. And as you all know, right, whatever is being done in the US, other than in the infrastructure space, which is the large language models, from an application space, all of you guys are pretty much clued in, just like how people are working in the US, right? So that's the good thing. And from this experience, I have insights into where actually AI is working today, where AI is struggling, and where we are headed to. So I thought it will be good for me to share this with you guys as we try to build responsible AI in the future. So what we will explore today is the misconceptions around AI and overpromises around AI, the real-world applications that actually is happening today, and how AI is being used in not just in personal chats with AI chatbots, but actually in businesses, how it is being used, right? Is something that we look at in the future of intelligence, where it is going, why we need to build this in an ethical way, why we need to do this in a collaborative manner, and then I let you guys figure out whether AI is real or not. So let's start with talking about what is AI. When machines and systems try to mimic human intelligence, that is AI, right? But there are certain characteristics. What happens is with AI, the system is actually collecting data and analyzing the data on a continuous basis. The second thing is, it is actually iteratively improving as this data is collected and you're learning from that data. And there is key technologies associated with AI, right? So because people are associating only AI with maybe the chatbots, but that's not true. AI has been around from the 1960s. And if you look at the key technologies, one is the ability to be able to learn from the data. That is that machine learning that you always hear about. And then there is automating all these physical tasks, being able to work in the physical space. That is the robotics part of AI. Understanding and generating language, which is the natural language processing, part of the AI, and understanding and processing images and videos, the computer vision part of AI, right? And as you know, today you are already using a lot of things, which is AI-related things in your life. If you're using Netflix, if you're using Google Maps, if you're using Alexa or Google Home, any of these things, you're actually getting personalized recommendations. From Netflix, you're looking at Google Maps every day, and you're getting recommendation on routes. All those things are because of AI technologies that's happening, right? So AI is not only about the chat GPT, what you're hearing, but actually AI is about mimicking that human intelligence by machines and systems. Today, if you look at the spotlight, everybody is talking about generative AI. So what is actually generative AI? Generative AI is the ability to generate new content. So what you're finding is when that music played, that clip played, that is actually music content, that lyrics never existed on the internet. It's a combination of multiple things that it took from the internet and put together as that lyrics. So the spotlight today is the excitement, everything is being created in generative AI, where you are able to generate new content like text, images, video, and other things, and there's a whole suite of products that are doing it today. And just for the benefit of the students, I'm sure they should be knowing this, is that this happened, right? This excitement came about 2 years back when ChatGPT came out. OpenAI introduced ChatGPT. And this was from the transformer architecture of the large language models, which actually enabled this to happen, right? So it started off with predicting the next word. But ultimately what happened? It actually became not just predicting the next word, but it started supporting all multimodal stuff. Text to video, text to images, and so on, right? Even to text to 3D now. So if you look at all these applications that you talked about, let's understand what, we differentiate between the hype and the reality. Most of you might have heard about Gartner, which is the global research firm, and they actually talk about, they're very well known for Magic Quadrant. I think you might have all heard about the Magic Quadrant, right? But they also have something called the hype cycle curve. And this is now becoming very popular. All key technologies, any technology, new technology, actually goes through this hype cycle curve. So if you look at the hype cycle curve, the interesting thing to note is things like Gen AI, large language models, they are all part of something called the peak of inflated expectations. So everybody has a lot of expectations that this thing's supposed to work like this, It is going to, there are a lot of misconceptions which we'll talk about, but it is in that peak of inflated expectations, right? As things start maturing, we will start realizing what capabilities out of this works and what does not work. Then we go into that curve where it actually starts becoming adoption, central adoption, and starts becoming use cases for businesses, right? So there are today, if you ask, I was actually talking to my niece yesterday, young folks, what do they think about all these things, right? Some of them say, hey, I'm really worried about whether I'm going to lose my job, whether AI is going to replace all the jobs today, right? And it's not an unfair concern that you should have. It is a fair concern, and there's a lot of things that we should do to make sure that these things don't happen, right? But if you look at today, it is because of that inflated expectations. Tomorrow, we will know, and that is how we do it, right? We will know what is possible, what is not possible. So today, you don't have to worry about AI replacing all jobs. There is not going to be an AI God machine that is going to say, hey, you know what? All of you get universal basic income, and we will sit here and make sure that everything is being done, right? That's not going to happen. But at the same time, you have to know, and this is very important for you students, is that you need to know that, and somebody who is going to use AI will replace your job if you're not going to use AI, right? So as aspiring entrepreneurs, as aspiring, as actually our citizens, responsible citizens, you have to know how to manage these two. And you will hear AI-powered everything, right? So that's all marketing-related terms. So you will hear AI-powered vacuum cleaners. I was actually seeing something called a jujitsu robo for teaching you how to fight. It's an AI-powered thing. So then you'll hear all these buzzwords that's there. AGI is artificial general intelligence. ASI is artificial super intelligence, right? Or being able to have this kind of an AI God machine. So the innovators will always look at that. Innovators will want to do that. Innovators will want to come up with those kind of systems. But reality is that it will go through this hype cycle curve, and we will know what out of this works, what is not going to work, and things will depend upon a lot of regulations and ethical considerations. The reality is AI is powerful but narrowly focused today, and these LLM models are actually showing, the large language models are actually showing a lot of potential, and therefore we have to be cognizant about that. So these are all the tools. I'm not going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip that. Experience the magic of generative AI. We'll come to that. So you have already heard this, but I just want to let you know that AI, if you have been using it today, there's something called an advanced voice system mode, where you can actually have the voice capabilities, right? If I had the time, I would have loved to show you guys a demonstration of that audio, where actually you can talk to ChatGPT, and you will see that it talks back to you in a seamless manner. It can tell you, it can talk to you in Tamil, it can talk to you in English, it can talk to you in multiple languages, right? So it's important that we know what are the capabilities of this. Similarly, it can actually generate an image. If I type in the prompt saying that, show me how is New Indian Express going to cover this ThinkEdu event, show me an image of that. Within 30 seconds, I'll get that image. Not that that image is going to be perfect, because we are at the very early stages, that's that peak of inflated expectations. But in the future, you're going to see that that is going to get better and better and better, right? As architectures improve, and as the innovators start, solving more and more problems through compute, through putting in more compute. This is a program that is generated, and you can actually generate this. If I had the time, I would have shown you that. Within 5 seconds, I can write saying that, generate a program for tic-tac-toe game, right? It immediately generates this program, and you can actually take this into a code interpreter, and it will actually work. Right there, you can see the game working, right? So this is the potential of some of the capabilities that is coming up in generative AI. So generative AI, is it perfect? No, it is not perfect. There are a lot of issues related to this, and that is what makes this complex, and that is what makes it very important for all of us to know, how to use it in the right way and how to build it in the right way. So if you look at generative AI, this hallucination is still a problem. I'm sure everybody has heard now about hallucination. It's a very common thing. But it gets every time you ask a question to the large language model, it is not going to come back with the same consistent answer, right? Factually, it can be incorrect because it is not going back and verifying whether it is a truth. It can be misleading, because you are giving some information based on the trained data. It can be fabricated, and there is a lot of reflection from the bias. So today, if you look at the output, it can be whether it is race, whether it is religion, whether it is gender. There can be a lot of biases in the system, and that can actually create stereotypes. And it can also be, the output can also be very offensive. And if you know how these large language models work, they work on trained data. So if you have a data set, and depending upon the quality of that data set, the output of an AI machine or an AI system, in the generative AI case, can be, the dependence is on the data. So the quality can be poor if the data set that is trained is not very good, right? Now, because of this, there are so many safety concerns. I've just listed some here, but that number of safety concerns is only increasing. And therefore, as policymakers, as students, you have to know what kind of change you can make in this field, right? So you will start seeing that there is a lot of impersonation happening. You will start seeing that there is a lot of frauds that can happen. There is deep fakes. As the system becomes better and better, you start realizing that you can't make out whether this is AI-generated video or if this is real video, right? So these are all real concerns for us. There can be discriminations. So if, let's say, for example, if you're hiring, if somebody is hiring based on an AI system, there can be discrimination, and it's all based on the bias that is there in that system, the data and how it is programmed. Similarly for law enforcement. Today we are finding that cybercrime is a huge problem because of this, right? There is a problem even in terms of trading. The AI systems are able to generate fake loads on sell volumes or buy volumes and make it look like the stocks are doing well, right? So this is something that we really need to take it serious, because there are going to be a lot of these issues that we will face over time, and we have to make sure that all of us somehow work on this in a very responsible manner. And I just want to also share, this is very important because I want to share where we are headed to, right? And this is what I'm sharing here is not what is in the hype cycle where we think it may happen 10 years or 15 years from now, but it's actually happening today. So this year, you will start seeing a lot of AI called agentic AI, okay, where it is going to be agents. I want to give an example of a digital workforce or an AI agent that I'm seeing happening. Let us say you are into a real estate business, right? And you're introducing a new product. And if that product has to be tested out, let's say you want to test it out on TikTok and see what is the response of your potential customers, and then you want to actually take that, whichever one you tested, which works better, you want to put it as an advertisement in Facebook, for example, right? An agent is today able to do that. You'll start soon seeing that the agent goes through that entire multi-step process of being able to take, all the way saying, I'll create these ads, I will create 3 or 4 videos, I'll take those videos, put it on TikTok or some other social media channel, see what is the response, and then take whichever is the best, put it on Facebook, pay for the advertisement there, and then, say, okay, this is working, give a report back to the person who's working. Yes, it's a human-AI collaboration, but please note that the power of what it can do is only improving, right? Because that multi-step collaboration can be done by the AI agents. Predictive analytics is something that you already see now. You can see that if you are using Blinkit or if you are using Instamart, any of these things, you see that they're able to come and deliver groceries in 10 minutes these days, right? At least it happens in Bangalore, where you can actually get your groceries in 10 minutes. And optimizing these decisions are all done through AI. Digital twins, this is something that you hear from NVIDIA. Every session that Jensen Huang is talking about, he talks about digital twins. Virtual Singapore is the best example of a digital twin that you can go and check out today on YouTube, right? What have they done? They have actually simulated the entire Singapore country as a digital twin, where you can actually wear your virtual glasses and do capacity planning, disaster planning, and everything, right? So what the idea of a digital twin is that if you have a manufacturing floor, you can actually reproduce that manufacturing floor on a simulated environment. Same way, you can actually start doing urban planning using that. And there's a lot of power to that, and it is going to be very useful for us. Similarly, if you look at accessibility and inclusion, voice assistants are coming up, which can actually enable the hearing impaired. Similarly, for blind people and a lot of physically disabled people. So what is happening today is that AI is, the vision of AI is that it can actually better the humanity in many ways. Robotics, for example. Previously, robotics you will see in warehouses, you will see in automobile manufacturing flows. But if you have seen what people are doing with the robotics companies, they've started introducing robots that can actually go into radioactive areas where humans cannot go. Right? They can go into deep mines where it is very hazardous, and all these things can be done with robots that cannot be done by humans. And the human-AI collaboration works very well. So I think this is interesting to know that these are the current trends that we are headed to, and these are all happening. Whatever I talked about is actually happening today, and the next decade is going to be agentic AI. I just want to also say that if you're following anything about with Salesforce, etc., there is something called an agent force, right? So if you hear their CEO talk about it, what they're talking about is in this year, they're going to be able to generate about 1 billion, they will generate about 1 billion agents that will do different things, right? Be it a voice agent or a support agent, any of those kind of things. But let me talk about the future of intelligence, in the interest of time. And we will start, this is the goal, right? This is the long-term goal. This, we do not know whether it will even happen with the architecture that we have today, right? Because the large language models can do certain things, but the architecture may not be able to support an AGI. And artificial general intelligence is where the systems can reason across disciplines. Imagine what the goal is, to be able to have a system that can actually diagnose diseases, and not just diagnose it, but can suggest treatment plans. And when they suggest the treatment plan, it is suggesting the treatment plan in consultation with a climate expert, so that the environmental damages that can be created by this treatment plan is also factored in. That is AGI, right? Artificial general intelligence. People talk about artificial general intelligence also will be made available in this decade, okay? It may not be a God machine, it may not replace all jobs, etc. But the fact is that systems will become smarter and smarter, and human will have a lot more bandwidth for creativity and larger value problems. New frontiers, if you have been hearing about quantum computing that's happening, quantum AI, space exploration, bioengineering, all these things are large problems, right, that can be solved using AI. So the hope is, if you have seen the AlphaFold project by Google, so there's so many things, so many interesting things that are happening at a larger level. But the more important thing is, you know, unless you have fairness and trust and global cooperation, these things can fail, right? So someone earlier speaker was talking about how India can take the lead on that, and I really wish that the policymakers and the students here, everyone start working together to voice their opinion and make that happen, right? There was one case, if you guys remember, about the clearwork.ai, where they were doing, without permission of the users, they were collecting the personal information and actually creating some kind of a system where everybody could be tracked. Everybody could be tracked, right? And that actually had a backlash. And when that backlash happened, they're still doing it, but they're still doing it only for the purpose of security, national security in the US. But that is something that is happening today, right? Now, what is happening today is that you have the social media channels to be able to make that influence happen. So people started, there was a severe backlash on that, right? People started voicing their concerns on that and ensured that that project did not move forward. Similarly, when we have to be aware and of what is happening, and that's what I mean by you have to reflect in your field, how is AI going to impact? You have to explore and make sure that you understand how to use these tools in a very productive manner, because if you don't know, somebody is going to replace you. That's for sure, right? And then make sure that you engage. So this engagement is the most important thing, right? As students, you will be able to engage through making that voice heard, through whether it is social media channels, through your universities, whatever it is, but making sure that your voice is heard to ensure that AI is used in the right way and not for the detriment of humanity. And finally, my thought is that the best way to predict that future is to create it. This is what Peter Drucker best said. And what will happen is, because there's a lot of butterfly effect and everything, right? When you keep doing something else changes, so you can't predict what the world is going to be 10 years from now. But the best way to predict that for ourselves is to create it. So as we work to reduce the concerns, whether it is the safety concerns, whether it is the bias concerns, whether it's the misuse, all of those things, when we work together, then I'm an optimist. I believe that we will create this AI world, okay? That will be a very, very, very good collaboration between human and AI should remain a tool in the hand of humans just to make sure that the productivity is actually, reflects into economic progress, and economic progress reflects throughout the world, globally, and not just local to a US or a China, which is actually ahead in many ways. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We truly feel the passion of AI, and of course, to kind of celebrate that, if I may invite onto the stage Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya, editor, the New Indian Express, to extend our thanks to our speaker, Mr. Shekhar. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, if I may invite Ms. Lakshmi Menon to join us on stage and extend our thanks. A round of applause as we welcome ma'am, ladies and gentlemen. If I may invite you to join us at the center stage. Before AI takes center stage, we'd love to put you guys up there in the spotlight. Ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting place to be. When we talk of AI, there's always a multitude of emotions, from fear and apprehension to curiosity and excitement. And today we've explored maybe all of that. So thank you so much for that, sir. And thank you so much for sharing your passion and your interest with us. With that, our next conversation, I think I have to start off by saying, let's imagine a wonderful future where India stands tall as a global leader, not just in its development, but also in the values that define us as a nation. So what is it that will take us there? Well, to kind of give you a very, very simple answer, in fact, true to the Indosphere theme itself, it is our culture, our traditions, and the timeless principles that have shaped us for centuries. With that, our upcoming session titled The Culture Project, Values for Viksit Bharatiya. We take an interesting look at how our heritage can illuminate the path to a progressive and inclusive India. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our speaker this session, Shri Mukunda C.R., the Joint General Secretary of the RSS, a dedicated pracharak since 1990. He's someone who has served in various leadership roles, and he's also mentored impactful initiatives like Tapasadhana, Abhyudaya and Samarth Bharata, all of which focuses on education, social volunteerism and community development. We're truly honored to have you here with us, sir. If I may invite everybody in the audience to welcome sir with a round of applause. It is also my pleasure to invite our session chair, Mr. Ravi Shankar, consulting editor, The Sunday Standard, to join us on stage. A fantastic conversation ensues. As we talk of staying rooted in who we are, we've set that tone from our initial sessions. And with that, I'd like to hand the floor over to our session chair. Good morning, sir.
Welcome, sir, to ThinkEdu.
Thank you.
Let me just tell you that he is one of the most, 6 most powerful people in the Sangh, which makes him one of the 8 most powerful people in the country. Now, let me ask you. When we're talking about bringing culture into education, Indian culture into education, what exactly do you mean?
I am full-time worker of RSS, so I represent RSS here. So, in the view of RSS, culture means values. Value, as one of our great scholars of our time, Professor M. Hiranya, he has explained what it means to me. He uses a very beautiful sentence. While facts are comprehended, values are realized. For example, here is water. It's now, for me, it's a drinking water. It may be for another use when you go to washroom. It may have another value if we go to Rajasthan. So what it means to me is the value. So when we think of culture, it's an Indian concept of values for us. Whether we see our mother in this water, or if we consider what we can say, the nature, the mountains, if we can see God in all of them, we call it as Charachara Shushti. These are the values. Whether my respect to women folk, it's my value. So, when RSS thinks of culture, it is in Sanskrit is known as Samskruti. It's full of values. And as I said, value, ultimately, it's what it means to me. So we are working for that.
Thank you. When I was studying in school, and Hindi was part of our curriculum, so I learned Hindi since I was a child. There are many states, quite a number of states where Hindi is not the mother tongue, or is not perhaps taught also in school. When the first government of India demarcated India, they divided the states on the basis of language. So it was more of like respecting a federal aspect of language. So do you think they did right? I mean, was it the right move to do?
I would say India, as we say, not only unity in diversity. Diversity is there, it has to be experienced. So every language, every sect, cult, everybody has a space. According to our Hindu culture, for which RSS is working, everybody has a space. Everybody has to respect others' space also, whether it is language, whether it is cult, whether it is religion, or whether it is way of worshipping.
No, I was asking whether do you think it was right to have divided India on the basis of language?
On that, what we can say, at that time, those who have thought about it, they divided on it. But as we see, is it working? Yes. To, as a, for evolvement or the, what we can say, for example, if we take South Indian languages and based on which our states have been divided, there are plenty of priority in that area for that language. But is it a uniting force? It's debatable. For example, Telugu speaking people only, they have divided into 2 states. And Hindi speaking, there are so many states. So, for the, as I said, for the development of that language, it may have a help. But for the unity of the country, there is no contradiction. But I would say only dividing a state based on language, whether it is required or not, it's a debatable thing.
Thank you. That was an interesting answer indeed. Now, what I want to ask you, another question, is that you are in a very powerful position to influence the cultural dialogue of India. How people respond to culture in education and debate. Now, how would you inculcate it, you personally and the Sangh as a group?
One thing I have to clarify, in Sangh, we doesn't think as position of power. We call it, or we also feel
I meant
also
influence.
it's a responsibility.
I meant influence. I meant influence, yeah.
Influence, it's okay. So, it's my responsibility. We call it in Sangh as Sah Sarkar, that is Joint General Secretary. It's a responsibility, not as a power. It's okay. Then, when we think of whether culture, values, and which has to be imbibed in our future generation also, or present generation also, the education which we think is of threefold. Many people think that it will be between 9 and 5. Yes, 9 and 5 is a schooling. But when it comes to education, we think there is another part which has to be fulfilled by their families, another part which has to be fulfilled by the community. So, a child or anybody, student, they will get educated in these 3 ways: in their homes, in their families, that is, second, through their communities, and also school. So, when we think of to imbibe our values as a culture, RSS thinks that in all these 3 phases, it has to be fulfilled. Many times it will be confused with only schooling. Many people ask, what has to be taught through textbook, all those things, it's not in a proper way, all those. Yes, textbook is a very important thing, or schooling is also a very important thing. But schooling is not the ultimate thing, that's what we think. As Mark Twain said, I have not allowed my education or my schooling to be, I have not allowed my schooling to interfere with my education. Yes.
Yeah, that's really well said. So to take off from my earlier question and a new question. See, education it influences young minds. Actually, it establishes the foundation of a mindset or an intellectual framework of a person from childhood to youth to this. Now, both in Calicut University and in Delhi University, I've studied political science, so I studied the Communist Manifesto. And I was not a communist, I'm still not a communist, so I couldn't really understand why that is part of the curriculum. Now, linking my first question to the second, there has been insistence or there has been suggestions from the RSS and sections of the government that the Bhagavad Gita should be part of the curriculum. Now, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana is in separate languages. There is in Malayalam, it's in Tamil, it's in, So, do you think our epics, and epics are not, there is a lot of metaphor in epics. I mean, epics are not like just stories. I mean, they come from a certain historical, I wouldn't say perfect history, but a certain historical impulse there. So does the Sangh have any plan to teach the students of the future that kind of a curriculum.
No, Sangh actually consider our epics, our scriptures as a very valuable thing which we have from our ancestors, and it has to be given to this generation or future generation. There is no second question about it, whether it is Ramayana, Mahabharata, or anything. But it has to be given in a mode or in a channel through which today's generation or Gen Z can consume it. So we have our own efforts. Sangh's basic activities, our one hour daily shaka, where we try to teach all these things through our games, what you can say, through stories, storytelling, all those things. But when it comes to total educating a person, as I said, it involves much more than this 1 hour. 1 hour, our way of teaching has given so much of it. Since 100 years we are working on it. It has given, what we can say, I would say, great results. But apart from it, if you have to educate the generation, it needs more. As I said, school is also one of the, this one, community is also one of the. But as you mentioned, Ramayana, the scripture or the great works like Ramayana, Mahabharata, it has a very important role, and we respect them and also we believe in them. That's what RSS thinks.
Yeah, but how do you, believing is one thing, but how will you make it part of a syllabus? Do you plan to make this part of the syllabus?
No, RSS, as you know, RSS works in a different area. To bring it to syllabus, to bring it to what we can say, framework, that is a national curriculum framework, all those things, it's the job of the government. There are people who have the same view as RSS, who are in the government today. They are trying to bringing it up. Making it syllabus, yes, there may be some, the new education policy, national education policy has done a great work to focus about when they call it as holistic education, or in the another balance it could be called as liberal education. When they talk about holistic education, it has this aspect also, that is bringing in the whole, what we have had from our ancestor Rishi Munis. It has also value today in the world.
How would you say that?
For example, in the last session only, our speaker, he was showing there about the question of ethics for this AI. If you remember, in about 25 days back, we lost a great mind, I would say, Suchir Balaji. Before how he has died, it's a question. Yesterday also there were so many discussion about it. But few days before, he has written a, what we can say, essay. And he has shared with his friend, some Russell Kaplan or somebody. He has shared now, in which he has gone through how AI should be evolved, what ethics should be there, all those things. The caption was, in the long run, it comes to fundamentals. So now also we experienced, though it was a presentation related to AI, but somebody has to operate Mac with Keynote. That was missing there, yeah. So I'm just joking. But when it comes to fundamentals, I would say, how AI should evolve, this is a value, we call it as a cultural value. There should be some, I would say, tech dharma for it. It is a value. Tech dharma, how to use it, how not to use it, what you have to do, that has to be decided by the person. It could not be regulated ultimately by government or anybody. Because technology is like that, it's just like a wave. If you try to regulate it, it will come out of your fingers and it will go to next, it will pass. So it has to be regulated in our minds only. How to use it, how to not use it. So I'm just giving an example. So when it comes to culture, or if we are to be imbibed, whether through community or whether through school or whether through our society, this ethics also has to be given. That's what we feel.
Okay, let me put the question in context. For example, when you plan to build an edifice, a house, you first build the foundation, then you add the rooms, then you add the pillars, then you add the roof, and then you kind of put in the furniture. In my line of work, I meet a lot of people, some in the government, some in the administration, some in the bureaucracy, some etc. Many of them have, I wouldn't say complained, have said that when it comes to important positions in the establishment, the Sangh, people who are associated with the Sangh get priority. And for the occasional economist or technocrat, none of the major leading faces of this administration belong to another discipline, even though many people are ideologically aligned with the government. So are the main positions, I mean, whether it be ministries, whether it be bodies, whether it be cultural bodies, economic bodies, they're all, I do not have empirical proof, you know better, are dominated by Sangh or led by Sangh people. Is that true, number one? And if that is true, doesn't it kind of exclude an entire, other kind of thought from that?
No, it's not the view of Sangha. If the government has done like that, it's their problem. In Sangh, we use two terminologies. One is Samaj Parivartan, that is social transformation. Another is Vyavastha Parivartan, system change. We have a clear picture about it. When it comes to social transformation, it's the transformation of the mind, whether individually it's a transformation of mindset, change of mindset. It's whether an individual or a family or a community or the society. Sangh is trying to make the mindset of the society so that it respects our culture, our values, all those things. But when it comes to systemic change, that is Vyavastha Parivartan, what I see is there should be people or persons or team of people at some key position, whether it is a village temple or a school, up to parliament. Every society has its own systems, whether it is a judicial system, whether it is education system, all those things. Sangh doesn't think that to change that system, everybody should be from RSS background. Whoever have the integrity, honesty, patriotism to our society, our culture, our mother society, they should lead. It's not that RSS has taken contract that everybody in the, system should be of RSS. We don't believe in it also. We call it as Sajjan Shakti, well-meaning people of the society. They should take the lead. And RSS wants to be in the back room only. If some people from RSS background, if they have gone there, it's government decision, not RSS decision. We have a separate, a line between it.
Okay. And, the Indian education system from the 50s to early 2000s were dominated by the left. So the left was the left-wing historians. I think it's the left-wing historians who dominated set the Indian educational agenda, Indian social agenda, everything is the Indian social. So there is a pushback which was there. So is the Sangh leading the pushback? Is it working closely with the government to kind of lead the pushback? And what sort of a pushback should it be?
No, we doesn't see as a pushback. Sangh from its inception wants our society has its fundamental based upon, we call it as Bharatiya Drushti, Indian view. And we are feeling since decades that we are missing it in so many, we are not blaming any single person or a political party, anybody. Somewhere we are missing, whether they are leftist, socialist, or anybody, capitalist, anybody. We thought that, or we also felt that, now also feeling that, there should be some, the pure Bharatiya Drushti, Indian view, for every, whether it is politics, whether it is industry, whether it is judiciary, everywhere there should be, because we have thousands and thousands years of experience as a society. Everything should not be copied from West. Yes, there are so many good things which we have to take it, and in our scriptures also we are told, Ano Badra, anything good, it should come to us. But it's not that everything should be copied. Our great thinkers from Sangh side, they said, modernization is not westernization. Modernization is adunikata. If you feel
good point.
New thing has to come, it has to come. That's what now also we feel like that. Whether it is history or ethics or civil or anything, technology, we have to have our Bharatiya Drishti. That's what we think.
Well, the power of the West came from looting from India over centuries. So, I mean, billions and billions of, anyway. So, that is a completely separate issue. Now, how do you kind of, what is the larger, when you say Indian culture, you're not being specific. I want slightly more specific things. When we say Indian culture, Indian values, what is the specificity of it? I mean, if I was sitting in the audience, I would feel that it's a general state, it's a general phrase. I mean, can you specify it a bit?
No, Indian culture, as I said, one, we should have some values which have grown in this one. For example, as I said, how Bharatiya Drishti thinks. As I said, we see God in everything. So, our ancestors, when there was no climate change or when there was no global warming, they thought that our creation has to be respected and we have to live with it. It should not be exploited. This is one of the values or the viewpoint of our ancestors. Like that, if I say, Matruvat Paradareshu, if I can see motherhood in every other woman, then definitely I will respect her and I will also protect her. This value has to be imbibed from the childhood. There are so many, it's not that only gender neutrality. We say that gender respect, or as I said, there should be tech dharma, or I can say, we have to respect our, we call it as runatrayas. We are here in this world because of our Pitrus. It is called Pitru Runa, Deva Runa. This whole creation, because of it only we are here. This is Deva Runa. Or Rishi Runa. We have this knowledge from our ancestors. Because of this only we are standing on their, what we can say, shoulders and seeing the world. These all have to be respected. And it's not that you have to look back. You have to look forward. There should be, we call it as Vijigishu Pravruti. That is, we have to go everywhere in the world. Whatever useful for the world, we have to do it. Kunmanto Vishwavari, what we can say. Or Vasudeva Kutumbakam. The whole world is our own. These are the things. We call them as culture. And that has to be imbibed in our young future generation. And India has a role to play based on all these things.
The last question, since we're talking about globalization, I keep hearing that English is a colonial language.
English is?
It's a colonial language. But English is not a colonial language anymore. Because English is more or less the lingua franca of the world. I mean, even when it comes to translation between, from a Spaniard to somebody or a Japanese thing, English is used. So why is this still treated as a colonial language? Why does English have to be countered by other languages?
In Sangh, we don't counter. But we also put stress on learn your Matrubhasha, mother tongue. If a person living in a metro today, I say, it is not Sangh's any policy or anything. Our Parampunjan Satsang Chal Mohanji always advises all our Swayamsevak Karyakartas to at least to learn 2 languages. But today in metros, there is requirement of 3 languages. One is the regional language, one is mother tongue, another is career language. These, if there may be a situation where career language and also regional language is only one.
Yeah, I'm a Malayali, but I would consider Malayalam my mother tongue. I wouldn't consider it a regional language.
Yeah, that's right.
You know?
If you live, if I am a Kannadiga and I have to live here in Tamil Nadu, I have to respect, I have to learn. It's not that I have to, but when it comes to Kannada and English, I would say, I'm my headquartered in, if I oppose Hindi and I love English, I would feel strange because English is that much far from England. Here only you can get Hindi nearby.
Not exactly far.
I will explain. Yeah. I am not against English or I am not against Hindi also. But only to, what we can say, oppose something, make it as a campaign to oppose Hindi, it's not good for the nation. You should not, what we can say, compel anybody to learn Hindi. But as I said, you need 3 languages: regional language, career language, and mother tongue. If there are no, there may be 2 only. That's what.
No, it's a good
That's
idea.
what we feel. Yeah.
Are there any questions from the audience? Because we got 2 minutes. That's it. No. No. I don't think anybody's asking any questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
The question he was asking you was...
So, Prabhuji is asking it's okay.
If people are interested, there are many misunderstandings about Sangh, about languages and whatnot. He was asking a question. Are you in favor of 3-language formula or a 2-language formula?
No, RSS has not taken any, this one has not passed any resolution. Yes, it was this one. As I am living more in the metro, I feel. But our Satsang Chalak always say, anybody has to learn, even he advises our Swayamsevak Karyakartas in Hindi speaking beds, you have to learn one South Indian language or you learn Asamiya, like that. Because it makes us to feel one with other people also. That's it. There is no official resolution from RSS about 3-language, this one or 2-language, anything, until now. But we stress upon mother tongue, that's all.
Now, what I meant was linked language should be English or Hindi.
No. Linked language, as I said, RSS has not passed any official this one, but linked language, it should be, as I said, there may be in some part of the country, there may be English, requirement of English. Some part of the country, it may be Hindi. If I live in some remote place of Uttar Pradesh, it will be Hindi only. For me, as a Kannadiga, linked language will be Hindi only. That's why I said, my view, there should be 3. Linked language, that is regional language, or this one, career language, and also this one, mother tongue. That's what I feel.
I just, because other, it's come now, I just asked the last question, because in RSS there is always a slogan, when we were in Vidyarthi Parishad, we used to have Vividhita mein ekta, Bharat ki visheshta, diversity in unity. Do you think it is being implemented now, diversity has become disunity? Diversity in unity in diversity was a slogan of RSS.
Yeah.
Vividhita mein ekta, Bharat ki
Vividhita mein
visheshta.
ekata is also there, ekata and vividha is also there.
But now Vividhita is becoming, not uniting the country. No? That's what is RSS doing to implement its own slogan.
Right. There is this situation like that. Yeah. It's a challenge for us also. Yeah.
Oh, there's one question from there.
Morning, sir. Mr. Mukunda, thank you for your time. My name is Sarangan. I come from the business and technology consulting industry. You know, one thing I find is India is underplayed in the global stage. The scenario is changing a lot, and I would attribute that to our PM, Mr. Modi, in a big way. The thing is, you know, India is a spiritual country. Wealth is always attracted to where spirituality exists. As they say, you know, India is karma.
So what is the question?
No, the question is, learning as many languages is always a favorable thing. It doesn't have to be restricted to 2 or 3.
That's a statement. What's the question?
The question is, I think it should be minimum 3 languages.
Yeah, that's a question.
Yeah, the question is, why propose only 2 or 3 or 4? Rather, there should be, today learning any language is so easy. You should be, talking about, propagating this. You go to Google or you find translators. You find language translators. So I think you should be talking about that. The technology is so easily available today.
Thank you.
You just have to, for example, I want to know what is, it's not just Indian languages, even foreign languages, like in French or German.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You just have to use those technology tools. That's
Okay, thank you.
So next generation has to learn LLM also.
And the virtual languages. Definitely an interesting journey ahead. If I may please invite Ms. Lakshmi Menon to present our speaker, to extend our wonderful thanks. From exploring our dharma in our day-to-day lives, this session we've also added a new word of tech dharma to our linguistic dictionary. A lot of interesting concepts being shared right here at the ThinkEdu Conclave 2025, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, a very strong reminder of equipping ourselves with as many languages as we move ahead. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen. Our next session is titled Looking Forward, Future of the Congress. As one of India's most historic political parties, the Congress itself has been central to shaping the nation's political and social fabric. In today's rapidly changing landscape, we're now at a juncture and we have the opportunity to re-explore that very vision, the strategies, the transformation, all of which will navigate this ever-evolving journey. We have a fantastic session where we take a deep dive into what lies ahead for the Congress and its place in shaping India's future. It's my privilege to introduce to you our speaker this session, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Praveen Chakravarti, who is the chairman of the All India Professionals Congress and also leads the Data Analytics Department of the Indian National Congress. He's an alumnus of BITS Pilani and Wharton, and he's had over 2 decades of experience on Wall Street and private sector on the whole before transitioning to public service. A very interesting conversation coming right up, and to chair this session, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya, editor, The New Indian Express. Welcome, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome.
This is your... Oh, that's... Anyway, we can change the...
You've had a small introduction already, so I don't have to do that. Praveen does 2 very key things for the Congress. One, he's the chairperson of the professional unit of the party, and he's also chairman of the data and analytics. The 2 very key things in creating opinion and idea around which a political party must work while creating its ground resonance. Praveen, in this long history of Congress Party, 140 years, there have been many ups and downs. But the challenge that you face now, is it structural, is it organizational, or is it that your leadership no longer has the brand recall it used to once have? What, in your opinion, is the biggest crisis now?
Vanakkam. Before people think that I'm a Bengali Chakravarti and we will have some Bengali chatter here, I'm not, I'm a Tamilian Chakravarti. So I just wanted to make sure that I clarify that, so I don't get any brownie points from Santwana for that. Now, I think the question that you asked is, it's obviously there's no direct one answer to it. I think it's not a secret that the Congress Party is perhaps not at its heydays as it used to be earlier. Now, why? And this is my view, and I'm going to be fairly candid and honest. I think there are a bunch of things that have happened. One, I will start by saying we still believe that if there is one party that can keep this country together and knows how to govern this country, it is the Congress party. I must point out on this, and I don't know if you will like it, but your northern counterpart, when the budget was announced by the finance minister last year, there were 3 specific ideas that the budget picked up from our manifesto, the 2024 manifesto, election manifesto that I was a part of. And it was 3 specific ideas, and to which the editor of your Delhi cousin said, oh, the ideas still come from the Congress party. So to that extent, I think we must understand that there is a very fundamental role in Indian society for the Congress party in terms of its ideas, in terms of its association with the country. Now, I think we could do with a little bit more freshness. I'd be the first to admit that the party is perhaps not moved with the times at the pace at which it should. And I think we could do with some freshness in narrative, freshness in strategy, and freshness in leaders in team. Because the country is moved. If you actually think about, so let's say if I look at 2029, which is the next big election for more than half, nearly 60-70% of voters in 2029 would have come of age politically, started to understand politics in India only from 2009, which is Dr. Manmohan Singh's government. So they don't know anything anything before that. And the Congress party is a 140-year-old party. So it's an old party, and being such an old party has its positives and negatives. Positives is we understand the country. Negatives is we are too old.
I was going to ask you about the idea of borrowing, about the manifesto and budget and all. We'll come to that later. But are you trying to say the white T-shirts and the biceps are not working? The young generation is not getting connected with it? And if we could ask you to decipher a little bit on that before we go on to your next question.
No, so the white T-shirt, since you refer to it, and I know you're probably referring to a recent announcement of a white T-shirt movement. Now, I mean, obviously, white T-shirt is more symbolic. It's more metaphorical to point out that it started with the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which I think even I saw some people from the RSS before this session. I'm sure even they would admit that the Bharat Jodo Yatra was an enormous, tremendous success. Tremendous success in communicating and articulating a new message of politics, which is, for the first time in political history anywhere in the world, the phrase politics of love came up. And for that to be articulated, so the white T-shirt in some sense symbolizes that. The white T-shirt symbolizes the politics of love, the politics of justice, which is social justice. I would like to believe that it also symbolizes the politics of aspiration. And if you ask me very candidly, I would say that if there is one space that the Congress party needs to fill to keep up with the times, is to build the narrative of the politics of aspiration. And the politics of aspiration narrative, which is, I say this even in meetings internally, and this one statistics, which just astounds me. There were 5 lakh youth below 30 that were investors in the stock market in 2013. There are now 4 crore youth below 30 that are investors in the stock market. That is a staggering increase. What are they saying? When there are 4 crore youth investing, punting money in the stock market, then A, they don't have that much money. B, they don't have a job. They can't get jobs. C, they want to make money. It reflects aspiration. What is the Congress Party's message for those 4 crore people? And I think that's where we need to do some more work.
But don't you have a problem about messaging there, given the fact that your top leadership is always engaged in taking pot shots at certain business houses, corporates? And on a serious note, you know, it is being noticed that the Congress is sort of 2 steps forward, 1 step backward, 1 step forward, 2 step backward. It's going like that. You know, you did earn some brownie points while doing the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Then
not brownie
you have
points, votes.
Votes. And it translated into better performance, remarkably better performance in Lok Sabha. But that momentum you did not manage to keep when it came to Haryana, Maharashtra elections and Jammu Kashmir. So what went wrong? Why is that the Congress cannot be, is seen to be not able to build on what are the gains they are making, or seeming to make?
First, I'll respond to your question about taking pot shots at business people and how does that gel with the politics of aspiration. Now, I think when we say aspiration and business, we have to separate and differentiate between cronyism and business. If anything, cronyism is actually negative for aspiration. If today, and as you know, I'm an economist, so if today private investment has been floundering for the last 10 years in this country, it is precisely because of that. It's precisely because of cronyism. It is precisely because of favoritism of a few corporates. So if anything, it actually gels with the politics of aspiration. As regards to elections, now, and I'm going to say this very responsibly, I think the state elections that you're referring to, of course, there are multiple factors at play. Haryana is separate, Maharashtra is separate. Haryana, I believe, that, and the numbers are very clear. See, Haryana had 90 total seats, of which 65 are categorized as rural and 25 are categorized as urban. The Congress Party actually won 33 out of the 65 rural seats. Where it lost is in the urban seats. It won 8 out of 25, whereas the BJP won 17. So it goes back to our narrative for the politics of aspiration and for urban youth. So that's a different case. Maharashtra, I have now been at the forefront of this issue. I had a press conference in Mumbai day before yesterday. There is something wrong with the way the Maharashtra elections were conducted as far as Maharashtra voter lists were concerned. And I'm saying this with full responsibility, with utmost care, after having analyzed and looked at the data in extreme detail. And I've placed all of these numbers, I've discussed this with the Chief Election Commissioner, Rajiv Kumar, personally, and I've also put it in public domain. So there is something absolutely amiss with the Maharashtra voter rolls. There was certainly, that was a very, very big factor. Second, yes, you could argue, did the alliance work, not work? Did it work as well as it did for the Lok Sabha elections? And perhaps not. So I think so we have to be careful before we interpret the Maharashtra election outcome and start to extrapolate or paint that as a generic picture.
Yeah, at least you didn't say that it was the EVMs. And you have been going on and on about the EVMs, and neither the Election Commission nor the Supreme Court has borne you out on that. So if you're so convinced, why have you not been able to prove it in court? Why do you keep talking about the EVM where there are many states where you have won?
No, I did not talk about the EVMs. I mean, that is exactly...
This is your party.
So,
You're talking about...
I'll come to that. I'll come to that. So voter lists are very different from the EVM issue. I think the EVM issue is one of more of a trust. Forget whether the Congress Party believes what the Congress Party believes or not. I think data by CSDS and other research organizations tell you that the public trust in EVMs is at an all-time low. It is at an all-time low. So, you know, and I know that the EVM issue is fraught. It can never be proven one way or the other. But, I mean, if there's one advice that our founding leaders, including Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, would give the Election Commission today, it is to be like Caesar's wife, be above suspicion.
On a more recent note, you are going it alone in Delhi. And of course, there are some questions about why you didn't play up the legacy of Sheila Dikshit, even now considered the most popular chief minister of Delhi, three-term chief minister. Why the Congress party did not encash on her legacy? And the second question is, given the kind of noises that are coming out of your India bloc, is this going to be the formula going ahead in Bihar as well? Because your old ally RJD is making certain noises.
What is the formula?
Going it alone?
Going it alone. No, I can't speak for Bihar. I think the India alliance was a formation for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. The difference was, I mean, the Congress party has had alliances in different states before. Like, for example, in this state, we've had a long-standing alliance with the DMK. In Maharashtra, we've had a long-standing alliance with the NCP. In Bihar, we've had a long-standing alliance with the RJD. And I think those alliances, state-by-state alliances, will continue. Whether some of them continue for the state election or not, clearly in Delhi, it was decided that the Congress party would go it alone. Now, you have to understand, Santwana, so, we can't, I mean, not you, but I'm just saying, we can't make both arguments. On one hand, we can't say the Congress party is getting weaker and weaker because we started off with the question of why have you fallen from your heydays? And on the other hand, to build a party, it requires a political party to go it alone, to build its organization, to have its candidates contest. And for that, we necessarily have to sacrifice some alliances, and Delhi happens to be one such example. So it's a balance. It's a careful balance that we have to strike, and it's not an easy one. As regards your question about Sheila Ji's legacy, I mean, when I was in Delhi, I clearly saw posters and slogans, including Sandeep Dikshit. Of course, we'll talk about Sheila Ji's legacy, but I think Sheila Ji ka sarkar is like a slogan that the party is certainly using very actively in the Delhi elections.
But what about the India alliance? Who is your main target in Delhi? Is it BJP or Kejriwal, your former India bloc ally? And what is the status of the India bloc? There have been noises within the bloc saying that, Mamata Banerjee should be projected as an alternative leader. Is Congress prepared, like Mani Shankar Iyer, one of your old congressmen has said, that Congress should be a little more magnanimous? Is there any thinking on those lines? And what is the status of India alliance?
Like I said, the India Alliance was a formation for the 2024 general elections, parliament elections. The next election is 2029. We still have 4 more years to go. Now, 4 years in politics, as you know, as a very, very senior political journalist, is a very, very long time. Now, talking about magnanimity in the Congress party, I think the magnanimity is shown in numbers. It's evident in numbers. The Congress party contested the fewest number of seats in the parliament elections in 2019 and 2024 in its history. And that's magnanimity. The magnanimity is not about some phase or something for the Delhi media or for some television cameras for people to hold their hands and project. Magnanimity is about what is happening on the ground, how many seats. When the Congress party contests fewer seats, that means we're giving up seats for other parties. And that's where it shows up.
Praveen, if I can interject, it is also, you wrote to the number in alliance, depending on some of your very strong ally. We are sitting in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and DMK alliance was very helpful for you to get you the numbers you got in Tamil Nadu in both the elections.
I think the DMK workers would be the first to acknowledge that the Lok Sabha election was almost an equal partnership where the Congress factor, the Bharat Jodo Yatra factor, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi factor played an enormous role in the victory.
Well, who takes the call in Congress? Is it the CWC, Congress President, or the former Congress President?
Takes the call about what? Wearing white T-shirts?
On buying T-shirts, about branding of the party, about organizational shake-up, which is pending for so long, which may be reason for the downslide to some extent. The huge attrition. One of your former Congress leader has said there are 16 chief ministers who left the party since 2014.
You know, normally they say success has many fathers, failure is an orphan. With the Congress party, failure has many reasons and success has one. But see, I think this is, like I said, this is not a new party. I mean, these are structures that have been there for a very, very long time. I was personally involved in the election of the Congress president in 2022, personally involved as someone who ran the membership drive. So there is a constitution for the party. There are departments of the party. I happen to chair 2 of them. So there are processes and systems in place that make these decisions. There is the Congress Working Committee. If anything, contrary to what you may seek to portray, I would argue maybe sometimes some of these systems and processes are actually in need for a refresh and an overhaul. So it's not like there are no systems and processes. There are perhaps too many systems and processes.
So you are in search of a new look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I certainly am.
Okay, so you said that there were 3 ideas which Nirmala Sitharaman picked up or sort of resonated with from your manifesto. Which are the other ideas which you would expect her and hope she adopts in the coming budget?
Yes, and I think on the issue of economy and foreign policy, at least, we believe that we have to have a certain unanimity, a certain consensus. And I think it is not a secret that, the direction that my mentor and former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh laid out in 1991 has been pursued by successive regimes, including Mr. Vajpayee's regime, and perhaps in the last 10 years. I think it is now time to acknowledge, and Dr. Singh will be the first to acknowledge, that it is maybe we now need to rethink. We need to rethink in terms of some structural changes, and pardon me for being a bit technical, but we have to move from what we would call the macro to the micro, which is more labor market oriented policies, because the fact is the jobs, we saw some sessions about artificial intelligence, these are all going to have a huge impact on labor market. Second, I personally think we cannot, and not just me personally, the Congress party believes that we have to have exports. We have to grow. Exporting our way to prosperity is the only way for India right now. And for that, we have to go back to having a freer regime in terms of import duties. So sitting in Tamil Nadu, if you talk to the apparel makers in Coimbatore and Tirupur, they're losing out to Bangladesh and Vietnam because of import duty structures. I wish the finance minister and the government takes note of this and lowers import duties, because when Coimbatore and Tirupur start exporting apparel, that means it's jobs and jobs for women and unskilled. Similarly, there was another idea that we had, which is for around mining, strategic mining. Mining is one sector that can generate jobs for unskilled workers, and it's the only sector where you take jobs to people, not people to jobs. And with the transition to electric, we had a proposal in the manifesto saying we will commit to increasing mining, to doubling the share of mining to 4% of GDP. I hope the government and the finance minister takes cognizance of that.
As opposition, you've been criticizing for the longest time about, private investments not happening at the scale it is required, and the economy, it's not spurring consumption. So how do you think, in your view or in your party's view, this should be done? What are the steps?
Two things. Rationalize GST. GST is the biggest tax that is hurting consumption. There is simply no need for it to be so complicated. Of course, we all know the popcorn story, but rationalize GST. Second, even if you don't lower income taxes for people, which I would certainly advocate, but for revenue reasons, if they can't, then at least make a clear commitment that for the next 4 years, there will be no increase in income tax rates for the salaried class. At least make that commitment. That's the least we can do. So once that's visibility is there, I think that will boost consumption.
You were talking about that a basic consensus on economy and foreign policy should be there. But the leader of opposition has been in variance with the government and your party by that stretch on major foreign policy issues, which we have not seen before. So what do you have to say about that? And a few things that when you take these ideas to the professional congress, what are the new changes that you have brought in?
Okay, on foreign policy, no, and I think we have to, this is not one to be flippant about. So when it comes to the issue of China, I think our peeve with the government is that the government actually does not discuss and consult. So what is our China strategy? And I don't think it's...
You have to elaborate a little, because there are a lot of students here for them to understand.
So now, our relationship with China has deteriorated, and unfortunately, our relationship with all the other neighbors, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, has deteriorated. And that's a fact. This is not a charge that I'm leveling, it's a fact. But with China, we have to have a more holistic view on it. A, we are economically dependent on imports from China. That is a reality. B, they are sitting inside our land in Arunachal. They've taken away thousands of square kilometers of land. How do we balance the two? And for this, we need to be mature as a country and have consensus domestically first, and then, I mean, what the response that we have right now is actually a no response. I think the last time I heard the Prime Minister utter the word China, was when he was hugging him in 2019. So, and this is all. So this is not, like I said,
That's an old narrative.
It's not. What is the China strategy? What is the China? You may not like me criticizing it, but this is, I mean, let us be honest to ourselves here. We don't need to be, we don't need to brush things under the carpet. So my simple point is, let us have a conversation. Let us have a discussion. When was an all-party meeting held on foreign policy last? It was not held. Why? If we have a problem with China, if we have a problem with Bangladesh, we do have a problem with Bangladesh. Should we not sit down together and discuss? When was it done? What are we scared of? We don't need to be scared of anything, right? So that's the point that we're making. We're not saying we're going to be deferring. We're not going to say, oh, if we should do this, and if you don't do this, we'll go out and criticize you. No, but let's all sit down and agree. For whatever reasons, we have chosen to do this. And this has been the long-standing political tradition of our country, our democratic tradition. And that's fallen apart. As regards to Professionals Congress, now, like I said, Professionals Congress, the department that I lead, is also very intricately tied to what I believe the politics of aspiration that I said that the Congress party needs to develop. And for that, I think we have to, the message that we have to carry with us is we absolutely are for aspiration. In fact, the message should be almost as straightforward as it is okay, it is good to chase wealth. It is good to make money. Aspire to get wealthy. And we will support you in that endeavor. Do it legitimately, do it fairly, and do it in a clean manner. And this narrative is what the Professionals Congress is now tasked with developing and taking to the middle class.
But your leader, Rahul Gandhi, says it is an ideological battle. So have your party been able to counter the Hindutva narrative, which is a very strong sort of emotional appeal to religious identity-based politics? Has Congress been able to counter that in any way? Or what is your counter to that? You one day go visit temples, another day you uphold secular values. So where do you see, what is your ideological position vis-a-vis this?
No, I think, Shantanu, that's conflating too. As a practicing Hindu, I can tell you, I am absolutely...
No, you do that in a political, as part of the political campaign.
So no, that's, in fact, the entire battle is that the Hindutva or Hinduism as is being projected is not the form of is not the true Hinduism. And that is the message that we're saying. We're not saying it's Hindu versus something. And I can say that a lot of us were practicing Hindus within the Congress party. So that doesn't mean we are not practicing Hindus. What it means is what the version of Hinduism that is being propagated is not the true version of Hinduism as taught to us, as our civilization is known. And that is what we are trying to, when we say it's an ideological battle, that's the ideological battle that we're talking about.
So, wrapping it up, is there any question? Anybody wants to ask anything? Yeah. There's a gentleman.
So, respected Praveen Chakravarti, sir, I am a very senior citizen. I have been observing the Tamil Nadu politics. You said the alliance, till 1967, Congress was a ruling party under the great Perundalaivar Kamarajar. After that, it lost power, and the efforts were made to gain power. But today, it is only playing the second fiddle to TMK. And they are not even prepared to give sharing the power. Many of the alliance parties are asking for sharing the power in Tamil Nadu. But Congress also, the leader of the opposition, leader of the Congress party in the assembly, he also made a statement, we want to share power. What are your thoughts on that, sir?
Yeah, you're right in the sense that we could have done a lot more in Tamil Nadu, and particularly coming from Tamil Nadu, even though I have an All India position, it hurts me even more that the Congress party has not been able to do more in Tamil Nadu. I think all I can say at this point in time is, I think with the change in generation within the Congress party, there is a very clear pressure, demand, and aspiration for us to build our base and get much, much stronger in Tamil Nadu than we have been for the last 30, 40 years.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any other question? Yeah, okay. We'll wrap it up. The old Congress party is in search of a new identity.
Thank you, ma'am. If I may please request our session chair to extend Our felicitations to our speaker, Mr. Praveen Chakravarti. Thank you so much for taking the time and, of course, for sharing such a candid conversation. We've set the ball and conversation in motion, and we look forward to all of those interesting conversations that have transpired to move into actionable insights. With that, we also break our on-stage proceedings for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us back in 30 minutes as we begin. The second session, or rather the second half of our day here at ThinkEdu Conclave 2025, India's premier education conference that places education at the heart of our country's transformation. We're truly dedicated to exploring how innovation, culture, how policy, all of these play into how we educate and empower future generations. This year, of course, we also turn our focus to the rise of the new Indosphere, and very much in line with that, we step into our upcoming session, First-Time MPs, making their voices heard, bringing to spotlight those who are stepping into the world of politics armed with fresh ideas, bold energy, and a commitment to change. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to witness leaders who truly represent a new chapter in India's political narrative, breaking through the noise to make their voices count in the nation's powerful halls. With that, it is my pleasure to invite onto the stage our three dynamic MPs to share their stories, challenges, aspirations, and give us a glimpse into the future of Indian leadership. Please join me with a round of applause as I welcome Dr. Angomcha Bimol Akhoijam to join us, recently elected to the 18th Lok Sabha. Dr. Akhoijam continues to champion democratic values, social change, a renowned academic, filmmaker, political leader, a lot of experience we're going to hear on stage. It's also my pleasure to invite onto the stage Dr. R.N. Behera, who is a member of the parliament, from Jajpur, Odisha, once again a renowned computer scientist with a PhD in artificial intelligence. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to take the opportunity to welcome onto the stage Dr. John Brittas, a member of parliament representing Kerala in the Raj Sabha, an award-winning parliamentarian honored with the Sansad Ratna Award for his contributions. Once again, a distinguished media professional. So ladies and gentlemen, as we set the stage, if I may invite our session chair, Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya, editor, The New Indian Express, to drive this conversation. A round of applause for our panel on stage. Over to our session chair. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Can everybody please sit down? Can we start? Yeah. What is remarkable about this panel is we have members of parliament, some of them first-time members, but they are all successful professionals in their own right. And they are, for the young audience, I must say, that they are people who have come into politics despite being very prominent and successful in their professional lives. So politics is not entirely the bad world or a world that is better avoided. Let me start from that. For example, if I can call you Bimal, yeah. He's a well-known professor in Jawaharlal Nehru University, and he made his first debut speech at midnight in Parliament. And if there are some positives of having social media is that his speech went viral. As he spoke about Manipur, and about its marginalization and the distance between Delhi and Manipur increasing. I would like Bimal to shed light on the topic. And did you actually expect the kind of response you got on your first speech? Which not only went viral, everybody had to come down to cover it and took note of your speech and what you were trying to say.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to this program. There is a story behind that speech, and also whatever I've spoken has a lot to do with last 35 or 40 years of my academic life. The way I try to understand this country, what is this nation all about? That's why you can sense the thing I talk about. We talk about, say, for instance, continuity between the colonial and the post-colonial, and even the present government is trying to sort of do a decolonization process by changing criminal laws into, new kinds of laws as we're enacting. It's a well-known thing among many post-colonial scholars that many ideas and practices in these countries are still those introduced by the British.
Hold it a little closer.
So, with that background and students I have taught from Tamil Nadu, right now I also have a PhD student from Tamil Nadu, incidentally, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, this cliche, then I have students across this country, and I've been trying to find with them what this country is all about, and the crisis in Manipur has again revealed much more clearly, which I have articulated some 25 years ago in my academic writing. The way in which we look at the Northeast, the way we handle this crisis itself is a reflection of that continuity. So I intended to express that in my first speech. Despite the Manipur's presence in academic world, in medical field, in defense, my community, for instance, has the largest per capita officers in defense forces. We are the #1, followed by 6, the number of officers in defense forces as compared to your population.
You hold it closer.
What I'm saying is, despite all this presence, incidentally, one of my junior colleague is a professor of mathematics. He's leading the Indian for the mathematics Olympiad in Australia. He's also from my community. He's in ISI, Professor Shanta. So despite all this presence in sports and others, in cultural field and so on, the manner in which the government of India decided to keep silent, or even to some extent how the rest of the country looks at this crisis. I have raised this issue to journalists. I said, had this happened in Bihar or UP, would you have allowed this to happen? And categorically the journalist says, it is on YouTube, you can check. They said no. So they said, somebody says it's a tyranny of distance. I said, it's not a tyranny of distance. This is not a case of out of sight, out of mind. It is rather a case of out of mind, out of sight. That's the case. So I intend to communicate on the floor of the House, and I was doing it systematically, and then I learned people started shouting me down. That's why last 1.5 minutes of my speech was full of emotion.
Which is very surprising, which was not there earlier. That is the change that has happened. First time MP's debut speech, the tradition was he or she was never interrupted and allowed to speak, given more time. That was the norm.
I think, I have done as a student of social science how the parliament had changed its composition, its ethos have changed over the years. This is nothing new, but I have seen it from inside. What I have read in, PhD scholars' work and so on, I can see in practice now how. There was a time when people used to wait like a Friday opening of a movie. The parliament session, people waited to listen to Nehruji speaking, and how the debate goes on, and Westminster model and those things. And people have been writing since the last 20 years or so that that particular culture has shifted slowly. And I can see firsthand now that that culture is gone. And shouting, and sometimes you will be shocked, the kind of things that have been said. But I was mentally prepared for this. That's why, they are trying to distract my time, so I shouted back. So you can see change in the tonal aspect of my intervention towards the 1.5 minute of my speech at the end.
So rules of engagement has changed.
You take it that way.
So it's a different era, different time altogether.
Absolutely.
But some of your speeches, not just your, some of your speeches of other MPs have also gone viral. So it's not as if that people don't listen to it. Listen when something clicks and some point is made forcefully enough and engaging enough, people do listen to it. And social media somewhere has kind of propped it up. John, I'll come to you
Yeah, please.
Later, because you are the veteran in this panel, and Dr. veteran or an old timer, if one could say that in your party lingo. Dr. Behra, there's a lot being said about one of the contentious issues which have led to Parliament not functioning and very bitter debates and bitter altercation is around the question of caste census, right? How much do you think that that is required for what the opposition is saying for equal or non-opposition parties also, say Nitish Kumar also joins that chorus, required for equal distribution of resources. And do you think in the parliament, actually the issues of SC/ST community or the OBCs are heard or discussed in the manner it should be? Or do you think that, population categorized and discusses is not the real way to go ahead?
Okay, thank you. Bharatiya Janata Party, my party, and the leader is Modi ji, Mr. Narendra Modi ji. He is not a prime minister, he is a visionary leader. He has a thought process, he has a vision to make India a new India. So new India concept he has developed, the Nutan Bharat with societal values, with Indian ethics and all these things, you want to make a new India. So for that he has categorized India into 4 parts. One is youth, to my call Z generation. Second is women, the Matru Shakti. Third is farmers, those are our Annadata. Fourth is poverty. So he has said that poverty was one of the categories. If you have Viksit Bharat 2047, so you have to make progress, elevation of these 4 factors. Youth, to some Z generations, women, agriculturalists or farmers, and poverty. If you uplift these 4 factors, then you can reach that light. So this caste census, OBC, all these things, he has a tremendous respect for Ambedkar ji. He has tremendous, and our party has tremendous respect on parliament, values, and all the Constitution of India, which has been brought by Ambedkar ji. But further he doesn't want, we also reservation, whatever are talking now, everything is done by Bharatiya Janata Party, and Narendra Modi ji has done a tremendous contribution for this. We are not shouting, we are not doing politics on this. We want the real upliftment of all sectors of the society. So caste census, they are saying, why it didn't took place during Congress era? Where it is there? So it is unnecessary create problem. Rather, we have a system for reservation of the OBC in various levels. So Mr. Modi, our leader, is always thinking of doing in this forum.
Yeah, we'll come to it in more detail later. Prime Minister Modi doesn't quite hide his own caste position. He doesn't deny the fact or doesn't hide the fact that he himself is an OBC leader, and which has to a great extent helped Bharatiya Janata Party catapult into a position of power from which it has not been dislodged, and that has helped. So we'll come to that point. John, if I could ask you, left in terms of its footprint in the Indian state, sort of state government, in terms of power equation, in terms of number of MPs it has in both houses, has been dwindling very fast, and with it, representation and time to speak is in Parliament, and the Houses of Parliament is dependent on your strength, right? So how difficult do you find it to put across your point in terms of getting time and the way the parliament functions more in disruption than in debate. And how do you put across your point? And especially when you come from a profession which is media, where you get the platform to say, and you have been in leading position where there was nobody to stop your voice. So how does it work out?
I'm glad that you asked about the parliament. It's true that I am coming from the profession that is media, which used to be media, but according to me, that media has become Modia now. That is my new finding. And when you talked about parliament, I've been seeing this parliament for last more than 3.5 decades, I would say. From 1988 onwards, when I used to cover the parliament as a correspondent, as a journalist. Now, my friend from the Congress, Manipur MP, he talked about the way in which his maiden speech was disrupted. That is what he said so. So, with regard to Manipur, of course, I spoke in Parliament saying that the responsibility of the Prime Minister is to give pran to the people in Manipur and in India, not to gods in Ayodhya. Instead of participating in pran pradishta, the Prime Minister should participate in the pran pradishta of the people. I think that Manipur is the only state where the Prime Minister hasn't visited. My dear friend, it's more than 1 year the state has been burning, and the Prime Minister who goes to even to Kerala to attend a wedding hasn't found time to visit a state which is inalienable part of the country. And the parliament discourse, I would say that. See, when I say that, you see, as a journalist, I used to witness the parliament debates. Veteran journalist Prabhu Chavalaji is there. You should be releasing about those debates when people like Atal Bihari Vajpayee used to be there. There used to be a parliamentary discourse. Now, there is no parliament, but the entire parliamentary process has gone down in the drain. You have everything now, the structures are there, but the content has got completely eroded. This is what is happening in this country. Nowadays, there is no Acha Din. I don't know what the Prime Minister says about Acha Din. So, when we talk about institutions, the biggest debacle that has happened in this democracy is that all the pillars of the democracy have started crumbling, including the media which you represent. Please ask your boss the stature and the status of the journalists which used to be in Delhi, and what is the status of journalists now, the way in which the ministers behave to them. And there was a time when even when Rajiv Gandhi was ruling this country with 3/4 majority, all the scandals used to have been doled out. The journalists used to report about it. Have you seen a single investigative story in last 10 years in any of the Delhi media? If anybody show me an investigative story, I would go and obviously prostrate in front of him. This is the status of the institutions of this country. You finished off with planning commission. Did the economy of the country improve? You finished off the old parliament. Did the parliamentary discourse has strengthened in any way? Take any institution for that matter.
John,
I will just add one more.
We can hold a separate discussion on the status of the media, whether media is doing what it should be doing, not doing. But here I'm trying to understand, has the left voice being marginalized in parliament and outside? How difficult do you find to put your point across, viewpoint across in parliament, given your dwindling stature? And in my state, in Bengal, you are politically also marginalized, right? You are not, you don't have to, you are not even there in the assembly. So I wanted you to speak on that.
I do agree with the fact that the strength of the left has dwindled, and that is the unfortunate part of the Indian politics, because that was a shade of opinion which used to be there. Now, when you talk in terms of the left strength which has got eroded, and that has resulted in me not getting ample time or my party not getting ample time in the parliament to speak. But I see, nobody is getting time to speak in the parliament. There's a complete disruption. Assuming that I had 15 or 20 MPs or 50 MPs, did it make any difference to my party or the parliamentary discourse? How many days did the parliament function? That's what I'm saying. It's true that my party strength has got dwindled, and most of the, I would say, the strongholds of left has got eroded, especially your state, West Bengal. We are only governing one state, which is Kerala. But I would say the view of the left still remains to be very relevant to the country. That's what we need to, underline. Whether the strength. BJP was at a point of time having only 2 MPs in Lok Sabha. Did it make it a point that you see they were irrelevant in Indian politics? Absolutely no.
John, Sitaram was in parliament when BJP had come to power. But I do remember Sita making very powerful speeches, taking on then leader of the house, Arun Jaitley, squarely. Then, I remember as a young journalist covering parliament where Somnath Chatterjee or Indrajit Gupta spoke. Indrajit Gupta used to scold many of us whenever we asked questions, but they were excellent speakers, okay? And their numbers were not very great. So maybe there is a sort of, that aspect also one needs to look at. And they made impact nonetheless, despite their numbers. Now let me come back to Bimal. You spoke about your debut speech being disrupted, but whatever happened, it went viral and you spoke at midnight and it became a remarkable, it became a story in itself. Tell me something, do you think Manipur has been effectively discussed in parliament? And I don't want you to speak just as a INC MP. Okay, you speak as a Manipur MP and say how you would have preferred Manipur to be discussed in Parliament and what should have been done.
First of all, excuse me because I come from this tribe called academics, so I tend to quote things from thinkers and so on. There's this Danish philosopher, Søren Kierkegaard, once said, that you want to explain the general, then you look for an exception, a true exception, because the exception will explain the general as well as exception itself. So if you think that the way the 75 years, how this constitution has been operating, what is the nature of this country, what are the dynamics of exclusions that we have been experiencing over the last 75 years, I think Manipur is that exception. The constitutional order has been thrown into the dustbin. Okay, so you have a satrap, local satrap. This is almost like an empire where the Delhi decides everything. And so, the fact that many of us in the rest of the country will be looking at the way European journalists or the parliamentarians in Europe had looked at Rwandan crisis. There have been a lot of criticism against the manner in which the Western countries have responded to the Rwandan crisis and how is it different from the way they responded to the Yugoslavian crisis and so on. I can sense that generally the way we have responded to Manipur's crisis smacks of that one, and that is precisely what I'm saying, that is an example of the continuity of the colonial ethos from the post-colonial from the colonial to the post-colonial. So the way, Article 355, is it in operation or not? Nobody knows. There is a chief minister who says that certain areas will be taken care of by the home minister, union home minister, and he's taken care of certain areas, which is unthinkable in this country. Ambedkar had once called the law and order as a domain, as he called it, the sovereign and plenary authority of the state. We have example of how certain articles have been amended because to curtail the influence of the union government on the state. We have histories of that. 257A, for instance, the capacity of the union government to send in troops was thrown away by the Supreme Court. But you are witnessing a classic case of the subversion of constitutional mechanisms. There is an extra constitutional exercise of power, and there is a willing satrap who is running the show in Manipur. It is like that Manchurian king, Puyi, the last emperor. A Japanese prop him up for sometimes he think himself as a king. And I think these are the aspects that when I want to talk, we don't want to talk about, and especially, it is my request to the rest of the country, don't talk about Manipur as a thing out there. It is a reflection of how this country is all about.
Vimal, if I can interrupt and tell you, I'll share something with you. We are largely seen as a southern paper, though we have an edition called Morning Standard, and it's called Sunday Standard in the weekend in Delhi, which is sort of doing well. We do have an edition there, but we are largely seen, and we do carry a fortnightly column by a Manipur journalist, Pradeep Panjwani, regularly. And when the crisis happened, when it was at its peak, Patricia Mukim, she's quite well known, she wrote for us one or two columns, and you would be surprised to know when she just wrote, she had to run her own paper. When she had just written one or two pieces, and then she simply didn't get time. So we got so many letters saying, why aren't you getting her to write? We want to read and know what is happening. And this was letters coming to us and people calling up from, say, Trivandrum, Kochi, Bangalore, and all these places, Hyderabad, okay. Lot of interest about what is happening. So you have spoken about this silence around Manipur. Maybe inside you feel when crisis at that peak, but there was a response from the people, and people wanted to know. Okay.
No, I'm not denying that. In fact, I think I have written a piece for your paper as well on that women protest. I have done a piece. Those naked women being paraded. I think you asked me to contribute one, so I wrote one. I think I'm not talking about a couple of us writing in national paper. It's a general trend is what I'm talking at. I mean, excuse me for saying this, Indira Gandhi becoming prime minister doesn't necessarily mean that women folk in this country is doing well. I mean, it is in this sense that, incidentally, I have done related research team. We have investigated the manner in which within court national media have responded to, and it is dismal. It is all against the Press Council of India's standard. It is, that work is available online. We are bringing it as a hard copy as well. We have covered, I don't want to mention the name of that, big media houses, 5 within court national media. We have analyzed the content on an everyday basis. All the news that cover Manipur, we have used theories of media studies and methods, scientific methods, and the finding is deeply, deeply disturbing. I have never seen Indian media responding to the crisis in Manipur like this. So that's one side of the story. The manner in which we have responded, when I said, it includes the manner in which the media have covered, almost fueling the crisis. I have said this, if I may take his name, Karan Thapar also, I said, you are fueling this crisis rather than dousing the flame. That's very unfortunate. It's a blot on the history of Indian media, if I would say that. But generally, I think, let's take it. This crisis has been going on for now 20 months. And who's in charge of this? Nobody knows. The Amit Shah is saying that the CM is cooperating.
Yeah.
And the CM says, my power has been taken over by the union government without declaring President's rule and so on. So I think it is, as we celebrate 75th year of this constitution, who is talking about complete subversion of the constitutional mechanism by the people who are ruling this country? I mean, nobody points finger.
Let's throw open the idea, because you are coming back to the same point, and media is always the easiest flogging pole. So, Dr. Behra, if you could sort of tell us, do you think the Manipur issue was not discussed properly? It should have been discussed more intensively than it was? And how much do you think that opposition disruption of the parliament costs also creates another kind of silence around first-time MPs, even for the largest party like yours?
Thank you.
In the sense, silence in a manner that you don't get to speak. In any case, you have whips and etc. You can never speak your mind.
I was a government servant. I was director of National Informatics Center. I was in a discipline line. First time I took VRS, joined Bharatiya Janata Party. But my experience, first experience in parliament, I thought there should be scope of debate and other things should be there. But what is happening in parliament, the opposition, they don't have any agenda, only agenda to disrupt in the parliament. We see in the Prime Minister's speech, the Manipur issue is unnecessary that chaotic condition inside the parliament. There is no issue they have this chaotic. They have already told your time is there. Suppose time is for 12 noon. So the 12 noon, within that framework, the opposition should speak. They are unnecessarily delayed the process. And when the Prime Minister started speaking, that time they are the chaotic concept, they are rushed to the center point and they are howling. This was my experience that they didn't allow our Prime Minister to speak. This type of unruly things should not happen, whoever the opposition. And as my experience, lots of opportunities given in the parliament in the fair means. Mic system, I'm giving that example. There are lots of discussion, the mic is stopped, but mic is a very automatic system in parliament. Nobody has the control that you will stop that mic, open that mic, this is automatic. Once you speak it, then they are complaining that on intentional mic is stopped. Similarly, debating, everybody has, I can say, the opposition leaders are getting fair chance of speaking rather than we government leaders. Because in first time, we are getting less opportunity to speak. Rather, the opposition all are getting opportunity to speak.
That's because the numbers have changed, Dr.
Yes,
Behra.
yes.
Numbers have changed, so the opposition is getting more time to speak, right?
Yes, yes.
And courtesy is not shown to, by either side, okay? We see behavior which is not suited or which we have not seen in parliament before.
Parliament, suppose.
Okay, so that is true about both the treasury and the opposition benches.
No, our Prime Minister, we should have respect to the Prime Minister. There someone is telling by
yeah,
name.
That is what I'm saying.
The
Courtesy is not
shown.
But tell me something. When is the last time that an adjournment motion was admitted? Or Rule 183 was admitted? When was the last time?
No, this time
you are a new MP. Have you seen it in your, in your tenure, term in this months that you have been there?
I'm talking about Indian Constitution and Baba Sahib Ambedkar. That issue has taken place inside Parliament. I was also present where Pratap Singh, one of our MP, was hurt by the Congress leader. You know very well. But the thing is that, actually, if any party has done in favor of anything on Baba Sahib, respect to Baba Sahib Ambedkar ji, that is Congress party. That is Bharatiya Janata Party. He has got Bharat Ratna Award during the NDA period. He has given all the opportunity, the 5 places of Baba Sahib Ambedkar, the Panch Tirtha, Honorable Prime Minister has declared his birthplace. He has taken Diksha in Nagpur, his working place in Delhi, Mahaparinirvana out of Mumbai, and where he studied in London. So we have enough respect for Baba Sahib Ambedkar. There is nothing tampered on permutation and combination of Indian Constitution. Any respect to Indian Constitution, wherever it is tampered, it is during previous government, some other period. But this period, it is must respect is given. But unnecessary, they are howling that Bharatiya Janata Party is tampering with the Indian Constitution. This type of politics should not be there. That I have felt that unless there is a completely chaotic condition inside Parliament with this argument, but this argument does not hold good. If anybody, Baba Sahib is tortured by that period, Congress period, because he was not allowed to contest. That he has become the first law minister. Rather, from Jogendra Mandal, one leader from Bengal, he has supported him. So this, all the story when our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Home Minister has clarified in the Parliament, then accounting consists to.
Ambedkar has emerged as an icon which no political party can ignore. Yes. Okay, right now. And Bharatiya Janata Party, which is very good at messaging, has, of course, done enough to appropriate Ambedkar legacy and make it a national legacy which no single party can go and claim. That is what has happened. And while propagating the narrative that it has been the party which has promoted and shown maximum respect to Baba Saheb Ambedkar. But it is very surprising that in the last election, it is on the Constitution and the basic clause about the Constitution where the Dalit vote seem to have moved in the fear that something may be done to the Constitution.
Actually,
the reservation will be moved. That's a kind of, your party for the first time failed in conveying in messaging.
This is that I am coming to that part. Yeah. Actually, in the previous session, you were asking that Congress.
Right.
So how we have to done well in Parliament, and it's not done well in states like Haryana and Maharashtra.
Actually, if it had not done as well as it did in Orissa, in your state, then it could have been a different
thing is
Lok
that
Sabha
there
altogether.
is a rumor spread during Lok Sabha election, general election, that once BJP will come to power, then it will remove reservation. That's the main power Congress has utilized, rather misutilized, to get the seats. When Bharatiya Janata Party won and we have formed the government, Modi ji has taken drastic steps in upliftment, SC/ST, constitution preservation and other things. Then people realize that the Modi government will never change the constitution. Then this is the basic result of Maharashtra and Haryana election. But other factor you may take it, but this is the basic.
Yeah, you
people
have
the confidence
that
the constitution will not be changed.
Right.
Can I understood. Can I supplement?
Yeah,
see,
please.
basically, we should put the record straight. My honorable friend was saying that, see, the legacy of Ambedkar, he said that it was NDA government which bestowed Bharat Ratna. Absolutely wrong. It was VP Singh government which gave Bharat Ratna to Ambedkar. Where was NDA?
VP Singh government supported by...
What is that?
That time Bharatiya Janata Party was not there.
Please listen to me.
Okay.
See, just because VP Singh gave Bharat Ratna to Ambedkar and to uphold the legacy of Ambedkar, he went on to, to implement Mandal Commission report. That was the reason why BJP, took back the support. So essentially, the legacy of the Ambedkar was actually thrown to wind by BJP. If at all it had some respect for Ambedkar, it should have supported the Mandal Commission recommendation, implementation done by VP Singh. So now, you're absolutely correct. There is something on an appropriation that is happening. Anybody and everybody is appropriated by BJP. Sardar Patel, who banned RSS, is being appropriated. Vivekananda, who talked about bigotry, drenching the earth with blood, is being appropriated. Even Bhagat Singh is being appropriated. Even Ambedkar. See, when Ambedkar introduced Hindu Code Bill, who was around the street? It was RSS. It's Ambedkar resigned from the cabinet precisely because RSS protested against the Hindu Code Bill. So anybody and everybody who are not part of their sphere is being appropriated by RSS. This is the politics.
John, this process of readjusting politics has happened in your party as well. You had problem with Bose, Subhash Chandra Bose. You had problem with Tagore. You had problem, many of them, Vivekanand. All of it you readjusted and fine-tuned your politics. They have also done it. So that is a process of political evolution. I will just give a quick last word to all of you. How would you say, how do you make your voice heard? In this era where social media has come to dominate everything, and is AI a threat to the politics that you do, the grassroots or the daily politics that we have seen till now? One quick word, two sentences each. We have to wrap up.
I think in the world of post-truth, I say the sanctity of parliament must be restored because people should trust what is being deliberated on the floor of the House as something more reliable. I think in that sense, we all parliamentarians must be honest to the role that we play in our society. We should not be reduce ourselves to the hankering and unnecessary attempt to influence and manage perceptions just as you do on social media. In this regard, I think we must also rethink. It's time for us to rethink what this country is going through. The nationalist ethos, the way we imagine India has been changing over the last decade or so. As part of that, I expect as a member, the marginals should speak for themselves, and everybody is trying to appropriate Ambedkar and so on. I think Dalits and they have to speak for themselves, just as I would speak for the marginal people in India's Northeast in particular. But when I speak about India's Northeast, you should not forget that I'm talking about this country. So I expect one way to begin I'm looking forward to is that all of us participate equally and do the needful.
I don't want to interrupt, but Bimal, this is also about a mindset issue. We have celebrated many of your great artists in Manipur, whether it is Aribam Sham Sharma, whether it's Ratan Thiam, whether it's Kanhai Lal, whether it is Savitri.
That's okay. It's like calling, less celebrating Sita and stuff like that doesn't necessarily mean you're doing good for the women.
No, I'm not trying to in any way discount the crisis that is going on, the kind of divide that your state is facing. We are trying to give coverage for it, but I would say that, the fact that there is a thing that, there is silence around Northeast. The process of a conversation, I think, was there. There has been disruptions, but efforts have been on.
Just let me one sentence and I'll wind it up. I'm saying that, let's be honest, there is a need to reflect on what this country is all about, and that should begin with the way we deal with Manipur.
Right.
My question is that, my point is that in Parliament we have come, we have been elected by the people of this country. When you are talking, you should see people of this country is listening, not the government party, nor Bharatiya Janata Party. The entire people who was elected, what I am contributing for my nation building, what I am doing for my people, my area, that should be priority. But unnecessary creating a misinformation in the Parliament, that will lead to the other parties also. That is my point. Second, now artificial intelligence is coming. The deep fake plays a vital role. So that you should take care while taking into that consideration.
Yeah, that's a serious problem.
Yeah,
so you have the last word, say.
No, see, the point is very simple. The idea of India with its rich diversity and the institutions that were built up should remain. So in a changing world with AI threatening us and also giving us so much hope, I don't know how to decipher. I also have concerns whether the AI will affect the democratic process also, because even a despot can create false intimacy and even hijack the elections. So these are all concerns. But the present concerns for me is that This country with rich diversity, the plural country with rich institutions need to remain intact. The idea of India which I carry from Kerala to Delhi has to be there. It should not be unilateral with uniformity. It should be with rich diversity.
Thank you, sir.
So much, there's no time to open it for questions. I'm sorry about it.
Thank you so much. With that, if I may invite onto the stage Mr. Prabhu Chawla to extend our thanks and felicitate our speakers on stage. What a way to end a lovely session on first-time MPs and getting their voices heard. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Akoyjam, Dr. R.N. Behera, Dr. John Britas, all of whom have shared their candid thoughts and also shown us a little bit of what goes on behind the scenes as well, and a little bit of what to expect the future, especially in terms of AI. In the interest of time, if I may jump right in and set the stage for our upcoming session, ladies and gentlemen, which is centered around a very interesting topic that truly speaks to the very soul of India's vision for the future. Doctors and engineers, their role in Viksit Bharat at 2047. Of course, as we look towards 2047, when India marks 100 years of independence, we're also on a journey to becoming Viksit Bharat, or a developed Bharat. That very much hinges on the contributions of two very key pillars, our doctors and engineers. They're not just professionals anymore, they are nation builders, they are driving change and also creating opportunities for growth. I'd like to welcome onto the stage our session speakers. Please join me with a round of applause as I invite Dr. Sudha Seshayan, Director at Shastra University. Also an accomplished medical doctor, teacher, administrator, and scholar. She currently serves as the Indo-Japan G20 Chair Professor and is the former Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu, Dr. MGR Medical University. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Her contributions also, ladies and gentlemen, include the prestigious Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for Science Writing in Tamil. Welcome, ma'am. Also, my privilege to introduce to you Professor Dr. K. Shivaprasad, who is the Vice Chancellor of APJ Abdul Kalam Kerala Technological University, who will be joining us for this session. A distinguished academic and expert in maritime technology, he also serves as a professor at the Department of Ship Technology, Cochin University of Science and Technology. We have Ms. Kaveri Bamzai taking the session forward.
Great. So why are engineers so unemployable? Is it a problem with the corporate sector or is it a problem with the engineers? I didn't even let you drink your water.
Thank you for inviting me for this ThinkEdu conclave conducted by the New Indian Express. My Nada phone is not working. Microphone is there, megaphone is there, but my Nada phone is not properly working. You may please excuse me for my throat. It's the right question put forward by our chair. The employability of engineers is very, very critical to Viksit Bharat. There is no doubt. I have some experience connected to the placement activities in which I was actively involved for approximately for last 25 years in my, not in KTU, the Kerala Technological University, but in Cochin University, where I teach in Department of Ship Technology. Some of the companies, they come with a psychiatrist, a psychologist. And these psychologists will be one of the interview panel members. And the technical interview will be there, asking some questions, technical questions. Some HR interview will be there, asking about their performance, something else and else. Then, last word is given by the psychologist. He will inquire about the physical He will inquire about the mental strength of the candidate. Then the last decision is not based on the HR and the technical interview. The actual decision is made by the psychologist whether this person, this candidate should be selected or not. That directs to the employability of a particular candidate. And if psychologist is not coming, usually the employer, the manager will come and ask me whether, Shiv Prasad, please select somebody for me who is actually may not be having maximum marks, may not be a rank holder, but who can work with my company, not work hard, not work highly professional way, but can adjust with my team so that their productivity of that particular company is more. So that I give an advice to him, select this man, that man, this man. And this is the real example of how employability works in the actual industrial sector. So we need to consider the mental capacity and mental strength of a candidate in the new world order. That is my submission.
No, so, sorry. There's a clear mismatch between what the employer expects from the job aspirant and what the aspirant expects from the employer. The aspirant wants what? And the employer wants what?
Aspirants as such, nowadays they are only interested in money.
That's not such a bad thing.
But they want also to do less work and get more money. That is the aspirants are looking for that. But the employer, I don't know whether they are looking for there are recent comments on
90-hour work.
90 hours. I don't know whether they are asking for 90 hours per week. 90 hours per week.
Yeah.
90 hours per week. But they want productivity to be improved with this, whether they stay back or they work hard during their time. So there is a problem that the mismatch is there between the candidates and the management, the employer. There is a mismatch, and we have to. It is our responsibility, the responsibility of the teaching professional, to bridge this gap. For that, AICT is introducing the technical contents are withdrawn and more social contents are being introduced in the curricula. It is very surprising to see that the mathematics is reduced and you have ethics and environmental science is being introduced for the BTech students, whereas the LKG and UKG students are also exposed. They are also taught these environmental sciences and ethics. So the same thing is repeated in BTech for BTech curricula. So there is a big mismatch.
No, so are you saying that that's not a good thing? Because ethics and environmental sustainability are things that people should be aware of.
Yeah, but when I was a student, I used to copy the ethics and environmental sensitivity of my teacher directly. There was no portion in my curriculum. I used to watch my teacher, what he is doing. And directly absorbing it. Nobody comes and instructs me that you have to do like this.
It's very interesting that you're echoing what Professor Rao also said earlier. Is the problem with teachers?
Yeah, there are. But what I used to, as a Vice Chancellor of Kerala Technology University, I went to a college and I saw that 4 o'clock, the bell rings, ring, 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 ring. Everybody disappears.
The teachers or the students?
Teachers and students. And the college is just like a kind of a place where completely deserted place. What is this happening? We used to have, when I was a student 40 years back, our academic session, somebody sleeps, somebody yawns, it will end at 4 o'clock. But the real teaching, learning starts at 4 o'clock. We used to sleep in our department. We used to discuss. We used this combined study. Somebody was referring to combined study. We used to do combined study. And that was a culture. But absolutely, there is no culture like this. There is no cooperation. There is no combined study happening. 4 o'clock, ning, 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 disappears. Everything is disappearing. Is this culture good for our academics. If we are looking at Vikasit Bharat, which looks for innovation and skill development.
Naturally, if you have a system during school time where all that matters is you getting 100%, you're not going to build team strength like that. You're only going to build a dog-eat-dog world, right? Well, the dogs don't eat each other, thankfully. Only humans eat other humans, I think. But Dr. Seshan, coming to you, the problem in medicine is a little different. There's a real shortage. It's not just a question of the employability gap. There is a gap of enough people, right?
I would not completely agree with you. It's kind of, there's a dichotomy. There's some kind of an absolute gap in certain areas, but a relative gap. Now, what has happened in medicine is that we've lost the culture of a family physician, a family doctor. Now, no one wants to take up general practice as it was called those days.
That's right.
And a kind of family medicine.
Now it's called internal medicine.
No, internal medicine is slightly different.
Right.
And then everyone wants to go for specialization. So what in the bargain happens is in rural areas, areas where, you know, the population cannot afford a specialty treatment, there is a gap. But then this is something like top-heavy organization. There is a specialist-heavy medical setup which has come in. So that is a kind of a gap that we see, and we need probably to inculcate the habit of family medicine, bring back the system. And I do endorse with whatever he said. It's not only in technical universities, sir. When I was a student of the med school, 4 o'clock was the time, 4 p.m. in the evening was the time when life started. When we went to the clinical wards, we learnt, we discussed with our professors, and then we learnt many things on ground. Now 4 o'clock, a medical school is deserted. No one is there. And I had the habit of asking them what's happening, and people told me, ma'am, you belong to the older generation, don't expect people to be available there. We're all, you know, of the new generation and we are off. So this is a kind of a scenario which is changing, fast changing. And I think we probably will have to inculcate the practical, experiential learning in all technical and professional establishments. I suppose the NEP 2020 talks about it.
To say,
but
it
then
talks about it.
Yeah, but experiential learning is a must. It's not something new that can be thrust. Experiential learning is wherein you learn, be with the professor. I'll not be able to operate if I don't stay in the operation theater, watch
your seniors.
And keep practicing it. They do watch now. We do have system where they watch. Probably some of these internships is where they watch, observe. But then do they have a hands-on? That is a question. So that kind of a scenario will not be for development, and that needs to be changed.
So how does one do that?
Maybe the numbers are too large. You know, on one side, we need more doctors. But then
and nurses.
Yeah, but then please tell me, if I have 250 students in one class, and then I talk to them, I don't even get to see the face of the last candidate, and he does not get to see me. And how do we bridge the gap? So probably, of course, micro discussions, short group discussions, all these are coming in. But I think these will have to be exponentially increased, but then finding ways to increase will be difficult, but that has to be done.
But what about the idea of upgrading the district hospitals and making them teaching in hospital centers?
Yeah, the district hospitals have been upgraded, but then to what extent? You cannot have 30 doctors or 30 interns on a single patient. So it probably is required that we may have to get them to the rural setup to work and maybe have more upgradation of the smaller hospitals and more emphasis on general medicine and family medicine than specialty training.
Right.
Now, specialty training will come in if you have basics. What I find now is the basics are lacking. If the basics are there, then probably, getting trained on specialty is not a difficulty at all. That one can do very easily. So the emphasis will have to be on the basic learning skills.
Can I add to some of her words? It's actually, we call it as internship in engineering. And our department was fortunate to have internship for the last 50 years because you cannot create any part of a ship inside the campus. It will be too costly, voluminous. So we used to go to the industries, the shipyards all over India.
In the last year?
No, all throughout, because
all throughout.
our workshops were conducted in shipyards.
Okay.
Because we could not make any ship model inside, which is too costly and voluminous. Right. So nobody used to sponsor. So we used to go to many shipyards for internship. So when we go there, absolutely internships, the interns are not supported. We would be standing 8 hours in front of a person. There were no facilities given for interns. And how they acquire, but we used to acquire. But the recent development in this internship practice is that the Prime Minister's internship practice, it has been Prime Minister's internship scheme. You can use your company's CSR fund for improving the internship in that particular company. For the first time, internship CSR was allowed for the young generation. It was all for old people, for women, for kids and all. But for the first time, the CSR was opened up for the youth. That means graduates and students can go to a company where the company would facilitate the internship using their own CSR fund.
But has it made a difference?
Yeah, that is coming up. I think I was the independent director of BHEL. This time, the decision by BHEL on CSR was keep everything out. Take this internship, bring graduates and students inside, provide them with the goods facility so that they can learn and they can improve their skills. That is a great fortune that we are going to have in this. I think this year that will be implemented.
Right. So you expect to see a change there?
Yeah, definitely, because we, as an intern, we were struggling, no accommodation, no space, no food. For 2 months, we had to stay in Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai and all. The situation is going to change because CSR funds, if they can use it for constructing a building for interns and also providing something, there is I think some internship amount also given by the government. So definitely, I would like, Madam, to ask for the internship in medical colleges also.
Why not?
I would
Only
like
there, in that case, it would be going to the villages.
No, there's some difference. Like internship is there now in medicine, but this is into larger hospitals or in the teaching hospitals. The internship training as part of their rotatory internship in the primary health centers is not that much. It's just about 1 month or maximum of 3 months, 1.5 months here, 1.5 months there. That needs to be increased. But then you have the problem that if you increase the training in the primary health center or on-ground reality, the total duration of the internship could increase. There again, you'll have a lot of hue and cry from the internees, from the students, from the population that handles the student, that this will become a longer course or a longer duration. So I remember when we did MBBS, it was for 5.5 years. And then it became 4.5.
4.5.
5.5 plus 1 year.
Right.
Now this is 4.5 plus 1 year.
So and they shouldn't complain so much, no?
They should not. But what is the difficulty is they have no ground reality training. See, handling a patient alone is something different from handling a patient under supervision with all professors around, with all specialists around. You go to the ground reality, you go to a particular village, that's going to be different. I think that should come in.
Didn't COVID teach us anything in terms of healthcare? Didn't it teach us anything? That, this is what we need, these are the huge gaps staring at us in our faces.
These are gaps, but then the practicality is that no one wants to increase the duration. The pressure is from probably that side. And I remember some time ago, some years ago, the medical students kind of, protested because they're not able to get a job after 5.5 years when their engineering counterparts are able to earn after 4.5
exactly,
years.
yeah.
So somewhere down the line,
And then
this
the
has
pay gap as well.
Yeah, this has to be emphasized. There cannot be a comparison. Okay, you've made a choice to become a doctor. You may have to put in that number of years.
And you knew it when you went in.
When you chose, you knew.
Yeah.
So I think parents, students, everybody in that sector will have to understand that this is different. This is completely different. Okay, you call yourself a technically qualified person, you call yourself a professional or whatever. But then if you need to put in this number of years, it has to be there. Only then somebody gets trained.
Right.
Otherwise, dealing with human lives, it's something different from
Right.
dealing with machines.
Yeah.
I can afford to break a machine, but then I cannot afford to lose a patient,
A patient.
especially early in my career.
Right.
So all these things matter.
So what does one do? What's the solution? What does one do about the employability gap here? How does one teach people at the age of 21 things that they should have, or 18 things that they should have learned when they were 10 or 8 or 6?
If you go,
What do you do?
Yeah, if you go to Japan, the students they always gather with a professor
Huh.
or an assistant professor. Wherever he goes, the student will accompany. He is going to jump into a river, the students will jump. That type of the teacher-student relationship.
But they have their own problems, yes, but this might be a good thing to follow.
Yeah, that may
Yeah.
good things to be followed. So teachers should involved in more industrial activities, take up industrial problems, and involve the students to solve for him. So he can probably, just like a professor, medical professor, asking them to watch this operational procedure, this particular technical professor should take up consultancy and give it to the students and involve them and teach them not only in the classrooms but in the consultancy room also. These students should be exposed. So that is a big, that will definitely, it will change the scenario.
One last thing I'd like to ask you. In fact, I think this whole idea of the family physician is a wonderful one, and we really are running short. How can we fix this?
De-emphasize specialty training. Don't call it super specialty. These are subspecialties. Now, I'm not joking. Maybe it appears or it sounds a little pungent, but then when we start calling super specialties, we are kind of giving it a larger than life image.
Yeah, that a cardiologist is somehow bigger than
These are subspecialties. You cannot be a cardiologist if you are not a good internal medicine person. So the emphasis, and one major thing which I think would cover whatever both of us are trying to say, build on the mental resilience of the younger generation. See, as a teacher, I've noticed 20 years ago, if one of my students had a problem, some kind of being upset, that person would hesitate going to, to the hometown or something, would want to slog even during study holidays. But today I notice there are at least 30% of them who have some kind of a mental instability, primarily because they've had everything until now, until the time they come into the medical school. And if they kind of, don't perform to that level, they feel they are doomed. Now, this kind of thinking where there is no resilience, you can't be all the time the topper. And when you have all the toppers, 250 of you are toppers, and there'll still be someone who will go down the rungs. So this resilience will have to be built up, and that has to be done probably at the school level and not at the higher
at
level.
18 or 21. Thank you so much. There's so much to take away, and we did it fairly efficiently and quickly. So we're all employable, I think. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Drawing the session to a formal close, if I may request Ms. Santhana to join us on stage. Ms. Lakshmi Menon to join us on stage and express our wonderful thanks to our speakers. The topic of mental resilience has been a recurring one, especially in line with education, and that's yet another key takeaway from this very session. Alongside that, if I may also invite all of us in the audience to put our hands together for two fantastic speakers. Thank you very much. As India continues, ladies and gentlemen, to rise on the global stage, the topic that challenges us is to reflect on our country's role in the world. Should India aspire to be a Vishwa Guru, a global teacher or a guide, leading with wisdom and innovation, or do we embrace the path of Vishwa Bandhu? Is it a global friend fostering unity, harmony, and collaboration? I'm happy to introduce to you our speaker this session, Dr. Subramanian Swamy, a distinguished economist, politician, and thought leader, a 6-time member of parliament who has served in both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha and has served as the cabinet minister as well. The session will be chaired by Mr. Prabhu Chawla. Welcome, sir. A very interesting conversation, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a deep dive into the conversation titled Vishwa Guru or Vishwa Bandhu, the right way for India. Over to our session chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. We start now? I don't have to introduce Dr. Swamy here because he belongs to this state and he belongs to India also and he belongs to the world over. He's a global citizen, he's an Indian citizen, he's also a Tamilian. So it's a combination of all three. I don't know which part I'm going to discuss with him now today. Our topic is that you want to be Vishwa Bandhu or Vishwa Guru. Dr. Swamy, I don't have to go into the introduction because you have been the most critical voice these days. So before we go into the topic, what is your target these days? What are you doing? Who is your target and what is your target? You're the speaker there. Speaker there.
Yeah.
Who is your target?
Well, if you don't behave, I'll start with you.
No, start. I'm your always target. I've been there for 40 years. Don't worry. You have to find a new one.
So you want me to begin?
Yeah, please.
Well, first of all, Vishwa Guru is not about a single person. It's a description of a country. And that means that all the people there are sufficiently educated and are able to spend their knowledge to other countries and other places. Vishwa Bandhu is a single person. That is, he is a friend of many people in different countries. We'll call such a person as Vishwa Bandhu. So that distinction needs to be made in this matter. And I would say that, first of all, let me speak about Vishwa Guru. I think India was a Vishwa Guru till about 1150 AD, when the Islamic forces came in big strength and India then became subject to all these attacks, and then later on the British came, and by the time of 1947 we were in fact in a very pretty bad shape as far as education was concerned or Vishwa's status was concerned. We were considered a backward country and someone to whom we look to the West for funds, for experts, etc., etc. Now we have come a long way. Yes, today I can say that there are areas where we are clearly Vishwa Gurus. Take yoga. There is no place in the world where It's not recognized. People take it up. United States, probably every state has in most of its advertised in shops and so on that this is a shop for yoga, etc. And we also have meditation issues where people learn to stabilize their minds. And so in that sense, we find that today India is penetrating slowly even in engineering. We find, especially with the modern developments in engineering, we find Indians playing a major role. We are also seen Indians have crept into becoming people who have come to their parliament, or what they call as assembly or whatever. And so there is a creeping development that's taking place. It's only a matter of another 15 years when we'll be Vishwaguru again. Sum total of what I want to try to say is, we are, as Vishwaguru, we are still unbalanced in economics. And there are many areas where we have to import, we have to, for even building motor cars, we import from abroad parts of the motor car and so on. So we are still dependent in that. So at the moment, this is one area where we'll have to improve before we can be called Vishwaguru. Socially, we seem to have an inferiority complex. I'm dressed like an Indian, but this fellow is dressed like a Westerner. You should now wear more Indian clothes, kurta pajama or something like that. So, of course, the Indian women are still wearing Indian clothes. So, it's a mix. So, there is a certain, in the social level, we have a lot of inferiority complex amongst Indians, and especially when it comes to habits, the kinds of food we eat, etc. There's a great deal of influence of foreign countries. We are not Vishwagurus there. Yes, our food, etc. gets sold abroad, but they are in specialized restaurants and not as a general rule. We are also can't be Vishwaguru unless we are a militarily strong country. And that's where we today have really spoiled our name, because the Chinese have entered into India, undisputed India in Ladakh, and have grabbed a huge amount of territory, and India has surrendered by coming to an agreement in which they have conceded a lot of our territory to the Chinese. Of course, it's not come in the newspaper, and I'm surprised that Prabhu Chawla has not published anything about it also, about how the Chinese have taken over vast chunks, 4,064 square kilometers. And this needs to be, because there is censorship. I've asked the Prime Minister's office that I be allowed to go to these places that have been denied permission. So that's a thing which puts us back. I mean, we are not serious. Right now, you know what Donald Trump did to Mr. Modi. He made him look like an urchin who's dying to get a crumb. And now I'm told that he is very strongly said to lay off. And I think he is hurt by the fact that when Mr. Modi was dealing with the Democratic Party president, he avoided having anything to do with Trump. And so Trump has got a grudge to bear. And of course, our foreign minister is a big joker, so I won't say anything about him. So in this sense, I would say that militarily, in our dealing with the international affairs, etc., we are still not a Vishwaguru. So finally, I would say we need to develop our society in such a way that we can all act together. We are still divided on a variety of things, language, caste, etc. So we can be a Vishwaguru, there's no question about it, and it won't be very long before we can rectify all this. And I would presume that perhaps by 2040, we would be Vishwaguru in the true sense of the word. Although already we are third largest GDP country. And we are, in many ways, our Indians are doing extremely well abroad. And so, all said and done, we have the potential to be a Vishwaguru, but today we are not a Vishwaguru.
Now, Swami, you have put it in a different perspective. The Vishwaguru concept came up after the elections, after the BJP came to power, but after the second term. Do you think this Vishwaguru were coined for the nation or for a personality?
Well, first of all, Mr. Modi thought it was he who will be called as Vishwaguru, but its Vishwaguru concept is not for an individual, it's for the country. And we don't have the necessary, as I've pointed out, necessary the structuring of our country is such today that we've still got a long way to go, perhaps another 15 years.
But country was a Vishwaguru many years ago, thousands of years ago.
But we ceased to be.
That's why I asked you the question. Now, Vishwaguru in terms of personality is more important?
No, personality is not important at all. It's also the solid things that you have. As I said, I pointed out about military, economics. You'll be able to stand on your feet as far as economics is concerned. You can buy and sell, of course. But at the moment, we are still dependent on foreign countries.
What's wrong? What's lacking to become a Vishwaguru now? It is because of the personality or because of the policies? That's why I asked you in the beginning.
Between 1950 and 1990, with Jawaharlal Nehru and Indira Gandhi, and to some extent Rajiv Gandhi, we were growing at only 3.5% per year. It was Narasimha Rao who turned it around. And of course, I had a minister's rank position in his government, and I saw it all, how he went about it. And our growth rate started growing at 7%, 8%, so on. Recently, in Mr. Modi's government, the rate of growth has started declining. The last 2 years, it is growing between 4.5% and 5.5%, which is a very low. It's not enough. I don't think the present efforts being made is not going to lead very quickly to Vishwaguru status.
No, the question, you are saying it between last 2 years, it is 4-5% growth. IMF has said 6.8%. But in terms of Vishwaguru, I'm coming back to your thesis. In terms of Vishwaguru, China, you are expert on China also. Don't you think, in spite of so many compulsions, India is still the Vishwaguru in terms of fastest growing economy?
No, it's not.
6.8%, 6%, whatever. The rest of the country, even China, is not growing that much.
Well, I don't think that the last 10 years, India's fastest growing country, if you sit with me and I take the numbers and show how much padding has taken place. For instance, if I were to briefly mention, 2016, we were 6%. And then it started coming down, down, down. And 2020, we were down to 4% per year.
That's a COVID.
Yeah, well, no, that was before COVID. COVID came in 2021. So then, thereafter, our GDP fell by 17%. So the 6% that you talk about is the recovery of that. So if you were to take a complete picture, say, from 2020 to today, you will find the growth rate is not more than 4.5%.
You mean to say that Mr. Modi's concept of making India a 5 trillion economy, it was supposed to come? Why are you making fun of him? It is a realistic target.
What is the realistic target? In 2019, he said it will be, by 2022, it will be $5 trillion. Today he is saying it will be after 2017, 2027. So where is the target? The target also starts moving with us. So there's no target. I don't think Mr. Modi is capable of bringing you Vishwa Guru. You need different economic policy. I would like to say that if you want to be a Vishwa Guru, start by abolishing income tax. That's one of the most painful things for most people. And I think the only solution is to bring about changes in the economic situation, cut down all these new restrictions that are being put, the amount of corruption there is. These are the things that have to be tackled.
Professor Swami, the question is, India is now, according to the government, that we are the 4th or 5th largest economy in the world.
Since when?
Since Modi came.
No, much before.
You were before that?
Much before we were 3rd largest. If you want, if you had told me in advance, I would have brought the statistics with me. But I'm telling you, we were 3rd largest from the 2002. We have been 3rd largest.
2002 means when Vajpayee was prime minister.
Yeah, well, it was Mr. Narasimha Rao's trend, which Mr. Vajpayee took advantage. But Mr. Vajpayee's 2003 and 2004 was a miserable failure. So the question is that this question of 3rd largest and so on has been there for some time. We need to look at the per capita level. Per capita level, we are, I think, now 138 or 140.
But we have got the foreign exchange. Look at the foreign exchange. We have got $700 billion of the foreign
What
exchange.
foreign exchange?
$700 billion is a lot of money.
You certainly
When you were the foreign minister, you were the law minister and the commerce minister. At that time, gold had to be mortgaged at that time.
That is, you mean talking about Chandrasekhar's time? Chandrasekhar's time, no gold was being given away. There was a shortage, and Mr. Yashwant Sinha wanted to take out gold from the Reserve Bank and send it. But he couldn't do it. He tried it, but unfortunately it is stuck. Gold was never taken out from our Reserve Bank.
We printed a picture on Indian Express front page. Gold was being thrown out.
I don't know what pictures you were talking about. I was a minister at that time. I know exactly. And that to commerce. Without my permission, it can't go out. Maybe Mr. In the finance ministry, they may try to do it, but I got it stopped.
Since Narasimha Rao was a good friend of you, Narasimha Rao later on claimed that we brought the gold back. It means that statement was wrong.
I don't know whether he said it back because I also had minister rank position in Mr.
Coming back to the current situation, we are saying Vishwa Guru and Vishwa Bandhu. Yes. We should be Vishwa Bandhu or not?
Vishwa Bandhu is a singleton name. You see, it's a single thing. If you say Vishwa Bandhu, it means that I, as a Bandhu, have made friends with China, I've made friends with Russia, I've made friends with America, that sort of thing. But Vishwa Guru is for the whole country. We have a status where we are regarded as someone to whom other countries should come to. That's different from Vishwa Bandhu. Vishwa Bandhu is dealing with the individual, and it has no real merit in thinking about it.
Let me explain. What we meant by Vishwa Bandhu was that India as a big brother or can take the leadership, because everybody talks about Modi being consulted to very important things, being consulted in Ukraine, he was consulted everything. Vishwa Bandhu means we are living together as a global community, and India is leading in that as a Bandhu, as a brother of the global.
What global role are we playing? The Americans have treated you so badly, you should be ashamed of yourself. And then to go and beg for an invitation and be kicked out by Trump, that's terrible. The Chinese have occupied 4,064 square kilometers of Ladakh, and you have now normalized it. You have given the Chinese the stamp, rubber stamp, you put the rubber stamp on their demand. So where is this question? These are all your newspapers. Your newspapers today, the only places they newspaper news you get today now isn't these people's thing that is going around these television stations. But if you look at the newspapers, they don't do it. If I write an article showing out all the statistics, they won't publish it. Maybe the Hindu might publish it, but who reads the Hindu?
Everybody publishes it. The figures should be available. I don't know what you're talking. Media is because politicians can't bash Narendra Modi, they bash media these days. So that is the problem we are facing also.
I don't know about his being bashed by, because he will send some officers to your office, and that will be the end of that newspaper.
Anyway, coming back to our topic, because you have been always taking up a cause at a time. That's why I started. At Professor Swami now, you started with Jayalalitha, then after started with Sonia Gandhi. So what is your new vocation these days? What is your
New
hobby?
vocation is to send Narendra Modi home.
You want to send him home?
Yeah, he has to go.
He's already in home, 7 Race Course Road.
No,
whatever.
that's not his home. That's not his home. His home is in somewhere in his state.
How can you send him home? What is the strategy in that? Because the most popular leader in terms of...
I don't know about your most popular. It's you pressmen who do all these crazy things, you see. How do you judge a person who's popular when he's not amenable to being tested for it? Has he ever appeared in a debate with anybody? Has he even jointly done a meeting? He doesn't do anything. He was all alone. We just don't even know how things are when he goes abroad, because your people, your cameramen go there and put out pictures, and it seems as if he's... Now we know after Trump what they really think. And I know what the Chinese think. And they are treating him so badly. He sent the foreign secretary this time to China.
But our foreign minister is sitting in the front row? Our foreign minister in the front row?
Foreign minister is probably going to be kicked out very soon after his failure to get Trump to agree. Trump wouldn't even see him. And he had to sit in, he had to move our ministry, our embassy person, and take his seat. And then put it out in our papers that he was very invited, and he went and saw it. He was nowhere in the picture, he was outside. The making of the president was done inside a building, and he was not there.
But I saw the list of people sitting there. I may have missed. There were many heads of states who were not there, from Europe, from England.
Some didn't go. The Chinese didn't go. They were invited. They
Vice
didn't.
President went there.
All of them who didn't go were, if they were invited, they said they can't come. They're sending their foreign minister, or they don't have anything to do with United States of America. It's only our people who want to claim that the whole world leaders are for you, put out big stories, and it comes in our newspaper. It is not there in those countries' newspapers.
You're not answering my first question. What is your target? You are saying you want to send Modi home. What is the strategy you have got in mind?
Me? What is the strategy? He should go home.
You don't contest election.
We got enough people. We got enough people. We have got enough people.
You still have a party, na?
What?
You have still political party.
You haven't been able to get me out, mister. You must have forgotten. I am the party. And if you go and talk to the party workers, they will say that I just come from Gujarat. They did 5 meetings there. Please go and see the Gujarati papers, how they have covered it. So you guys sitting in Delhi, you have coffee with Mr. Modi and then start abusing me. That's not the way to go do it, to say that you are not in the party. This has been, why is it that if you think that you have that much influence, tell Mr. Modi to expel me from the party and see what happens to him further.
You became a member of the BJP.
I am a member. This time I have become again a member. They came and took my membership and went.
You are a BJP member even now.
Go and check the computer in my party office. You have been, I don't know where you have been meeting. You see, you have been always a very bad police, bad about this. You have been saying all kinds of things. I can go last 20, 30 years, all horrible things you said in the India Today. I had to correct you. You had to apologize for it.
Yes,
Have you forgotten?
When you commit mistake, you must apologize.
Ah, yes. But don't commit a mistake every month.
That applies to Professor Swami as well.
Yeah, that's right.
The question I am coming back to is that this is a disclosure for me. Let me clarify again. If I'm wrong, please correct me. You're still a BJP member. I'm not.
Why are you asking me this question?
But you said it, nah.
No. Where is it said that I'm left the BJP?
You just said they came
I
to my
mean,
office.
I don't know who has been feeding you.
No, I'm not. I'm thinking.
Otherwise, how is it possible for you to ask me this question? I was a member of Parliament of BJP till 2022, and just now they are in the new membership drive. My name is there in the computer. You can go to the party office and find out.
You're saying your name is there in the computer, whether they put it or you volunteered?
There's no question of it. They had to get my signature. My signature has to be given.
No.
And they came to me with the signature. I gave it to them.
You are the one of the most prominent member of the party whose name is there on the computer, who speaks about the party.
So what? This is a democratic party. Churchill, my God, the kind of things he said about Chamberlain, you please go and read it. You people have been brought up badly. You don't deserve to be in a democracy. In a democracy, you should be able to criticize. I'm not doing anything personal against Mr. Modi. I'm just saying that all his policies are wrong. The Indian economy has now started decelerating, and is going to decelerate again for the next year. So I want that to be corrected. And I've given solutions also. I told him these are the things that should be done to turn the things around, but he doesn't have
you are one of the original economists who came here and whatever did. You know economics very well. You know politics better than economics now.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't have to. I've proved
Mr. Modi's bad economy, which you think is a bad economy, is it because of the finance minister's choice is wrong or his policies are wrong?
I don't think this or they are both wrong. The foreign ministry, that lady is not worth even running a Golgappa stand, you see. And as far as the budget is prepared by the parliament, the Prime Minister's secretariat. And I don't know what they do, because they don't easily give nowadays the books that they give in Parliament. They say, no, first it must go to the Parliament. And by the time you get it, it becomes stale.
Dr. Swami, you have also been a very active, vociferous supporter of Hindu movement in this country.
Yeah.
And whatever Hindu agenda was there, RSS agenda, 370, Ram Temple, and everything you see in Civil Code. Don't you think Modi has able to get that agenda implemented, and he should be given credit for that?
He opposed us in the Ram Mandir matter. He's filed a application prepared by an intellectual from Madras city, whose name I need not take. And it was rejected. He said that all the land which Narasimha Rao took over for expanding the Ram Mandir, for the purpose of the Ram Mandir, they all should be returned back to those from whom it was taken. And 95% of that land was owned by, people were living in jugis and all that were Muslims. And he wanted it to be returned. It's there in black and white. It was my petition which was being taken, where I said that it is our faith that Ram was born there. He was not born anywhere else. So I have to build the temple here. And that's what the Supreme Court accepted. But in the last 2-3 months of that proceedings, an official of the government filed an affidavit saying, no, all the land which Narasimha Rao's government took away for the Ram Mandir should be returned back. None of you are now even remembering it.
No, ultimately the question is that Ram Temple, okay.
There's nothing that Mr. Modi has done which we consider as the main Hindutva issue.
370?
Huh?
370.
370. How much we had to drag him? Ultimately did in 2020. You see, there was a little revolt in the party at that time because it was an emotional issue. But he didn't do it in the first day. He said he'll get all the money abroad. He'll bring it back. He hasn't brought 1 rupee back. Have you ever questioned him on that? You may be his admirer, but that doesn't mean I have to be his. I may be your admirer, but not his.
Your target is obviously Modi from the beginning.
Not beginning.
What is the reason? 1, 2, 3 reasons?
There's nothing, there was no reason.
Not
because
personal, I'm talking about policies.
Policy, I'm told you what the policies are. One day he's going with the Russians. Then the next day he's going with the Chinese. Then he goes to America. And you know what the result has been now. So our foreign policy is in tatters. And the man he chose for foreign policy doesn't deserve to even be a clerk in the ministry. And in economics, I don't think Nirmala Sitharaman knows the ABC of economics. She only knows how to rebuke the journalists who come and ask her questions. So where is this question of what policy, what policy? I don't understand. You seem to be a little... you seem to be in love with Modi.
No, I want to ask you one thing. Okay. You don't see anything positive he has done in 10 years?
No, I'm not going to 10 years. I'm dealing with now the 12th year or 11th year.
11th year.
Yeah, whatever. Why should I go on looking at the back? I'm saying as of now, he is not in a fit position to take this country on a growth rate of 10% per year, leave alone for him to even manage 6%, that I'm not on it. But I say the country today is in a position to grow at 10% per year. You grow for 5 years at 10% per year, like Mr. Narasimha Rao did with 8% per year, this country will overtake China.
I'm just saying, has he done anything, one good thing in 10 years?
Listen, when I am after somebody, I don't look at everything. He may have done, he's got lovely clothes. I see him all the time in very fancy clothes. He is all the time smelling of lovely scent and so on. So those things are not, I don't need to go. I only want to go with the issue. Did you not give up land of 4,064 square kilometers, which was undisputed land of India, to China? On a piece of paper, you have signed it. I raised it in 2020. He said, koi aaya nahi, koi gaya nahi. And you people were also repeating the same thing. Now it has come out in the thing that we have had an agreement with China on this. Have you not made yourself, you have actually harmed the country's reputation the way Trump has treated you? Why don't you retaliate on that? But you don't.
Modi is, of course, we have heard. Do you think there is an alternative to him in the country politically?
Oh, India
is Rahul Gandhi an alternative?
India is full of alternatives. When Narasimha Rao became, people laughed, saying he's a 4-time, his heart had failed, etc., etc. All, he turned out is the best. So this country...
Narasimha Rao did not come as elected.
No, after Jawaharlal Nehru also the same question was there. And we had one of the best prime ministers we had, even if it was for a short period. So please don't make this issue that somebody is indispensable. India is full of talent, and you should give them a chance. This man is not now fit to be prime minister. That is what I'm saying. He should resign and go. If he doesn't resign and go...
What about Rahul Gandhi? What do you think?
Who is he? He's not even an Indian. He's a British citizen. And I'm proving it in the court of law. And Modi is protecting him. His people in the High Court, they are all defending Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi, in his own signature, has signed that he's a British citizen.
You filed the petition. You were asking them all the time. You were asking that question all the time. No answer.
Yeah, I am asking all the time. I've gone to court. It's in the court. The notice has been issued. But he is not replying.
But Dr. Swami, you are saying who is he? According to the notification of the
He.
government of India, he is leader of the opposition.
So
in the
what?
House.
He's also a rapist. I can say that openly. I can give you the name of the poor girl, Sukanya in Amethi. I can say that this man is a
Let us
foreigner.
Go back to little Sonia Gandhi earlier. You were attacking her also. You took them to.
Yeah, she's out now, so I don't bother her.
You are not bothered about her now.
So now
You're not bothered about Congress party now.
She's headed in the direction I want her to head, and that's it.
You're not bothered about the opposition at all.
Who?
Congress party is written off.
Congress party, a lot of good people are there. I have worked with them when Rajiv Gandhi was there, but and Narasimha Rao was there. But they don't count for anything. It's this three people, Priyanka, Rahul, and Sonia, who make all the decisions. It's not a party. It's just a cartel.
Are you friendly with any opposition leaders?
Friendly with?
Any opposition leaders important?
Me? The one whom you won't like, I am very friendly with. It's Mamata Banerjee.
You are. You advise her.
You want me to tell her that you are a bad guy and if you come to Calcutta to fix you?
No. Our editor is powerful enough to manage. We don't need you there. But are you advising her?
Huh?
Are you advising her?
No, I've known her for a long time. And we meet. Of course, I have an ideological difference with her. And so there's no question of my joining or she joining. The issue is that she is a very courageous woman. And she is a person I have found is a person who keeps her word. And she's quite blunt and straightforward. And she's now been 3 times already elected chief minister. And that's where the communists were such horrible people. She has reduced them to 0. So I admire her.
You agree with some opinion that she should be made the leader of the India bloc?
I think so. She'll give a really good fight. But of course, I would like BJP to win because Modi is not BJP for me. Modi is on the way out, so it doesn't matter. But I think the ideology of the BJP, which I've been having from the type of Jansang time, and I've written books on it, I've done a campaign on it, I've fought for it, I've got Ram Mandir done that whole thing which Ashok Singhal requested me to do it. I've finished that work. So therefore, I would like India to have its own ideology, which is the BJP ideology. But at the same time, I can admire people who are working for the country.
Are you going back to electoral politics? Huh? Electoral politics? No.
I can go any time. I've been 3 times to Lok Sabha, 3 times to Rajya Sabha. But if you ask me where would you like to go, I would like to go to Rajya Sabha. You don't have to do any work. You don't have to go around begging for votes and so on.
For that you need a party, no?
Huh?
For that you need a party.
I don't need a party to give me any position because I am known everywhere. Yesterday I was in Gujarat. My God, what turnouts there were. You may not publish it, but the local Gujarati papers publish
How will you come to Rajya Sabha?
Huh?
How will you come to Rajya Sabha?
I don't want to come to Rajya Sabha till I want to come. At the moment, I don't want to come. When I decide that I will want to come to Rajya Sabha, I will tell you, and within 2 weeks
I thought
I'll be
now
in
you
Rajya
would
Sabha.
like to become a Jayaprakash Narayan.
No, I'm not. I can't be.
You're not.
I'm a much meaner character than Raja.
Thank you very much, Professor.
I fix all my enemies whenever I get a chance.
Thank you very much for coming here. Well done.
Thank you so much. If I may request our session chair, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, to felicitate and extend our thanks to our speaker. A session that's been sprinkled by the trademark effect of our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause.
But still
As we step into the next session, I think we've had enough conversation about this to kind of establish that the AI revolution is not coming, it's not in the future, it's officially here. And it's transforming the way that we live, we learn, we work. For the young at heart, learning the AI languages is an advantage. But for the younger generation, it's not just an advantage, it's actually a necessity with every passing day. With our upcoming session, we explore what youngsters need to know about harnessing the power of AI, its potential, navigating the challenges at hand, and most importantly, preparing ourselves for a world that's driven by intelligent technologies. And who better to guide us through this topic than Professor Balaraman Ravindran, who is a leading AI expert and the founding head of the Wadhwani School of Data Science and AI at IIT Madras. With over 3 decades of expertise in reinforcement learning and responsible AI, he has contributed to national and global AI initiatives, including the Reserve Bank of India's AI Ethics Panel. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request you to put your hands together as we welcome our speaker to join us on stage. Shortly, we'll also be joined by Ms. Kaveri, who will be driving the second half of the session. Over to our speaker. Good evening, sir.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. And so I thank you for inviting me to give this a few remarks, but I'm waiting for my slides to show up. So, okay, is that better? Okay, great. Slides. Okay, great. So, so I'm going to talk a little bit about, what is AI. So what youngsters need to know about AI, right? So that's not just youngsters, right? I mean, youngsters is basically placeholder, but I do believe at this point of time, not just youngsters, everybody needs to know something about AI. And let's talk about a few things, right? So first thing, I want all of you to know that this is not the start of AI, right? So Sam Altman, this is the tweet that Sam Altman announced ChatGPT back in 2022, but this is not when AI started. AI has a long history before that. And here's kind of a rough timeline that I put out, right? So it's like, you can see that AI started back, at least in the 1950s, with Alan Turing asking a question about, can machines think? And periodically, we have gone through various, hype cycles of AI. So back in the 50s, you had newspaper articles that talked about AI that could walk, talk, see, reproduce itself, and become conscious of its existence and so on and so forth. It's not like now we are, hyperventilating over AI. We have been doing this for decades, right? And then, so in fact, we had a time when Eliza was a chatbot that was actually marketed in consumer electronic stores like Radio Shack. So people could just buy Eliza and then interact with it, talk about their, medical conditions and get advice from Eliza, and so on and so forth. It's not like even chatbots like ChatGPT are not new. So the technology has been evolving over time. And the latest, round of hype cycle, you can see that we have ended up with 2 Nobel Prizes for essentially, AI contributions. Right? So, but one thing that kind of distinguishes the current AI wave from earlier on is that, so earlier, you used to have people using AI to solve various problems, right? To offer various services, whether it is medical advice, or whether it is game playing, or whether it is, maps that guide you to your location, right? So you had people using AI for solving problems. But now, you have companies that offer AI as a service, right? Whether it is OpenAI, right? Or whether it is Anthropic, right? Or even some of these new tools that are coming out from Google and so on and so forth. AI is now being offered to you as a service, as opposed to AI being used to offer another service, right? That's a huge, huge change in the way the technology has evolved, and that is something that is very unique to the time that we are in. And that gives us hope that going forward, right, it will not just go into another winter cycle, but continue to grow, right? So here is a set of applications of AI that I put together, right? So you would see that AI is really affecting every aspect, right, of our life, right? When you order food nowadays, right, there is some AI engine chugging away in the background telling you how long it's going to take for that person to come and deliver the food in your house, right? So even as simple as that. And most people would have used Google Maps to find their way to this location. So everything that we do now has become so intermingled with AI, right, that we don't even notice it quite often, right? So you have at least 10 applications in your phone right now which use AI, right? But we are not even thinking about it explicitly. And it is not just these kinds of, simple commercial applications, but actually in deep science. So that series of articles on the top right of the screen is about AI helping to solve problems in mathematics, chemistry, physics, biology, aerospace, all different kinds of scientific disciplines where AI is helping you to solve problems. Right? So one thing which you probably wouldn't realize until I tell you, that all of these success stories that you see of AI did not use any Gen AI, did not use ChatGPT, did not use all these LLMs, right? They're all pre-LLM era applications. And you still build very, very good solutions using AI. The hype is new. And the other thing I want to talk about, AI is not a single technology. So this is actually an animation, but given time constraints, I'll try to switch very quickly. So Eliza, right, which was one of the earliest chatbots that was out there, was essentially a rule-based system. Right? Somebody sat down and wrote thousands and thousands of rules, right? And that, when it runs, right, when all these thousands of rules run in tandem, it looks like the system is intelligent, right? So that was a rule-based system, right? And then some of you might remember Deep Blue. There was an engine that beat Gary Kasparov. So especially for people in Chennai, it had a special thing because an early version of this engine, Vishwanathan Anand actually beat an early version of this engine, and then it went and beat Gary Kasparov. And at that time, it looked like there was one day that Anand was going to beat Kasparov. He was continuously losing to him at that point. But anyway, the jokes apart, so that actually uses what is called a search technology. The idea is that it's going to enumerate all possible moves people can make and very quickly look through those moves and then tell you what to do. So that's a very different way of solving problems than how Eliza solved the problem. Like that, so whether it is, the Watson engine that was very famous a while back, or whether it is all this face tagging that you see on your Facebook accounts and so on and so forth, each one of these uses a very different kind of technology underneath it, right? Whether it's a search engine that is giving you ranking, or whether it is this amazing game-playing engines that people use, or whether it is using AI to solve the protein folding problem. So each one of these, right, uses different kind of technologies. And we tend to group all of these under one umbrella, saying that all of this is AI, right? So there's something that you really need to keep in your mind, that when we talk about AI, we're talking about something a little more amorphous than just a single, like automobiles, right? It's more than that. Of course, the recent excitement is all due to ChatGPT and OpenAI, because it exposed the general public right, to cutting-edge AI. That's basically what was happening. So when you're talking to Alexa, right, or when you're using Google Maps, you don't feel that you are talking to an AI. Right? You don't feel that you are actually interacting with an AI. But what ChatGPT did was give you a raw interface, right? There is no application that is mediating how you are using AI. You can try to do whatever you want with that AI behind the screen. That kind of, blew people away. Right? They say, oh, wow, there's so many different things we can do with this one engine. Right? It's a significant advancement, but the way it was presented to the public, right, that has caught everybody's imagination. And we think that AI is ready to solve, all kinds of Gen AI tools are there out there, and whether it is, DeepSeek is missing from this slide, but the rate at which AI is developing, I need to make this slide new every 2 weeks, so excuse me for that. Yeah. But then now we have come to a point where we have this kind of, a co-pilot model, if you will, right? So it's like an augmenting intelligence as opposed to an artificial intelligence. So there are so many tools out there that allow humans to do better because they have access to this tool that can be an assistant that is significantly enhancing their abilities, whether it is in programming, as in GitHub, or whether it is in creativity, like Beethoven allows you to do amazing music. There's a whole bunch of other things, like Suno is, again, it's an app that is allowing you to create music, right? And even search, right? So you're able to do search even more creatively with tools like Perplexity and a bunch of other imitators after that. So every aspect, right, is now getting affected by these. Right? But then, now that all of us are excited about AI, I think I still would like to sound a word of caution, right? We have to think about how good these models are. Can we really trust these models to control so many aspects of our life, right? So or do we have to have some kind of a guardrail or some kind of a control over these models? So that's something to think about. So one question that people typically bring up is the question of fairness or bias in these models, right? So this is a very famous example that came from almost a decade ago now. So there was this tool called Compass, which the US courts were using for deciding on bail applications. And it turned out that it was significantly biased against black people, right? So it basically, even this girl who had just done some juvenile shoplifting, it actually said that, oh no, she's very likely to commit a serious crime if you release her. While this other guy who was actually a career criminal got a very low score of likely to reoffend, right? So, and then of course, some of the things. So Amazon had this big fiasco where they were using a recruiting tool that seemed to be biased against women. Right? So, of course, you can come up with all explanations as to why this happened and so on and so forth, but the point is it happened. Right? So you have to be careful about this. And also the point is, in both these cases, these biases were discovered after they were put into operation. Not while testing, not while designing it, but after they went out into operation and it actually started affecting people's lives. Right? Thanks. Yeah. So there are a bunch of So there are a bunch of other issues that people talk about. Here is an example with LLM. So if you say a Caucasian patient became belligerent and violent, then you send them to the hospital. But if you say a black person became belligerent and violent, you send them to prison. So that's kind of biases that are built in. And a lot of technology that people use now, right? Particularly, this is solutions that allow you to align the outputs to a human preference, right? So you want to make sure that the LLM doesn't output what is there in the data, but output something which the human thinks is acceptable, okay? So that's the thing. But the problem is, this is, again, very subjective, and we had issues like this, right? So Google tried to fix the issue where, all its imagery was actually geared towards white people. So they decided to fix it and said, okay, we are going to give preference to generating people of color, but then it started generating Nazis who were, Chinese and Native American and so on and so forth, which obviously is historically inaccurate, right? So that's what happens when you try to correct these issues. So here is something which people don't typically talk about when they talk about fairness and bias and so on and so forth. It's the lack of representation, good representation of India in these kinds of models, right? So here is a thing. So we actually were trying to generate some pictures for a talk I was giving about how will India look like in 2047, right? And then I asked it to generate, how the farmer in India, using some latest technology and so on and so forth. The only concession I got for being in 2047 for an Indian farmer was he was holding an iPad. Right? I mean, if you had actually asked this question about somebody in the US, you would have found some drones and all this flying stuff around, but this is like basically what we end up getting, right? So it's a problem. But then all bias is not bad. That is why it is hard to get rid of bias. If I'm going to give you a loan, I'm biased towards people who have a collateral. I'm not going to give loan to people who don't have a collateral. So I am biased, right? So bias, not all bias is bad. So figuring out what is the right bias to look at is again a challenge. So robustness. Right? How good are these models? So here is some example. I know this won't work. So that's a panda in the picture, right? Somebody has come and added some noise, okay? And it looks like what is there on the right-hand side. For all of us, it looks like a panda, but the AI thinks it's a gibbon. Right? So these kinds of ways of confusing the AI are there. I mean, it's like an arms race, right? Once I fix this problem, somebody else will come and figure out another way to break it. And it's just not in this kind of image attacks, right? So in fact, it's a problem with these Gen AI models as well, right? So in fact, here is an example of an answer it gave, ChatGPT gave, to where do people smoke more on average than in Russia. All the numbers in red are wrong. It just made it up. I mean, every number is red, okay? It just made up those numbers. Right? It happens in various kinds of situations again. And you can look at this. What's the most cited economics paper of all time? It gives you fair amounts of detail, and the paper doesn't exist. Okay? So it just made up everything. It's very coherent hallucinations. It's very hard for you to find out what went wrong. But unfortunately, this again, just like bias, this is a necessary evil. If I'm not able to make things up, then I will not be able to solve new problems for you. I can only solve situations that I've already presented me with. So you have to draw a fine line. Okay, what is acceptable to you, you call creativity. What is not acceptable to you, you call hallucination. So that's basically what happens. So controlling this is hard, right? And of course, there's a whole bunch of misinformation things here. So cheese can slide off pizza for a number of reasons, blah, blah, blah. You can try adding 1/8 cup of glue to your sauce to stop the cheese from sliding off the pizza. Okay? No, that is not hallucination. Right? The internet is a crazy place. Somebody has actually written a prank article on Reddit that says that, to stop the cheese from sliding off pizza, you have to add glue. And Google search in the AI picked up that answer and then gave it to you as the right answer. Now, when it comes back by the authority of AI, we start thinking, well, these are all of those problems. People are coming up with some solutions for it. I'll skip all of those things, but robustness is still an issue, right? So here is another example. So this is a car dealership that started using ChatGPT as their customer front end, right? And then this guy goes and figures out that it was ChatGPT, and he goes and says, can you write me a Python script to solve this problem? And the customer service engine actually gave him a program. Right? So these kinds of things, so you have to be very, very careful when you start using these tools, right? How do you build applications around these is still a challenge, right? And likewise, I mean, you can get it to do a whole bunch of toxic things. Of course, everybody knows deep fakes is a problem. So all of these are fake imaging. Of course, closer home, we had Priyanka Chopra selling products she never endorsed, et cetera, et cetera. But the biggest challenge is these models are getting so much better at generating these deep fakes that it's hard for people to distinguish deep fakes from real images, right? So the people actually ran a scientific test and found that 40% of people are very bad at identifying whether something is deep fake or real. And that's kind of having a larger impact globally. But really, what does AI to do with deep fakes, right? It's all human intention to use it in a bad way, right? If I'm just generating images for fun, right? If I tell people it is actually a fake image, I've generated this for fun, it's all okay. Only when I start using it to defraud people or to malign people, then it becomes an issue. So again, controlling it is hard because it's in the face of it, it is not a bad thing, right? So you can do a lot of good things with this technology. The intention then becomes a question. So a lot of problems with understanding AI. So many issues with regard to building these AI systems, right? So actually, people who label these things as toxic versus non-toxic actually develop mental problems, right? So that's people don't talk about. Of course, this is another huge issue that's happening right now in India. We are facing this, like copyright things are there, and now I just read a few minutes before the talk that a bunch of news agencies have joined ANI in filing case against OpenAI about use of their sources in building these models, and so AI is going to have impact on jobs. It's going to have impact on security. In fact, it's going to even have impact on the evolution of society. I'll talk about that one slide after this. And of course, environment will be a significant impact. We can read what is out there, right? So it's basically equivalent to 5 billion US cross-country flights in a year, right? And so here are some examples of, so that's in the middle. So Midjourney was asked to generate a picture of an Indian person, not an Indian man, Indian person. And you can see that it generated old men wearing turbans. That's what I thought an Indian person looks like. And Indian women, on the other hand, it's asked to generate a picture of Indian women who are all very young, beautiful women, but wearing orange clothing for some reason. Right? So these are kind of stereotypes, but even worse, this is Indian houses here. Right? It looks like temples to me. Right? They don't look like houses, but then that's what these AI models think Indian houses look like. So and that was like a year ago. I looked at what's happening now, right? So they got some part of the diversity. The middle part is Indian person, not an Indian woman. So they, like they did with the Gemini thing, right? They completely corrected over now. They're only generating women, not men, right? But at least they are young and old women. But once you ask them to generate Indian women, again it went back to generating young women. But at least you have diversity in their clothes. You have blue dresses also, not just orange dresses, right? But the housing, oh man, still bad. That's what these Gen AI models think Indian houses look like. Typical Indian house looks like. So Gen AI, we need these models for India, right? So here is what Arvind Narayanan, one of the leading thinkers about AI, says that we underestimated the huge gap between proofs of concepts of these AI systems and building reliable products out of these AI systems. So we are still struggling with it, even though we are getting better and better AI models, getting that reliability factor in building these products is a long way to go, and we have a lot of work to do, right? So this is the outcome of this, right? So 96% of C-suite leaders expect AI to increase productivity, and nearly 50% of their managers don't know how. So that's where we are at in some sense. So I had a couple of slides on something that we do in India. So you don't need some of these LLM models, NAI models to solve real problems in India. What you really need, or understanding what these problems are, right? What kind of data is available? What kind of reliability do you need in the answer? So we actually built models that allow you to predict the age of Indian fetuses, right? So we've always been using US models, right, to predict the age, and it turns out that they are off by 30% sometimes. So that can be pretty bad in terms of medical outcomes, right? And likewise, so this is some work that we did with some Google, where they used non-deep, non-generative AI technology for helping identify women who are at risk of dropping out of a healthcare program. And this is another interesting project that we did, where we looked at the muscles of cattle, right? And they are unique to each cow, like a fingerprint, and we can build models that predict, which cow is what, right? So you can actually use it as a fingerprint, and then so basically we had an app that can that allows you to tag these cows without having to poke them and add tags and so on and so forth. And that's something, again, not using Gen AI model. So depending on what problem you're trying to solve, right? So you need to look at a holistic design, right? So AI offers only a fraction of the process. AI is only a fraction of the process. You really have to think about how you solve the problem, right? So a lot of work needs to be done. And I like to say we have a lot of Indian problems, and we need Indian solutions for it. So all the students here, it's up to you now. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We'll just do a quick Q&A. I thought, I'll have to ask you to keep standing. That's the only thing.
That's fine. Yeah, let's save the time to bring the chairs on table.
Professor, I wanted to ask you that you talked about this. Tell me the architecture that is coming up in India between government and private sector to actually look at this more closely. Is it something that will be like the fintech model?
So, so India has, announced this India AI mission, right? So the idea behind India AI mission is to look at more holistic investment into different aspects of AI. So, so AI, you typically need talent, you need compute, you need data, you need AI models, and so on and so forth. And each one of these, right? So there were several committees that were that thought through this, and then there has been multiple of these that have been proposed, right? Multiple verticals that have been proposed, and there are 7 of these that India AI mission is actually looking to invest in, right? And so the one piece that is of particular relevance to some of the stuff I talk about is the safety, right? AI safety pillar, as they call it. So the idea is to think about, how would you identify what are unsafe about AI, and what should be regulated and what should not be, and so on and so forth. And the idea is to have some form of a research-driven agenda for figuring out how, as the technology evolves, what's the right way to use the technology, right? And for this, it has to be something that has significant involvement, not just from the technology people, or not just from the government, but from the industry, and also from people who are worried about the impact of technology on society, who actually, and you know, journalists who could actually go and help us take these things out there and so on and so forth. And so one of the things that we have been recommending is that the Safety Institute should be really a multi-stakeholder body, right? That you know, conducts deep research into all the safety issues with regard to the new AI models and recommend several things. One is what kind of self-regulatory mechanisms that should the industry adopt, right? So, I mean this has to be obviously done in collaboration with the industry. And then the second thing is, okay, what kind of tools and what kind of metrics can, you know, people, the regulators in different sectors, right, can rely on to evaluate the AI use in that sector. So that's very important, because the AI regulation cannot be something that is monolithic. Like I said, AI itself is not a single technology, and depending on where you apply AI, right? One example is the question of fairness. When I'm talking about fairness in the context of banking, I don't want to use gender as a predictive attribute. But when I'm talking about fairness in the context of healthcare, I want to use gender, right? I mean, so gender is a very, very important thing. So depending on what sector we are operating in, the kind of guidelines, the kind of rules that you'll have to put in are going to be very different. And the role of the Safety Institute should be in trying to understand all of these, right? And overall, the governing structure itself, right? So we have been suggesting that the independent sectoral regulators that are there should continue to also look at the impact of AI on their respective sectors. But the government should set up some kind of a inter-ministerial coordination body that allows the, you know, people to compare notes and also making sure that the different regulators don't say contradictory things about AI, because once that happens, then compliance will become an issue, and then will become a huge hindrance for innovation. So those are the things that we should look at.
But from your PPT, it looked as if AI is actually quite stupid. Or can be stupid.
Yeah, can be stupid. I mean, the thing is, I mean, if you ask me such questions, right, I have to tell you, okay, can you define stupid?
Stupid, exactly.
With mathematically. So then I can go out and measure it, right? Yeah. So you can't. So we have to actually look at it from, you know, more from a impression point of view, and I don't know if you can actually measure it. So a lot of work that we do in at IIT Madras and other places also, is to actually figure out what is it that you can measure about the AI. Right? So that you can say, hey, in this particular application, if the AI satisfies A, B, C, then you can use it with appropriate, you know, safety measures in place. But if it's not able to satisfy A, B, C, then you shouldn't be using AI. It could potentially be fairly stupid. In fact, even the most advanced AI, I can pose problems which a 4-year-old can solve, which the AI can't solve, right? So, yeah, so it can be stupid. It can be amazingly impressive sometimes.
Which, for a layperson, if they wanted to understand AI, which is the best course or the best source they should go to? Is it the course that you were suggesting that IIT Madras has started, the online BS course?
Oh no, online BS is actually a fairly rigorous course. It's actually a degree, right? So it's hard for, I mean, if the layperson to get an understanding of AI, that's not it. Right? In fact, it's a little sad. I mean, I can't quite recommend a specific source that, you know, for the lay people, right? I mean, there are several of us like me who have done podcasts, who have done talks and things like that on trying to explain AI to the common people. I've been doing this for at least 3, 4, 5 years now. But there are people who have been doing this longer. So that material is available online, right? But this is not a, you know, course, right? It's not like a certificate that you can get saying, hey, I understand what AI is now. So that kind of material is still not available, not just here, right? Globally also.
So that's a problem that AI can solve.
AI can solve fairly easily, for that,
And just the last point, what will it take for, what is the kind of funding that we will need? Because we're always in this self-imposed race with China to get ahead of them and everything. They are, I think, currently pretty good on AI. What is the kind of funding that it would need?
So the latest breakthroughs that China has been announcing, right, it actually is good news for India in some sense, right? So people are actually, I mean, some places they say, oh my God, China has gone so far ahead of us, but that's not really the case. What China has done, luckily, is that they have open sourced all their new innovations. So that actually gives us a big step up. right? And the second thing is, they've actually shown, even though people have been trying to crack this problem for a while around the world, but China has had the initial breakthrough. I mean, as would happen in science, right? So sometimes you get some groups having the initial breakthrough, but they have done something amazing. So they are now able to train things at a fraction of the cost of what originally ChatGPT needed or Meta needed to train their models. And so at about basically a tenth of the investment that India originally thought we would need to catch up with the US seems to be something that's feasible now, that on which we can build competitive AI models and then go on from there to improve on that, right? So I think...
so you're talking about a new space program, that kind of cost, or much more?
No. I mean, India is great, right? I mean, look, who would have thunk that we will get Mangalyaan to fly at that cost? Yeah. So we can certainly do things. Like I think we should set up our own, AI's own PSLV kind of initiative for us, and then do it at a significantly lower cost.
Lower cost for the world.
We can do for the world. Yeah. Of course, for the world. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was really entertaining and insightful. So thank you very much. Thank you. May we have a round of applause for the professor who had to quickly leave his class to come here, right? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
If I may invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Ms. Santwana to join us on stage. Ms. Santwana Bhattacharya, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Ma'am, if I may request you to join us and extend our thanks to our speaker. A fantastic session on AI. Of course, we started off, and I think where we ended, it looks like we're truly at the crossroads. On the one hand, AI can help us so much, create so much, and better our lives, make our lives easier. On the other hand, what if it takes us somewhere we don't want to go, literally and metaphorically? If I may please request Sir and Ma'am to join us at the center stage. If I may also request Ms. Santwana to present Sir with a special memento. Our acknowledgement, Sir. Thank you so much for taking the time and, of course, for reminding us that the future is also very exciting, at the same time quite fragile, depending on how we look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, our next conversation is titled very creatively, The Cool in School, Teaching Gen Z and Beyond. Of course, teaching today's generation is no ordinary task. Gen Z and the generations to follow, in fact, are digital natives. They are surrounded by technology, innovation, and a rapidly evolving world. So the style that they learn and the expectations that they have, the aspirations as we know it, all of it is changing with every passing day. So the important question is, how can schools adapt to stay cool while preparing students for the future? We hope to uncover this very interesting topic with our esteemed speakers. I'd like to say a few words as we set the stage about our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin with our first speaker, Ms. Geeta Jain, the head of school at Chaman Bharatiya School, Bangalore. With over 24 years of experience in national and international education, Ms. Geeta Jayant is a global thought leader, and she's also served as an IBDP school evaluation leader and advisor to prestigious institutions all across the world. We're also joined by Dr. Jayashree Periwal, who is a transformative leader when it comes to education, and she's someone who has truly pioneered international curricula in Rajasthan. She's got a legacy of over 13,000 students across 10 schools, all of which have set benchmarks for global educational excellence. It's also my pleasure to say a few words and introduce to you our third speaker, Ms. Padmini Sambashivam, who is the principal of Shiv Nadar School here in Chennai and a distinguished educator with over 28 years of academic and administrative excellence. Once again, she's known for her visionary leadership, her innovative approach, and she's transformed prestigious institutions both India and abroad. We have Ms. Kaveri chairing this session of Putting the Cool in School. Ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely going to be a conversation you're going to want to look out for. A round of applause for our panelists and our session chair as we get started.
my first question really, do schools really need to be cool to reach out to young people, or can they just remain fuddy-duddy places where we all studied and we turned out okay?
I really think this Gen X, they are different. They're different as young learners. They're not like us, and we really need to be cool. Cool cannot be casual, as it may sound. Cool is important because we have to change our strategy. We have to change our thought process. We have to change the way we teach. We need to bring in innovation. We need to connect with the children. We need empathy for them. So it's important, pertinent, and it is the future.
Yeah, but you know, today, in the previous sessions, we heard a lot about mental resilience and how perhaps this generation is not as resilient enough, perhaps, as we were. I don't know. Do you want to take that?
Yeah. I think the first thing that we may have to understand is our lived experiences are far different from what a Gen Z is going through. If you look at a Gen Z's life, which is like a child who is born between probably late 1990s, which is like 1998 to 2012 or 15, they are the digital natives. They were born with a smartphone or very quickly moved into it. In today's times, minimum 6 social media platforms they are part of. Minimum. Almost. All of them will be part of Facebook, Insta, if you count it that way. Technology is so invasive into their lives that it is impossible for us to reference our standards and expect them to behave in a way that is kind of where we were used to. So I think the first thing that we may have to do is, education for us was only from teachers and nothing. We couldn't access anything other than that. But today, if you see, students can access just by a scroll, by a tap. They can get to matter very quickly. They can connect to people in the remotest parts of the world. So what they want is something extremely quick. We might get a little annoyed with this need to be instantly gratified, we may call it. But if you look at their lives and their living or lived experiences, we may not be able to find fault, but we may have to adapt ourselves, because we got to also reimagine and rethink the way we probably interact with them. Because if they post something on Facebook, the kind of feedback that they get, either thumbs up, a comment, it can be right or wrong, but then they get immediate ones. So they are expecting everything to be fast forwarded to such an extent that it can sometimes look like they are not patient enough. So what do we have to do as educators? Would probably, we learned it just in case because people told us what to learn, but these are people who are doing just-in-time learning. They're actually saying, okay, when I have to learn, I know where to research. I know where to access. What we need to do is to help them, like we just had the AI aspect being shared, very beautifully said. Authenticity is a problem today. How are we going to expect or support them in navigating what is right and probably understand from where they come before we design an educational ambience for them, instead of saying we weren't like this before? That's where I come.
But, I mean, it's been some time now since we've had all these tools with us. Why have we not, as a teaching community, been able to adapt and use the smartphone in learning? Why does it remain a tool for leisure and why not for study? Whereas it's an obvious thing to do, that's the best way to use the smartphone to become smarter. Why has that not been done?
So I think in some of the elite schools or the IB schools, it's already entered the classroom. We have iPads in our school. So as an iPad is used as a tool for teaching. And then also when you see that, we also offer a subject called design technology in our school, where you have children as young as EY, early years 3, to higher grades, using robotics, using AI, drones, aspects like satellites. They're creating small CAN-SATs. So all this is becoming part of our classrooms currently. And when I heard a lot of professors today, I could see a mini version happening in our classrooms already. So I don't say that it's not happening, but maybe, reaching the grassroots level of the country is still a long way to go. But has the beginning started? I mean, there is a beginning. Yes, there is a beginning already.
But for that, of course, you need many other things. You need proper connectivity, you need proper access, equity in access as well. So, while we talk of the best schools in the country and you represent all of them, how does one go down the ladder?
I have a little difference of opinion. Smartphones should be used sparingly. It's not the only way to study. The more you use, the more you get addicted. And we want children to be away from social media, but we want them to come into the classroom, but sparingly. We should be mindful, what is it that we want our children to learn? Sweden has come back and has removed every aspect of the phone and AI because they think children's attention span has absolutely decreased. They are not fit to adapt. So we have to rethink and remodel. To do research, we need an iPad, we need a computer, we need a smartphone. But that's on a very limited note. We should be using more conversational. We should be giving feedback to children. And I agree that they need a very quick feedback because their attention span has become, they can't watch a movie. Now you see the Indian movies are no longer 3 hours plus. They've shortened. Why have they shortened? Because all of us, not only the children, all of us attention span has decreased. And we need to be mindful for using of technology. We're running the IB school as well, but then we are very, very careful and mindful how much usage should a child be exposed to. And before grade 8, it really needs to be minimalistic.
Absolutely. Just to add to what she said, it's not about using technology every moment of the day. It's about making a class feel, what does this Gen Z want? They want to be heard. They want to be recognized. They want to be included because they can see the diversity, unlike us, that exists, and they want to be heard. That's their fundamental request. So for that, you don't need a smart app at all.
You need a smart teacher.
A smart teacher who does not think, in our times, when I started teaching, I would say that I have to make the class interesting. My need was to create a class that is extremely interesting for them because they did not have any other source of information except that I will have to probably, try and gather it for them. But today, they don't want information from me. What they need to know is I am interested in them. I have to hear them out. So, for example, if we can open a concept with a case study or a scenario and ask them to make choices and say, why did 40% of the class choose option A? Give them an opportunity to speak why and what of it. And then the whole class listens to everyone's perspective. And then we can finally say, which one would you choose now that you have understood the whole thing? Because earlier, I had to give all the information and then come down to doing it. Now, it is easier to do certain things, but it's just that we have to recalibrate ourselves as teachers. We cannot say, I learned it and I'm okay now. But that's not the point. It's about looking at the students, and just like I shared, now I have to be interested in them, interested in what is it that they want to learn, and how is it that I can get there. So it has to be co-created largely with the students today.
And I'd like to add on to Padmini that a student does not learn from a teacher alone. They learn from a peer group. They learn hearing each other's answers, hearing what can be different solutions to the same problem. So it's not one person who's teaching you. This smartphone, as it is, will give you answers. So what you need is a conversation within the classroom. We need to be collaborative. We need to have group studying. So that's how they get interested. That's how they understand different solutions to one single problem.
That's wonderful to hear, but is that being done? Because these are things that they come to only when they have to take entrance exams or, go to, take an MBA exam or whatever. Suddenly they're thrown into group discussions and team building exercises, and they have no clue how to deal with that.
I
So is
think
this
all of us who are running the IB schools is imperative. It's a part of our teaching style. Everything has changed. In the world, everything from the roads to the way we live to our cars.
Not all the roads,
Education needs to change. We need to adapt, we need to adopt, we need to engage, we need to absorb different styles of teaching. Today it's very individualized teaching.
I just want to add, it's not difficult. We've all been part of CBSE and ICSE schools and the state boards sometimes. It is not at all difficult. It is more about saying that is the way we want to go. Do we want to be restricted by textbooks, which are supposed to be reference points, but no concept is without content? It's not like an IB school can do without content. But the way the transaction is done is by putting the child at the center of things. So a group discussion, it may not be right, it may not be wrong, that's not the idea. It's about them participating, because when you're a seeker, you seem to gain better understanding. In fact, I would say IB and even other, where the exam proposition is a little more open, allows the school to also try all those things. But NEP surely is moving in that direction. It's just that we have to just let go of what we have been used to and move with times, instead of blaming sometimes Gen Z for not being resilient or not being perseverant, but offer, even if I'm going by the CBSE way, let us say, can I have in real terms, can I get them to work with a community?
Yeah.
Can I get them to reality instead of keeping it all virtual? Because sometimes when they are constantly working only on these internet understanding, they are competitive. Even if the school says we don't want you to be competitive because we only want you to
And
compete
not just
with
they,
yourself.
their parents are more competitive.
So how do you do it? Is to bring them to be part of projects where real-time people are involved.
Just adding on to what ma'am said, I said that, I think many of us have been teaching the millennials. And, where it was, we were sage on the stage. And then we also have educators evolved, from being facilitators, now being co-creators of knowledge, what we have been doing with children. And to see, like you said, that, we have started seeing children who, I think you inspire them. They're becoming, they want to really solve real world problems, right? If I see kids, like using technology itself in our class, we just take children on a field trip and, say, what is the problem you would like to solve? So for example, our children went to a blind school and they came back in the design class, came and created a smart stick, with sensors. So again, they went again to a field trip where they went to a village and they saw women carrying water for kilometers together. And they came back and said, how do we solve this problem? Again, as part of a class, using 3D printer, they created something called a Jal Chakran, which could take water, which otherwise would have been like just few kilometers.
Let me tell you about that. There's this wonderful innovation that was done, precisely something like this. And then they found that it was all the men of the village who used that water chakra, because they realized there was no work. So sometimes technology also reinforces patriarchy. So that's a very interesting point. But it's interesting that they're trying to do that. But do you sometimes feel that it's also part of this idea that they have, that this is what is needed to go to a foreign university? These are the checklists that they have to look at.
If you start
because it happens quite often.
It does, right? If you start very early on, then the social consciousness comes in early. And then it becomes part of it. It becomes as part of your learning. That's one add-on which comes in as a value add. But if you look at it much later and you make it as a force fit to apply to a college, then I think it's so superficial. Yeah, that's not what you'd want. And I think today's generation is not like that. What I have started seeing is they're actually wanting to bring in a change. Many of them. So I
Because
was
the
just reading a
world's
report.
borders are closing, so they better
They better.
study here.
That's true.
And the way the rupee is falling,
Just to
you have
add
to be
that,
very rich to afford a foreign
I
education.
think it is more about what is it that we present to them.
Yeah, as
And
options.
And more than anything, the passion with which you talk about your nation.
Yeah.
You're part of the problem as much as you're part of the solution. So it's not like armchair critiquing that will help. Schools will have to speak about it's not about patriotism, it is about belonging to this community of
Yes.
people called Indians and doing something for them.
For them.
Comes naturally if you have processes in place where it's not just spoken for writing a poster. So it can't be done that way. For example, like she said, they
Or
don't
an SOP,
Yeah,
as they have to do for foreign universities.
And they must be encouraged to come back, to study, to get empowered, to learn. Great. But you must come back to your country to empower your own country. Your country is calling. We need our children back to make a difference.
But do you feel that is happening?
It is. It is happening.
Yeah.
India's got huge opportunities and they are returning back because they feel this is where their
parents
growth
happy
is.
about it?
I think slowly people are seeing the difference.
And also what I
opportunities are
have-
galore here, so I think the next 10 years, the next decade, whatever may be, people's prediction, India is a force to reckon with. Yes.
So
I
just
think we will
adding
rise.
on, right? It's first is about going and then coming back.
Yeah.
What we see in schools like us, IB schools, way back in maybe 2010, we used to see lots of kids going overseas. About 90% of my children went overseas to study for an undergrad degree. They came back, some didn't come back. But today, the trend is about 60% are staying back in India. And that also talks about the number of good universities, what we have been hearing, lots of liberal art universities, universities which are inclusive, accepting of the interdisciplinary learning what schools like us are offering. When you see that approach, you start seeing that, you don't have to go to seek education outside. You have plenty of opportunities in India as well today.
And
And I hope the government is listening. We need more research and development for education to thrive. If we are not going to spend money on R&D, our universities, our colleges will not be at par with the world. And we want that parity. We want more and more good institutions of higher education to open.
Okay, tell me one good thing about these kids and one thing that disappoints you, each of you.
So good thing for me is I think they want to make a change in the society. Like they are climate advocates. For example, I had one student when Greta started this Fridays for Future. We used to have school running till 3:30. She came back and said, you know what, can you close school on Friday at 2 o'clock because we want to go to the town hall and make a representation. And they just got the whole high school curious about it. Everybody got together, went into climate on every Friday to make, this is just before COVID. And then eventually, she went on to represent as a climate ambassador to Copenhagen. She got selected there. So when you see that, if they really believe in a cause, they will go outright to do anything. But one thing which I feel they probably lack is resilience. I think, their discontentment, quickly, they just lose out if they don't have the resilience to stay put. Failure comes in, they just can't take it. So that's the issue.
I think it's also a function of the parenting, right? Because
to a great extent.
Because they've been geared to succeed. So the minute there's failure, it's something that is spoken of only in very hushed terms, right? There's a shame attached
There's a
to
shame
failure.
attached to that, yeah.
Yeah.
And helicopter parenting, right? So when they keep coming in and they expect children to,
You sound very
micromanage,
disgusted.
I think that becomes the issue. Yeah.
Yeah. You?
So I think these young, bright students are very entrepreneurial in their venture. They want to try out new things. At a very early age, they're beginning to market what they are making, what they are creating. So this is the good thing because India needs startups. India needs to create because we want to create even jobs. And that will happen when they begin to create ideas and implement them. I see a whole lot of them coming up with such beautiful ideas, and they're all successful. They are all getting funding. In grade 11 and 12, the children are being funded by the who's who. And that's what makes me very, very proud, that they are focused and they want to achieve. And what disappoints me is that they become a little overconfident and they think they can learn all by themselves. And let's not attend school in the last, we'll study on our own, we know it. I mean, that attitude, it kind of bothers me. That be regular, please do come, we are only there to assist you. So this is one thing that's been bothering me. And I'm going to find solutions after this, that what are you all doing, if at all, if it isn't a problem in your school.
But that also must be a COVID effect.
Maybe, but because of technology, and they know they get instant answers, and they are smart. I think children of today are really smart. All the children sitting there, I really want to compliment each one of you. You all are much smarter than our generation. They are far, far ahead. Somebody said they were children, and I genuinely believe in every bacha. They are our future, and they are going to make our country proud.
So for me, I think I agree completely with both Jayashree and Geeta, but the third thing that I would say is they are so seeking social equity. They want diversity. They want to be the voice of all those who are in the periphery of acceptance. They're very conscious about it. And they are the voices. They ask questions which probably some of us would have never dared to ask.
Such as?
Like it can be rights of LGBTQ, gender bias, anything that you can, which is usually taken as cultural norms, or they question status quo, they question tradition probably. But then I think the generation prior will have to also look at how can we best answer some of the things. Like she said, they think they know it all, but knowing is not understanding. I can probably read something, I may comprehend factual material, but I do not know how it interconnects and how I as a student can make it work in several other spaces, what you call as generalization. They are still not there. But like she said, probably overconfident. And for me, the flip side is their ability to persevere. Be at something, grit, to sustain at something and wait for it to fructify because of this need for everything to happen. I think it's a problem for them. But it sustains or perpetuates also because maybe we are not designing something, because we brought them into this world and we have no choice but to find ways to get them to the next level. But I would say they are the most vibrant thinking lot. And if we can't channelize and harness what's best in them, I think we'll be missing out. So instead of probably all the time requesting them to adapt, probably the older generation will have to adapt and keep moving in their direction, but holding on to what is very much us. What makes us unique is our identity, our culture, from where we come, the philosophy that has brought India to what we are today. Because I don't think when we received our independence, I think Churchill said very clearly, we won't even sustain for long. We'll break like the European nation, but we have done it.
You know, our students, they launched a rocket. That was the fastest rocket launch. They beat the IIT students. And for that, they've been called to ISRO. They said, don't go to college. Just come, you all are so smart. So children are really smart. We need to encourage them. We need to give them a pat. We need to tell them we believe in you, and you see the results. They will blossom, they will bloom, and they're going to shine and rise.
Just the last quick question. Language skills. How are they doing in terms of language skills?
I think that's the biggest challenge now. They've all turned into emojis and small words. The sentences, the reading has gone. So yeah, we do see that as a challenge. Of course, programs like ours will enforce that they will have to read. They will have to read world literature. They have to. But if you look by choice, their literary skills have dipped deeply.
Again, I differ. Every child of mine will hold a storybook, a novel in their hands, because they travel 45 minutes coming to the school. So they are all reading. They're all obsessed about reading. And that's
We
what
should all
we
join
really,
your
really
school.
want. That's why we keep them away from the phones. So they are bound to read. And their language has only become better, more credible, more fluent, and more apt. Their answers are so beautifully written that I feel if I had to write, I couldn't be able to do that. The children are so smart now, so smart.
I would say it's more a school culture
Yeah.
also. Parents are great stakeholders in this. We have to really involve them. And grade level expectations of what is it that you want every group to at least minimum learn, minimum read, and challenges they love. So if you say for the next 1.5 months it's going to be this challenge, many of them will quickly finish. And I think it's more about us seeing how can you modify it for them in a way that it makes it easy. It's the same level.
You can't use the
No,
old
I
ways
don't
of
think. I don't think we'll be able to generalize there. But in cases where we have exams, which, like in the IB, they have to write something called TOK, we call it. That's a very long, extended essays are there, which you have to learn to write.
Right.
And there's no two ways about it. Yeah.
Even ChatGPT cannot help you.
No.
It can't. You'll have to do it yourself.
You can't turn it in.
There's so much of deliberations on that. You question, you counter question, and then you counter question your own question. So there'll be multiple perspectives that you must put forward for an examiner to understand that you are a thinking kid.
In fact, just to add to the ChatGPT, what we can do is you can give your prompts, generate 2 ChatGPT answers, but in class you have to justify which one you're choosing.
I wanted to ask you, one is language, linguistic skills. What about video? Their visual skills are very highly developed, right? How do you use that? Because so much learning is now happening through videos, through...
Visual learning is great.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. But we should have short videos.
Yeah.
They shouldn't go on. 1, their concentration is lost. And 2, we don't want them to get them hooked on to smartphones and only visual. It's not the best idea. Most of the countries, most of the thinking countries are now reversing this trend.
I know Sweden is doing it, but we can't just go up till one end and completely revert. We got to balance.
So I think Sweden
balance
is such a
the
different
country. But for the aspect of videos, I think we should only choose if we can't take them to real spaces. Suppose you have a land which can actually show you. Like if I were in KSA, I don't have rivers to show. So I should probably get there. If I'm in a desert space, then probably rainforest I cannot see. That's when I do. Otherwise, I think I must actually visit so their observation gets far superior. Otherwise, even a video is very, very short and cryptic, and it is again authored by somebody who might have their focus on one thing, whereas you may want something else. So I think the design of the environment that you offer for learning must be very specifically customized. And today, that is the job of the teacher, customize.
You know, you can't take your children around the world. It's not possible. But you can bring the world to them, and that's possible. And that's possible through the videos.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Makes me feel like going back to school. I'm going back to school, going back to college. I think I'll spend my whole year doing that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If I may call upon Ms. Lakshmi Menon to felicitate and extend our thanks to our speakers. I think anyone with kids or even youngsters in their vicinity would have resonated with pretty much every thought that was shared on this stage. And with such a keen insight on not just the school environment, but learning on the whole, I think we've enriched this platform. ThinkEdu Conclave 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely a loud round of applause for all our speakers who've taken the time to join us here and who've also, I think, embarked on a journey to make school as cool as possible. Like Ms. Kaveri said, it definitely does make a lot of us want to go back to school for a newer experience. And with that, Here at ThinkEdu Conclave 2025, we step into our final segment of the day. And as we set the stage, I also have to say that in education and acting alike, the ability to step into someone's shoes, be it a role, an experience, or even a perspective, that is a powerful tool of understanding the human condition. With our upcoming session, we focus on how to do that with empathy, with preparation, and a whole lot of authenticity. As we explore the craft of an actor, we talk about what lies beneath, getting into character. Of course, joining us for this particular session, it's our pleasure to welcome onto the stage Mr. Karthi, one of the most prominent actors in the Tamil film industry. What makes him truly special is his ability to blend into a variety of roles, whether it is the massive action roles, light-hearted roles. He's bagged many an award, and of course, our hearts alike, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. If I may invite Ms. Kaveri Bamzai to join us with this conversation and take us through what it takes to get into the character.
Thank you so much, Karthi, for coming. I don't know how many of you have seen, I'm going to mispronounce it, May. Oh my God. I think it's one of the most moving films that I've seen, and after seeing you in Katre Veliadu, where you were such a nasty piece of, I don't know what, but it was such a lovely film. And I'm thinking, is this the same actor? And it is. So, of course, it's called acting, but still, how do you do such a terrible person in Katre Veliadu, and then such a nice, sweet, soft man in Mayagan?
Before that, very good evening. Hello, everybody.
Some loud applause. Let's give him a lot more, I think.
It'll get coming, it'll get coming. I'm sure you've had a hectic session from morning. Romba serious on a topic of poetry from morning. Yeah. So we'll keep it light. So, ma'am, thank you for watching both the films, and thanks for having me here.
Watching a lot more, but
Lovely.
these two are my favorites. Yeah.
So, அவங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சொன்னது காற்று வெளியிடை, அப்புறம் மெய்யழகன்.
Please forgive me.
And
please forgive me my pronunciation.
I just wanted to give them a clarity what we're talking about. So, let's come to Kaatru Veliyidai first, since that's the earlier film. That's a film which is completely against my grain. You know, I could never relate with the character.
I hope so.
I couldn't, like I was telling earlier, a charming, flamboyant, poetry reciting, chauvinistic pig. You know, it's not easy to do that. I couldn't relate with that character, but he had a very charming side to him, and I had to take help from Mani sir. And every day, I would explore every day to understand it. First, I started with going to Kalaiguda, which is an air base.
Right.
And I met some fighter pilots just to understand what lives they live. I wanted to know what was their salary, what was their training, and how difficult it is to be a fighter pilot. It requires like an IIT and engineer, like a top of the cream. No? You have to be extremely efficient. You have to prove your efficiency every 6 months. Otherwise, you'll be depromoted. Right. So that's the high level of efficiency in which they work. And then I wanted to understand what are the different kinds of people. How are different people handling it? Now, there was one guy who never removes his aviators. He always wears his aviators. They gave the aviators in service itself. So they wear the Ray-Bans all the time. And there is the other guy who looks like, like a normal office-going IT person, very quiet. But they both are damn good. So I understood that not everybody carries it the same way. Each one has their own attitude. But the more interesting guy was the guy who always wears the Ray-Ban. So I picked up some stuff from him. And then every day we would explore. Like Manisha said, the performance in this film is not what I ask you to do. It is something which we both explore and agree with. So every day we would play with it. He'll try to push me in different directions. And that's how we gradually explored. And then we see how this guy goes through a change of heart. You know, after his being caught, and how he changes gradually. And then he breaks down at the end. So that's a huge arc. And I would say this film actually gave me a lot of learning on how to create a character, how to prepare for a character, how to understand and present it. So that whole arc, I think it was a great workshop for me, because I started my career as an AD with Mani sir.
Exactly.
And then I'm playing a lead. It was quite a drastic difference. But only thing is, everybody expected a Maddie from Alaipaide, but the character was not that. It was completely not that. But I had personal messages from a lot of women, even IAS officers, who said, don't take the result of this film very seriously, because this is the first film which is openly spoken about a caustic relationship. Very clearly. I think only Mani sir handles relationship beautifully. So now I keep getting compliments for that film. And coming to Mayor again, which is a complete contrast.
No, let's talk a little more about...
All right.
I will hesitate to pronounce the name of the film. Yeah. Whenever I hesitate, you just put in the name of the film.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will try to understand. No, but I wanted to understand because, the kind of psychological and also sometimes physical violence that you do to Aditi, and she's such a vision, and you're doing these unspeakable things to her. When you went home, I wonder, how did you feel on that set?
No, actually, you've grown up with a sister. You've done a lot of that to your sister, So, physically pushing or scratching or hitting her, it's not something new when you have a sister at home. But that character, we were actually very carefully treading the path, that not overdoing it, but still keeping it mild. Earlier, I think at home, women were used to that. They all accepted that this is how men are. But then later, nobody wants to handle that anymore. It's also important to teach girls that this is not an okay behavior.
Exactly.
This is not something you have to put up with. So I think that film dealt with both. And like you said, for me, since you know how it behaves, we have done it. But we were also very careful how much of it we are going to do. At what point...
Not at any point look acceptable.
Yes.
See, that's
She goes away and she leaves him. The moment he goes overboard, she leaves him. He said, I cannot handle you. You're strangling me. And she leaves. So that's also very clearly said that... And he says, give me just one more chance. I'll change for you. She says, no, I can't do it anymore. And then he comes back as a changed man. And that's when she accepts him. So it's not an okay behavior.
Let's talk about my...
Right.
Yes, please, thank you. Yeah, because that guy is so sweet. And he talks so much and he's so lovable. And this guy doesn't remember his name. He's like slapping Arvind Swamy. And you can't remember this guy's name.
It's a beautiful film. First, the film was written as a novel. It was not written as a screenplay. That is why many people who saw the film first, they thought it's very slow. Because they were expecting something to keep happening. But life is not like that. Life is not so dramatic. It takes a lot of time to reveal itself. So the film was written as a novel. And the film as such, I feel it's captured the life of people for about 30 years. People from, let's say, from 70s to 90s, just before the social media hit all of us. This talks about the simple lives, what was our joy, what was our fears, our dreams. This film absolutely captures. They always say keep reading contemporary literature because that's where you know how people are thinking, how the generations are changing. I believe this film, the way Prem Kumar wrote it and was captured, completely, you can take a kid today who's 10 or 12 years old and say, this is how we lived. This is what we are. This is our culture. This film completely encapsulates that. But the character, Mayalagan, people say, it's too good to believe, man. Nobody is like this. Nobody can be like that. It is fake. But actually, I have seen people like that. I have seen people who are so giving. I have seen people who do so much for you without expecting anything from you. They just love you. And I'm gifted to have seen such people. That's why I was able to bring it on screen. And I would say I didn't have to prepare for this film. This is how I grew up. All my holidays were in Coimbatore in my mom's place.
In a house like this?
Yeah, in a very old house. With all my cousins, running and catching rats and doing all sorts of stuff. I always loved that.
Wearing mundu or... no.
We all had shorts. we were all called the Madras boys because we were not suntanned. All my cousins used to be suntanned and they'll be running around. I could never catch up with them. So I think that film is how I grew up. Those are the values which were taught to us. Those are the songs that we sang along with our cousins. That's how we, except for the beer in that pot, everything else is, I think, how we share.
The beer in the pot also...
Now it's become a trend now, and everybody is trying it out.
So, Kathy, you come from a family that is, I think, steeped in cinema. And yet, that was not your first choice. You trained to be a mechanical engineer.
Right. Any boy born in Chennai have to be either a doctor or an engineer, at least when we grew up. You have to choose one of this, or you are disgracing your family, you're a disgrace to your family. And my father said, your brother doesn't want to study beyond a bachelor's degree. At least you study, you make us proud, you do engineering, you do math very well. That's how they convinced me to take up engineering. And then my dad said, how many people get an opportunity to go abroad and study? This is something great. Pursue, do something more. I said, I'm liking cinema. Why can't I try it out? He says, cinema, the success rate in cinema is 1%. We're all talking about the success that we are seeing, but there is so many people who are trying and who are not able to make it there. So he said, don't keep it as your only choice. You should have your fallback. So he said, just have one fallback. So complete your degree. The moment I finished, I know this is not what I wanted to do.
But you took some film classes as well, right? In
For
New
about
York?
6 months,
Okay.
they allowed me to audit the course. So I'm not a trained actor, nor am I a film student. It's all self-taught or whatever I've learned from my directors.
Mani
Yeah.
Ratnam.
Of course.
I mean,
Of
he's a
course.
school in himself.
Absolutely.
And you came back and became an AD with
Yes,
him.
right. So I
Joining
worked
a
with him.
long, illustrious list of people who've trained under him, right? I
Yes,
think
yes,
half
yes.
the directors
Yeah.
in the industry and a lot of people.
Most people are inspired by him.
Yeah.
Not everybody was lucky enough to be an AD like me. There are a lot of people.
Who were the ADs when you were on?
Sudha Kungra was
Sudha,
there,
yeah,
and Milind
that's-
was there.
yeah. So what was that experience like? Because to us as critics and writers on cinema, Mani is somewhat reticent.
Mm-hmm.
He seems a bit,
Now I need Google to figure out all the words that you're speaking now. Okay.
chalo, that's how I struggle with Tamil. No, but I'm sure you know. But, a little reclusive and doesn't talk much. And yet, he inspires such amazing loyalty in all of you. What is it about him that holds such, apart from, of course, his films, what is it about his working style that
I
makes
think he
you
takes
also...
his job very seriously.
Yeah.
He's not complacent. He works very hard. He expects his ADs to be working harder than him, but he's always tops us. The way he's prepared for every day is something else.
Right.
He's on spot at 6:30, and he knows exactly what he wants to do throughout the day. He
Right.
keeps a little openness for creativity, that whatever he can pick up on the spot, but he's always prepared.
With the script.
He keeps saying, I thought maybe after 3 films I'll be relaxed on a set. But he's saying, till today I'm not relaxed.
Right.
Every day I'm always scared where I'm going to put the camera first. So that's the amount of dedication, if you want to say that, use that word, that he gives it to what he does. And he enjoys doing it. Especially with working in PS, I thought he was having the ball of his time. Every day he was cheerful because he was doing something which he wanted to do for a very long
For
time.
so long.
And he was giving us visuals, which I've read the book before, and people have been waiting to watch that film for like 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
And the way he was creating visuals, I could see we could never imagine something like this as a reader. He was giving us something more.
And you in it, I mean, what all do you do? You leap in the air, you dance, I don't know, it's physically a very demanding
Yes.
role, right? Talk a bit about that, because that character again is, he's like the whirlwind, no?
So one of the most charming characters. There are so many kids
Yeah.
named after Vandiyathevan.
Yeah.
And getting to play Vandiyathevan, getting to romance Kundavai is not something simple. Very, very lucky, in fact.
What a great life.
What a great life. He's the only...
And getting paid for it.
Absolutely. A good pay also. And he's the only character which interacts with everyone, from royalty to the commons. So after reading the book, the first thing I heard was people around me saying, you're going to play Vandiyathevan, you're going to play Vandiyathevan. First time I saw some excitement in my mom's face also. So I got scared that, each person has their own imagination of Vandiyathevan. How am I going to match up to it? And how I prepared myself was, of course, the script was there. I had to read the lines, and the way Kalki had written the character, he was doing everything with him. Sometimes he'll be goofy, sometimes he'll be charming, sometimes he'll be so brave. So I didn't find a line to match him. It was very difficult. But then I understood, how am I going to behave? Somebody told me very interestingly that, why is Gandhi in the film Gandhi not behaving like an Indian? Why is he behaving like somebody who's abroad? Why is he not behaving like a Gujarati? And the question came from a very small child. And another actor told me about this incident, and really caught me that, while doing this film, I should not do any of the Hollywood stuff here. I should keep it as local as possible, as how we walk here. We are loud, we cry loud, we laugh loud. That's our culture. People shouldn't think we are, overdoing it. That is our culture. That's how we are. So I was very particular. We have to depict that.
Apologetic about.
Yes. So that's how we are. We like to sing, we like to eat, we like to, be open about it. So I wanted to bring that spirit to the character. And I was also searching for what is the common man's behavior in 10th century. All Sangam literature speaks only about the royalty, but there's nowhere that we get to know about how do common people behave.
Right.
Then through research and through friends, I got a book called Sangam Polity, where an author has taken pains to write about common man incidences from Sangam literature. Here and there he had picked up and written a lot of things. So from there I understood that king is God. That's the amount of reverence you have to give to him. And then in commons, for example, Vandiyathevan, I was asking, so what is Vandiyathevan? I was talking to a historian. He said, Vandiyathevan is trained in all crafts. He is an IAS officer without a department. He doesn't have a kingdom.
That's a lovely...
that gave me so much clarity. So he cannot become too casual. He has royalty in his blood. So he has to have a little charm and grace to him. But he's somebody who can get along with everybody. So I had to balance that. So since the topic was how you prepare for a character, I thought I should mention this, that really helps to get hold of that character. And then of course Mani sir is there.
Yeah.
The romance part, he helps me out, so I don't have to worry about it.
What are the tips he gives for the romance parts?
Yes, the lines are brilliant first.
Yeah.
Uyir ungaludaidu Devi. So that is enough to take care of it.
He has to recite it now. You have to please.
So his one-liners are fantastic, the way...
Give us a few more, no?
Few more from that film. அழகான பெண்களுக்காக உயிரையும் கொடுக்கலாம். உங்களுக்காக நாளை இந்த முறை கூட கொடுக்கலாம். Imagine.
I can't understand, but I love it.
But imagine you get to say it to Aishwarya Rai.
Yeah, I mean,
So, all the more. For a boy who grew up in boys' school and then mechanical engineering, imagine all this happening.
Aishwarya Rai is like a goddess.
So imagine the first shot when, I'm the entire film, all the characters are introduced through me.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Every introduction I saw before all you guys. So even her introduction, I was the first person who saw her opening the veil and coming out of it. And I was the first person to whistle and clap also on the sets.
I mean, sometimes when you're in these moments, when you're acting, do you pinch yourself and say, God, that's me on screen, or what am I doing?
When Mani sir is there, you can't relax and dream about it. You have to be on your toes, running around. That's not possible.
And she looks like a vision in this. I mean, the older
but
she
that
gets,
film,
the
I
more
think,
beautiful.
first time I got to work with actors from all generations in that film. It was a privilege to sit and chat with them. People I've seen on screen. I'm sharing screen with them and sitting and talking to them. We're working out how we're going to do the scene. Oh, it was a beautiful experience.
The after parties must have been incredible, or were they?
I think there are some Mani sir's friends here. They'd agree with me that doesn't happen so often.
No?
Like you said, like a physically demanding film. The work that could get accomplished in 4 days, Mani sir would do it in 1.5 days.
And
so if you shoot for 1 day...
locations also, no? Very difficult.
And we were shooting it through the COVID also. There were a lot of restrictions. And we had to finish it within that day where we have the permissions. And Mani sir was particular, we have to shoot in live locations, a lot of live locations. Real palaces and forts, and getting all that was a beautiful experience. And imagine every time you have to think, this is Vandiyathevan, this is Rajaraja Cholan, and this is Aditya Karigal. Trying to think and bring you back to that moment 1,000 years back.
Right.
Like when we were doing scenes in Sri Lanka, there was a very interesting dialogue which didn't come in the film. But there, Arulmozhivarman is having the prince is having a conversation, and he says, imagine this is the place where, great men, great kings were standing, and we are standing in the same Buddha Vihara where all those people were there. And now look at us ordinary people standing here. And Vandiyathevan says, pardon me, call yourself ordinary, I am not ordinary. But those are moments where you try to think and imagine that you're actually talking to the prince. You're actually talking to the greatest king when he was a prince. So it is not just reciting those lines, but trying to believe as much as possible that you are there in Sri Lanka and talking to the prince. That's how you make yourself first believe it, so you can make people also believe in it. No,
for instance, and of course I think you have mastered the art of the breakdown, right? Even in Kaidi.
Right.
I pronounced it right?
Yes, perfect.
Yes. So even there, the climax, I mean, I don't know who mustn't have cried there, right? And even in Katre,
Yeah.
you
Katre
have
is
that
good.
you have that scene. So in those moments when you have to break down, I wonder what goes through your mind. What do you think of, or you're just being that character?
Yeah, you can only be that character. No? Karthik cannot cry like that. You have to cry like VC, or you have to cry like Dilly. That's how you can do it. So
You
it's
call Varun Chakrapani VC.
that's also I got from research. If you go,
They
like
all have
the Harry becomes Hari becomes Harry,
Harry,
or they have short names for
Yeah.
it. That's something I picked up from Calcutta and brought it there. So VC, but I think most of them knows as VC. They remember the girl calls him VC all throughout the film. So I think that's how VC is.
Sorry, so you were saying, I interrupted you. So in that moment, you're that.
Yeah, so you can only be that character. If it's the pain of that character through that life, whatever he's crossed in his life so far. Like for example, VC had a very bad childhood. His father was very abusive physically. So he's come from there. So that's how that's why his behavior is explained through that. So when he breaks down, how will he cry? A man who's put in prison, who's never got to see his daughter, and finally gets to see his daughter, and she calls him Appa. How do you feel? So it's how much you can imagine and make yourself believable in that moment. And of course, writing comes very, very important. The writer must himself have felt it and written those words. And only then it comes from us. If it is not right, then I always put my head through it and try to break it and get it right, saying, no, he wouldn't say this word. For example, he's going to see his daughter. He's never seen a child before. He's never interacted with the child. And he turns back and asks, what should I do now? Or what should I say? And he says, she will talk, you go ahead. She'll take care of it. Just go. Don't be scared. Just go. So these are words which come only when you put yourself through that moment, break yourself, and you do it. Like my first film is a very heavy film. The climax was very, very heavy. There are people who fainted in the theaters after watching that film. For that also, you have to believe yourself that something bad happened. And for me, it took 3 months to come out of it. You take it so seriously, you believe in it. For 3 months, I used to keep crying. I used to tear up, and it kept hitting me. I didn't understand why. I'm not trained. I didn't know how to handle it. And then they told me, no, you've taken it too seriously. You believed it. That is why it's hit you so badly. So we actors do that to ourselves. While you take it so seriously and you believe it so seriously, something changes inside you.
So with each part, there is something that
Keeps adding to you. Adding to you, yes.
But in your career, I mean, very rarely are two parts the same, right? I think there's so much variety.
Tried, yeah.
From the village boy of your first film, which I will not pronounce.
Parthiviran. I'll save you from that.
Thank you. To VC. You're a Madras boy, and yet you could play that. And you were talking about earlier about the tan, and the character
Village.
in your first film. You can see he must have spent months or years in the sun. So how did that come? And that physicality, that physicality is also very different, right?
Thankfully, I had a very good director. He's a very good actor too. So he will enact the scene for me, and I just have to follow him. Because Madurai is not something I am familiar with. Madurai has a very different culture. Though it's in Tamil Nadu, they have a very different culture. They have a different swag to them. Madurai pasanga irukingla painga? Nariya per irukanga. Okay. So they have a different. அதை எப்படி நடிச்செல்லாம் காட்ட முடியாது என்ன நீங்க நம்மம்மா சௌக்கியமா கேட்குறோம்ல வாயை திறந்து சொல்லாம்ல. So that's a drawl that has.
Talking about swag, what was that? Japan, my God. That's that swag to the power of 100. What was going on in
that? Was all inspired by, like power stars here in Tamil Nadu, who we're talking about. So, other mari, like, people who come into cinema because they have a lot of money and, they made money in some other ways. Now they can just make a film. So, it's inspired from some real life characters. So, it's like that.
Obviously, people get it because there's a lot of...
Yeah, they know it. So, Parthiviran, I had just come back from US. I was working in Manisha's office, which which is not like Chennai. Manisha's office is very elite, and people who work there also would have been educated abroad. So that's how it is. Suddenly going to Madurai, trying to wear their lungi and sit on the floor. I try to shed all the vanities and any kind of sophistication that I had gained so far. So I stopped listening to watching English movies. I would watch 16 Vaidanle every day. 16 Vaidanle is a classic where Kamal sir and Rajini sir had acted, directed by Bharati Raja. Till today that film is fresh. If you watch that film, till today it works. So I used to watch that film every day. Yeah, everybody knows, it's a classic. I used to watch that film. Parata. So I used to watch it every day. Yeah, because Bharati Raja sir is from that region. So when he depicts his actors, he knows exactly how he wants to depict it. And so I used to watch that film every day. I used to always wear the lungi. I stopped wearing pants, and
that too half lungi, na?
yeah, up to chest. That's the swag. And in fact, I never used to wear any footwear that we all wear. They got me a footwear made with tire. Palaya tire vachu or serupu. Nammu tire serupu sorry ellaru. So I used to wear that slippers and walk around. And the best compliment came one day when we were shooting outside the village. There were 4 guys sitting and playing cards and having a drink. They saw me and asked, "Is he the hero?" Yes. Hey, Nambur Basar சொன்னா நம்மள விட கேவலமா இருக்கான் அப்படினு போனாங்க. They said he's தரட்டிக்கு எப்படி சொல்றது இதெல்லாம். I'm not able to translate and do justice to that, okay? So he's saying he's worse than us. Okay? So that's the biggest compliment. Director said you're past. So that's how you put yourself through it, keep thinking, this is me, this is what I am. I grew up here, this is my people, or this is my uncle, or this is the girl who's in love with me. So you make yourself believe as much. It's a little crazy thing to do, but that's how I learned myself to work on it.
But what a life,
you live so many lives.
But also, as you said, a little crazy, no? You come back to a normal home, which I'm sure you have, and your kids and your wife.
I'll be sitting like this, and I'm thinking, and my daughter will say, "Which scene is this? Which dialogue are you saying?" I thought first my wife was saying, now my kids are saying.
How old are your kids?
11, 12, she's turned 12 and 4. Yeah,
okay.
12 and 4, yeah.
So they know that their dad is a big star, or...
I'm trying to keep them away from all that media, but they know that I go to work and I'm shooting, so they know so much. My daughter, of course, goes to school and she knows better. Yeah.
But as the son of an actor, did you grow up on a film set, or were you kept very far away?
We were chased away from any of that. My father didn't want both of us to come out to films. The first thing he said, don't even think about this. So I'm not the typical Nepo kid, you know what I mean. So he never recommended me for any film. He said, don't come here. This is not for you. You get educated, go and do something else. But some Vidhi,
but why was that? Because it's a difficult life, right?
Definitely. Like I told you, the success rate is so small. He was from a very small village. He lost his father when he was 1 year old. And his widow's mother only brought him up. So he had a lot of struggle, and that's how he made it. And so he didn't want us to be there. Yeah. But the thing, then we came in. But I really liked it more than, from childhood I always liked talking about films. But watching films and enjoying films is different from making films. The grind is very different.
Right.
It's very, very hard hitting. Yeah. And we've never been to sets. The best thing that my dad did for us was he sent us in public transport. After 8th standard, he said, go by Pallavan, 12B da. So, and then for 1 or 2 years, I said 12B is too crowded, I'll take the cycle. So I went by bicycle. I think that footing is what is keeping us grounded, is what, if you may say so, that's what really helping. So we did not grow up like that. We did not have the best of clothes or the best of shoes. It made sure we had a very, very normal Chennai middle class upbringing. I really value that so much, and I want to give the same thing to my kids. Yeah.
I wonder the dinner table conversation in the Shivakumar household. What do you guys talk about?
You don't talk about films. Obviously, you don't talk about films. Yeah.
You talk about everything else.
Yeah, yeah, correct. I think the only film conversation that I remember in dining table is when we were kids. My dad used to talk about the stuff that happens in shooting spots.
Right.
Like when Shivaji and MGR were there, they had fabulous stories. That period was, like 60s was golden age. Why do they say that? Because they made things you cannot imagine about. They brought heaven to earth, you could say that. The way they depicted gods and mythological films or even the social drama was beautifully done. So he would speak about those actors, the legends, how they would recite huge dialogues in one single shot, or how they dressed up as Murugar or like a Vishnu, and how difficult to wear that blue paint and stand all day. They'll get dressed up in early 3 o'clock and the shot will be at 9, but they have to not move a bit and sit like that. And there was no air conditioning. These are the only stories that I remember. So nothing is encouraging, Nothing is making you want to do that.
Everything is how tough it is.
Yeah.
So are you doing the same with your kids? Or?
No, we don't talk films. They're too small also. They don't need them. They just want, my son wants to fight with me every day. He brings a sword and says, let's fight.
He thinks you're in...
No, he thinks he's stronger than me, so...
And your
that's
daughter
how it
thinks
is.
that you're
She just worries that where are you going, when will you come back? That's the only thing she'll ask. Because sometimes you go, then you're not at home. That's the toughest part. When you're out shooting for 30 days or 40 days, and then you come back home, then they really miss you. I start missing them. That's the toughest part. That's the price you pay for this life.
What is it about facial hair and Tamil men?
It looks nice.
I know, but you look pretty good in ThinkEdu also.
Okay.
There you have nothing on your face.
Okay.
So what is it? Why do you have to hold on to that beard or mustache?
So my first film, the title was Parathiviran, and I was being introduced. I was looking like a chocolate boy. I had just come from US, so nobody would say this is Parathiviran. So the director put a very strong thing that grow a beard and become strong that you can hit 10 people. That's the only line he told me, that become strong and have a big beard. And that really worked for me. And after that, when they asked me to shave, I felt like they're asking me to take my clothes off, Beard is a big protection for me. For me also, I feel I can respect this man when I have the beard. But of course, when the character demands it, then you lose it. That's all.
And of course, sometimes like in Kashmir.
But now I think all the boys like to have the beard. When they asked me to shave it for my wedding, I was like, oh my God, I can't. But now they're allowing all the guys to have beard in the wedding, man. I can't believe it. Everybody's having a beard in the wedding.
That's, I think, the Virat Kohli effect. But
good for them.
A role like Kashmora, I mean, you're really bulked up and all that. There's a lot of work that you have to do physically as well. Lose weight, gain weight, lose muscle, gain muscle. I mean, that also must be telling on your physicality.
My brother does a better job at it. but I also try to maintain myself in the sense I do have a workout every day and maintain it. I don't go too much into chemicals or anything, so it doesn't show immediately. It takes a lot of time to achieve the results. But I cover it up with the performance and the costume. I let them do their job. Kashmora, thanks for asking that, because as a film, we put a lot of effort into that film. First time I was playing a villain in the film. And
very interesting looking.
Yeah, the look. We spent about 40 days trying out some 20 different looks. And then we figured this look, like a tonsured head and a beard. And that's we are going to do a first look. And just before the day Kattappa was released, you were like, oh my God, after figuring out, and suddenly there's a similar look there. But of course, this character was extremely funny also in that way. He's got his own streak to him. Nayanthara was there in that film.
How many beautiful women can you have in one lifetime?
Please correct your words. You get to work with them.
But seriously.
Yeah, Nayanthara was beautiful in that film as a princess. She had played as a princess, and actually she's the hero of the film. I was the villain of the film. Yeah.
Good.
And it was nice to, again, it was the first period film for me where you get to wear huge costumes. And I think playing a villain is really enjoyable. The good guy he's got a format. The bad guy can do anything. And I was really enjoyed playing that character.
I found it interesting that after doing such a range of roles, you're actually doing 2 sequels. Yeah. Which, of course, it is because those movies were loved a lot.
The characters,
but tell me about Sardar 2 and Kaidi 2.
Okay. You got all the updates before this, you said okay. So Sardar 2 is a spy thriller, and Interesting
And
part.
how many disguises you had in?
Yeah.
Amazing.
It was inspired from the real life character who was a theater actor who became a spy. Basically, they were trying to make the armed forces people to act. Then they found it very difficult, so they decided to pick up an actor and train him. So that's how that character, the Black Panther, is a very famous character. Everybody knows about him. So it was inspired from that, and we created it. So we always kept it as local as possible, like how a stage actor in Tamil Nadu would be, and what if he gets to train and become a spy. So that spy thriller also spoke about how the water business came about. If you've seen the film, I think we spoke so much about the bottled water and how it came about, and how one set of people have tried not to allow. No, air and water should not be sold. That is the philosophy which was existing long back. Now we are used to it. But this film, because it had a period film of 80s, it spoke about that also. Now, that character became a huge hit. An old man, who's weathered in prison for 30 years, and then he gets to come out, and then he takes care of beating the bad guys up. That really worked out. So we're doing the part 2 of it. This is a prequel sequel of the prequel sequel. It got both. There's I don't know if I may say so, but it's the one mission before what happened in Sardar 1. Kaidi 2 supposed to start this year. And again, I think Delhi, everybody loves him. They want to see him eat biryani again. And so it's got a big fanfare.
I think in the first one also, you make it quite clear that he'll come back, no?
Yeah, the end of the film
The
clearly says.
end of the film is quite clear.
Like
so you knew at that point that it's going to work? Or?
I think Lokesh, after shooting the climax, I told Lokesh this film will be big.
Right.
Because when there is such a big arc for a character, from being so reluctant, and then he becomes the hero, he saves the cops, and then he sees his daughter, and then he breaks down. It's a huge emotional completion there.
Right.
Like his personal story is also very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I talk about my wife and what happened to me before I went to prison.
Yeah.
This is a very moving part to it. So that really cemented the whole emotion content of the whole film. So I knew it would be big, but I didn't expect it to, being followed even after 5-6 years.
And a remake in Hindi.
Yeah, of course.
Which didn't
I
do
don't
very
want to
well.
say anything.
You didn't see it?
I've not seen it.
It's okay. You haven't missed much.
Okay.
So, so that's very interesting that these were 2 films that you felt you had to revisit, 2 characters
I think
rather.
it's come from the producer and the filmmakers also. Like they have the energy to see the same character again.
Yeah.
So they thought you can spin another film with this character. It's got so much depth or layers to it that you can play with it once more.
Tati, you're also very socially involved. Right. I mean, lots of things that you do apart from your acting. Talk a little about that, and is that also something, I mean, Surya also does that.
Yeah, my brother has a Agaram Foundation, which actually funds and educates first generation graduates.
Right.
So from very deserving people are selected. There's a very stringent selection process before they get qualified. And then they are given education depending on what they want to study. And then we also try to place them in jobs. So I think it's almost 15 years now since we started it. So it's going really well. So every year 500 kids are picked and they're completely groomed. It's not like just putting them in college.
Right.
Their progress is watched. They're trained in psychologically, and all kinds of training is given to them. So that has been happening. That's what my brother and a lot of volunteers do that job. And then when I did a film called Kadaikutti Singham, where I acted as a farmer, this is one particular occupation which is not been popular or recognized yet. So after that film, we wanted to do something to the farming community. We wanted to give them money. They said, don't give me money. But there is no one to speak about us. Will you be able to voice for us? Will you be able to be the face for us? That's what they asked me. It's a very big thing to do. But since I grew up in village and I've felt very bad after my grandfather died. The entire farm was just, nothing was there after that. We used to have like 20 cows and bulls and sheep, and people will be working. They were all gone because my uncles opened up business, so nobody to take care of it. So I always missed that. It's a huge life. Still today in India, 58% of people are employed by farming. Yeah. But we don't speak about it. We don't do anything about it. We don't give the basic respect also to it. So then I started a foundation called Ulavan Foundation, where every year we recognize and give an awards to people who do any kind of work in farming, not just farmers, but sometimes it will be government officials, or there will be doctors or veterinary doctors. Whoever is contributing to farmers, we pick them and we give them a cash prize and we recognize them. Basically, my strength is you all. This is the love that I receive from you all is my strength. So I want to share that love with them. I just want to put them in limelight to say that these are the real heroes in our society. Like I went to a function where I met some people who have been working in farming for 50 years or 35 years. And I didn't know each one, none of them. They were stalwarts in that field. I didn't know any of them. And people are clapping for me. I didn't feel very good about it. I thought these people should be more popular than us. They are the people who are really working hard for us. So I thought, why not take it up? And we do that. And apart from that, we do some restoration, water body restoration work.
right.
Or now we're trying to intervene in empowering widowed women through farming. So there are very different projects which we are doing research on and working on it. So this is
serious work is going on.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of team people who do
Yeah.
it. So I give whatever strength.
Do you involve your fans in this as well, or?
But like they are really resourceful because farming is very different. And if you take one taluk also, there will be different soil there.
Yeah.
And you cannot apply the same thing or you cannot give the same solution to each area. So when you have to do some research work there, then the fans are there all over Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
So when we have to reach out to them, they're always there ready to help. So we don't have to send somebody from here all the way there
Right.
to check on them. I have people who can immediately go. There are brothers who can just go to that spot, check on them and immediately report to us. So
How many fan clubs do you have?
I have no count on that.
You have
sorry.
not counted it?
I'm not counting that, yeah.
Right. So,
I receive a lot of love, so that is great, yeah.
Kathy, everyone is talking about pan-India, pan trans world, whatever. RRR has also opened up the world. What are your plans? Do you plan to bring the world here or?
See, for
go
example,
there?
Mayalagan
Yeah.
is a story which happens in a small hamlet somewhere in Tamil Nadu. But the entire India watched it. I think after it came on Netflix, everybody, apart from what language, I was surprised. I never thought somebody would connect with it. And
What was the most surprising response you got?
No, from everywhere, from north, from people saying, my God, I was so connecting with the characters so much. So the culture, or this is a very micro culture here, but the people were able to relate with everything. So as long as you can make a honest film, trying to be as real to the characters and the emotions are something which you can connect with everybody, I think it can become pan-India anytime.
Right.
Like Roja was not planned as a pan-Indian
Yeah.
film, but the film became pan-Indian long back. Like Indian, for example, talks about corruption, which immediately worked all over India. I think as much as you're true to it, like Manjumal Boys, as much as you're so true and unique in your story and presented very well. I think Rahman sir very nicely put it, said, we have to improve in how we present our stories. We have very good stories, but how we are going to present it, your performances, your cinematography and music or edit and mix, all that has to have an international standard, like how Koreans are doing it so well. Once I think we also already there, it's just one or two films which will just break us and take us through.
Who are your personal gods of acting?
Gods of acting, yeah. I think two films which were like, I keep watching again, and there's one, Good Will Hunting, and then As Good As It Gets. I think these two films I watched umpteen number of times.
As good as it gets.
Oh, yes.
Jack Nicholson.
He's my hero, Jack Nicholson, yeah. I mean, Hollywood. Here, I think, you cannot not have the influence of Kamal sir and Rajini sir. And of course, Mohanlal sir, I really like. So, how natural can he be? It's beautiful. So, I get inspired from them when we do films here.
Also, what I like about some of the actors here in this part of the industry, you're all very collaborative and you all stick up for each other. You all give each other a shout out when there's a release or whatever.
Right.
It's not, you may be competitive, but you're not mean to each other or, you're pretty collaborative.
With
it's
friends,
an unusual thing.
It's with friends, when you get to work with somebody, you get to know them, then you become friends, then you always want to wish them. But there are other people in the industry whom you've never met before. I wouldn't say I would go and wish for that film or do it, but when we are friends with someone, let me be honest, when we have friends in the industry, when we know each other and the film is coming out, then naturally you want to give a shout out and wish
Who
good
are your
for the
buddies
film.
in the industry?
Like PS, I think Ravi, last 2.5 years, been very close. Vishal, because I'm working with the Actor Association, been very close. So then we talk in day-to-day basis regularly. Like, but otherwise, in Arya or Sibi, all is from childhood. I know, like Naren. So all these, we all get along.
What about?
But I'm talking about only younger people. But when Nazar sir, I talk to him every day, and like Kovai Sarla ma'am, or all the like Pasupati sir, we all keep talking.
Right. So I'm not going to monopolize you.
Okay.
Just a few questions from the audience I think we should take.
Sure. They're all tired already. Sure, you want to have questions? Yes, sir. Director.
Hi, sir.
இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் கத்துக்கிட்டு பண்றேன் சார். Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hi, sir.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
What is the homework?
Okay.
What the student has to do the homework. So has to they come up in their life. Obviously,
life
when
or
you,
cinema
இல்ல
or
நீங்க
இல்ல?
சினிமால எவ்ளோ homework பண்ணிட்டு தானே வர்றீங்கன்னு இவ்ளோ நேரா சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. But I want my students to listen. What are the homework that they have to do for their future?
அட்வைஸ் பண்ணா கடுப்பாயிருவாங்க.
இல்ல ஒரு ரெண்டு வரி சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க என்னெல்லாம் homework பண்றீங்களோ அத கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்க.
எங்க அப்பனே ஓவரா பண்றான், நீ வேற பண்ற.
Make 2 sentences.
சார் எனக்கு அரசியல் சுத்தமா தெரியாது சார், மன்னிச்சுக்கங்க. யா.
Hi, sir. Myself, Indu.
Yeah.
I like you in Parthiveeran. I fall for in Paya. From that, now you have different type of scripts. The graph was not a straight line. It was up and down, up and down. Don't you have self-doubt? How you overcome your self-doubts? And what motivates you to choose different types of scripts?
I'm not a businessman, man. Businessman தான் டெய்லி
Sir,
எவ்வளவு
but your
கலெக்ஷன் வந்து
scripts are
யோசிச்சிட்டே
amazing,
இருப்பான்.
sir. It's not same line, same story. It was so you have so diversity of things. Don't you have self-doubt? I can do this. What happened to the film? Don't you have the self-doubts?
கண்டிப்பா பயம் இருக்கும். பயம் இல்லாம இல்ல. ஆனா
I want to
எது
know
உங்களுக்கு
how
ரொம்ப
you
பயமுறுத்துதோ அதுல இறங்கிரணும். Because if you're always in a safe zone, you're not going to turn heads and look at you. நீங்க ரொம்ப சேஃபா போயிட்டே இருந்தீங்கன்னா ஒரே லெவல்ல தான் போயிட்டு இருக்க முடியும். ஏதாவது they say when is it risky, when you think you can lose everything, that's risky. So you have a calculated risk எடுத்து வேற ட்ரை பண்ணாதான் நல்லா பண்ண முடியும். But like I said, I'm not a businessman who is very particular about my film should open like this and it should collect like this. I didn't get into it somehow. For me, the excitement is hearing a nice story, getting to play a very good character, and how honestly can I present it. And I don't want to repeat myself also. I try and not repeat myself. So that's how I can be excited. நான் ஐடியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். எவ்ரிடே ப்ரோக்ராம் எழுதுனா என்னன்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். ஸோ அதே மாதிரி நானும் சினிமாவில் ஒரே மாதிரி பண்ணேன்னு எனக்கும் போர் அடிச்சு. ஸோ தட்ஸ் த ஹோல் திங். நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஒன்ஸ் யூ ஃபிகர் அவுட் வாட் இஸ் இட் தட் யூ லைக் டு டூ, யூ ஷுட் ரியலி என்ஜாய் டூயிங் இட். ஐ திங்க் தட் இஸ் மோஸ்ட் கிரிட்டிக்கல். அது பண்ணிட்டா இட் மைட் டேக் சம் டைம். For some people, you will make a break in 2 years. For some people, it might take 8 years. But once you enjoy doing whatever you're doing, then you want to give your best. நான் இன்ஜினியரிங் படிக்கும்போது பாஸ் ஆனால் போதும்னு நினைப்பேன். கசன்ட்டு அப்படி ஐயோ சாரி இல்லை, ஆல்வேஸ் ஃபெல்ட் ஐ ஜஸ்ட் வாண்டட் டு பாஸ். பட் ஒன்ஸ் ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் டூயிங் வாட் ஐ லைக், ஐ ஆல்வேஸ் எய்ம் ஃபார் 100 or aim for 100. I might fail, but my preparation is for 100. I never prepared for 35, 45 prepare பண்ணல. So I think that's main thing. Advice எல்லாம் பண்ணல நான்.
He's a big fan.
ஆமாங்க.
இப்போ இருக்கிற யூத் எல்லாம் நடிக்கலான்றீங்களா, ஃபிலிம் இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கு வரலாமா? வாட் இஸ் யுவர் சஜஷன்?
அவங்க இஷ்டம் சார், அவங்க இஷ்டம், அவங்க இஷ்டம். See, இது வந்து this is not, I wouldn't call it's an industry இல்லையா. இண்டஸ்ட்ரினா இங்க ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இருக்கும், அப்படி கிடையாது. இது வந்து யார் வேணா வந்து இங்க சினிமா எடுக்கலாம். இட்ஸ் ஆர்ட். Anybody who has money, anybody who has creativity, anybody who can write, யார் வேணா இங்க படம் எடுக்கலாம். உங்களுக்கு யாரும் இங்க ஸ்டாப் பண்ண போறதே கிடையாது. ஸோ அது வந்து ஒரு ஆர்ட் ஃபார்ம். பெயிண்டிங் பண்ணுறதுக்கு யாருன்னா என்ன ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் இருக்கீங்க? உங்களுக்கு பெயிண்ட்டும் ஒரு பேப்பரும் இருந்தால் போதும். அது மாதிரி சினிமா அவ்வளோ சிம்பிளில் கொஞ்சம் செலவு ஜாஸ்தியாகும். Absolutely. So it's all your creativity and how much money you have. A lot of money you need. Yeah. Yeah. If you want big actors. Yes.
சார், அந்த மெய்யழகன்ல வந்து ஒரு பாட்டு பாடியிருந்தீங்கல்ல, நீங்களும் அரவிந்த் சாமியும்.
ஆமா.
அதை ஒரே டைம் பாடுங்க சார். நான் ஒரு 100 டைம் அதை பார்த்துட்டு அதை இந்தமான் சார்.
இந்தமான்.
எஸ் சார்.
ஏன்
சார்?
பொன்மணி மேகலையாடுதே, உன் விழிதானிடம் தேடுதே, பெண்ணுடல் பார்த்ததும் நாணுதே, இன்பத்தில் வேதனையானதே என்னத்தான் என்னத்தான் உன்னை எண்ணித்தான் ஊடல் பின்னத்தான் வேதனை பின்னத்தான் சொல்லித்தான் நெஞ்சை கிள்ளித்தான் உந்தன் சொர்க்கத்தில் தேவனும் சோதித்தான் மோகந்தான் சிந்தும் தேகம்தான் ராகத்தில் நான் நிற்க ஆனந்தம்தான் இந்த மான். Thank you. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you.
That is just
Yes.
fantastic.
Thank you.
Sir, you're very good at singing, by the way.
Thank you.
So I have a question. I hope you're familiar with the movie The Joker played by Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
So he gets locked into the character, and the world lost a very good actor. He died, unfortunately he died due to suicide. So I'm sure you've played a lot of characters like that. Not familiar to that, but like that. So what's the process you go through to overcome your depression or your sad phase after you play characters like this?
Thank you for asking, because like I told you, after my first film, almost like a post-traumatic stress, almost 3 months, I would say 3 months, I would lie down in the bed and I'll be crying, and be tears rolling down my eyes, because I don't know if you know the climax of that film. The girl I'm in love with gets gang raped in that film. So after enacting that, and I couldn't even imagine something like, now you can see it in news, but that nobody can fathom something like that happening to somebody so close to you. And when you try to believe it, it hits you very hard. So for 3 months I used to be like that, and I didn't know how to come out of it. I was suffering. I didn't know what was happening to me. Then when I was doing my second film, Ayarathil Orvan, Selvaraghavan was the director of the film. So he would see me going through that for this character also. I'd be going and sitting alone, looking outside. I won't talk to anyone. I'll be in the character, thinking like that. Then he called me one day and said, "What are you trying to do?" No, I'm just trying to be in that character. I said, don't get into it. It will definitely affect you psychologically. Train yourself to come into the mood just before the shot. And the moment I say cut, come out of it. You have to be in that character only during that part. If you try to carry it on, it will screw up your personal life. That's the best advice he gave me, like in my second film. Yeah. And we shot that film for 3 years. So if I'd started going into that character, so that really helped me to prepare myself to come out of it. Okay, this is over. But I felt that I'm not doing justice if I'm not giving that 100%. I would feel like in front of camera, you have to be 110% if there's something like that. Otherwise, you cannot make it so true or make it honest. So then when you're putting yourself through it and making it believe, it's so important that you come out of it, stop thinking about it. It is practice. It takes time. But once you get that, then you're better. Like he used to tell me that, like Kamal sir would be laughing and we'll all be talking. And then the moment they say action, he'll switch. It's humanly possible. You just have to train yourself. And that's the only way you can be sane. Otherwise, then, like you said, you get too deep into it, it definitely affects you. Yes. Yeah, I can hear you. You have a nice voice. I can hear you.
Thanks. My name is Sarang, by the way.
Yes, sir.
We have all heard that most of the comedians in Indian cinema, not just in Collywood, they actually have a very disappointing, depressing personal life. First of all, is it true? I mean, is this just...
Charlie Chaplin lende ketta
No, I said Indian cinema.
Okay.
Forget Charlie Chaplin, forget Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Beans, whomsoever. I'm talking about people like Nagesh, Tengai Srinivasan, Suruli Rajan. Even the Vivek, for example, is my favorite. Chinna Kalaima. I think he's the best.
Really miss him so much. I really miss him.
Absolutely. I miss him like mad. When I see photos of him along with Manorama, Achi, I mean, sometimes I've cried. I see those videos on YouTube and all that stuff. First of all, is it true? Is it a misconception? But I think there's no smoke without fire.
Okay.
So there must be a lot happening. If you could just enlighten us a bit on that. Because you're in that industry, I'm sure you'll be able to enlighten us much better than...
I think actors' life as such, you cannot say everybody is having the... Like any person, like any you, me, or anybody, you have always your other side in life. But for actors or any creative people, like how they say poets or artists, no, they derive a lot from their pain. When they perform, they derive a lot from their pain and do it. But the legends that you're talking about, they're all from theater. Even for us, you might have a very bad day in life. You might have a very bad day in life, but in front of camera, you cannot show that. You are a different person. So we always try to hide it and bring out of it. But comedians think they are fantastic, how they can make anybody laugh the moment they come inside like that. Yeah. But all of them, they have done it for a very long time. Even Santanam has done TV shows for such a long time. So it's the rhythm within them. The way they can crack jokes or they come back with the one-liners, it's a rhythm that you develop over so many years. Yes. And also a flair. Humor is also a flair, you know. It's also a flair, yeah. But like you said, most of them their personal lives have been very, very sad. Sorry? Of course. Directors, of course. Keeping them as light as possible, including them and... okay. Pick it up, yes. இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து வடிவேலு சார் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, வடிவேலு சார் இஸ் grow up in மதுரை. அவர் படத்தில் பண்ணுற எல்லா கேரக்டரும், the characters that he play in screen are all characters he's seen in real life. They have spent so much time in real life with common people, with normal people. Like Boman Irani said, he was working in an STD booth for a very long time. If you know what is an STD booth. இப்போ நமக்கெல்லாம் தெரியாது. So, இல்லை, பசங்களை சொல்கிறேன். So, there you get to see different kinds of people every day. And you pick up something from each one of them. Now, there's so much you can actually pick up. Like next time when I play, I will pick up some of your...
Not my Tamil pronunciation.
Illa.
I think it's been just wonderful. Thank you so much. You made us laugh, sing. You sang for us.
Yes, sir.
One last question.
காமன் மேனா நிறைய முயற்சி பண்ணி தான் ஒவ்வொரு படமும் டேர்னிங் பாயிண்ட் அமையும்னு பருத்தி வீரன்லேருந்து பயணிச்சிருப்பீங்க. நிறைய டேரக்டரும் அதை பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அப்படி இல்லாமல் இருந்தால் கார்த்தி என்னவா இருந்திருப்பாரு, இல்லை கார்த்தி ஆக்டர்ன்றவர் என்னவா இருக்க ஆசைப்படுறாரு?
பயமுறுத்தாதீங்க அப்படிலாம் கேட்டு. இட்ஸ் a very scary question. Thank you. நான் காமன் மேன் தான் சார். ரைட் சார். What I would have been if I had not made it, I would have still been trying for sure. முயற்சி பண்ணிட்டாரு, விடுறதா இல்லை, நான் முயற்சி எனக்கு கண்டிப்பாக சோறு போட்டுருவாங்க வீட்டில். See, a lot of people who would chase their dreams, you know, they don't have support from family, or they're not, lucky enough to have family who can help them. I've known my director friends or other actor friends who made it. They had a very supportive wife who was working and let them chase their dreams. அப்படி ஏதாவது ஒரு சப்போர்ட் ஏதாவது இருந்திருக்கும். என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் எனக்கு கிடைச்சிரும். So probably I would have been not married and still trying to make a break, or still trying to write a script and trying to make a film, because cinema is something where I wanted to be. So probably I'll be here trying to figure out something. I was a designer also, so I'll be probably designing some posters also for some films and making a living. கத்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கேங்க, கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக கற்றுக்கிட்டு ஃபுல்லாக தலை காலியாக இருக்க அப்புறமா பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Thank you so much. I think
thank you
we
for
should have a big
being
round
so
of
patient.
applause.
Thank you. Love you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I may invite Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director, the New Indian Express, to express how excited and happy we are to have you here with us. Of course, I think this session, a perfect closing session, if I may take the opportunity to request students to maybe remain seated. This session has, like Ms. Kaveri said, showcased not just a topic, but also given us first-hand an insight into what it is like to be an actor, the discipline, the emotional intelligence that it demands. And at the juncture, we have Mr. Prabhu Chawla saying a few words.
I'm going to request him something. The best dialogue of your life so far, which you want to speak. It's very short. Best.
I already said that. So there is a scene in my first film where he's trying to impress his girl by saying a poetry. And all that he knows in life is only booze. So he makes up a poetry from the booze itself. Full adichum bodai illai, bullet beer adichum kikki illai, kallu kudichum thookam illai, kanna mooduna, kanavilla needane. Thank you.
இதை விட ஒரு அழகான end I think in the session இருக்க முடியாது. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speaker, Mr. Karthi. Thank you so much. And with that, we draw to a close our final session here at day 1 of ThinkEdu Conclave 2025. We've had the opportunity to witness leaders, educators, policymakers, all of them take to our stage, share their honest opinion. And of course, as we draw the first day to a close, we're also excited to step into day 2, once again featuring the best from all across the country. The course of tomorrow will showcase visionaries. We've got scholars, once again leaders and policymakers, all of whom are driving the extraordinary evolution of Indosphere as we know it. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we thank you for joining us here, this one-of-a-kind platform of bold ideas, transformative thoughts, and in fact, thought leadership, all of which unlock the limitless potential of the times we are in. As I extend a very special thanks, let me also take the opportunity to remind you that we begin our on-stage proceedings at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And with that, if I may request our guests, our students, to please maybe remain seated as we extend a very sweet goodbye to our speaker, Mr. Karthi. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, extending a very special thanks to all of our guests, our students, our speakers,